child. And the date is Saturday 24th and Sunday 25th December 2022, 9 a.m. sharp.
For inquiries, call 0245 594425.
Xmas Kids Party. Brunya Beye Dada.
I was once a driver's mate. I was once a pupil teacher. I was once somebody's houseboy.
He's unique. He's a hardworking guy. He's straightforward. He doesn't take no for an answer. Everything is doable.
He can be hard, soft, tough, warm in one space, in one conversation. I hardly see people like that.
I've been working for him for the past 2 years. He has never taken a holiday. Sometimes I wonder why he even chases money, because he doesn't spend money himself.
This guy has the ability to close a deal, let's say just for math's sake, make about 10 million, and is willing to give like 8 million just for charity.
The kinds of projects he's doing now, a lot of which are actually going to catapult him way beyond his current status.
I definitely believe that he's going to be the likes of Dangote in Ghana.
Hello, welcome to Business. My name is Darrell Kwao. The Association of Rural Banks, Ghana, has appealed to government to help retrieve funds of members locked up during the financial sector cleanup. According to Managing Director of AIB Apex Bank, PLC, Alex Kwesiwa, the debt exchange program may affect rural banks if funds are not retrieved. Speaking to Joy Business, he said funds in excess of 450 million cedis will unleash the full potential of the rural banking sector to support the nation's economic growth.
Mr. Watt said all engagement they've had with the relevant stakeholders to retrieve the locked up funds have not yielded any positive results. According to him, the situation will be dire with the debt exchange program.
Not yet. We've not gotten feedback. It becomes much more critical now, because the fact is that these monies have not been received. Now we are also going to enter into a debt exchange program by which investments of rural and community banks into government bonds, they are not going to receive any interest payments. They're coming up 2023. And so it's a matter of concern. These monies are quite significant, and we expect that, we all don't know, maybe as part of the reforms that are coming associated with the whole economic package, we expect that maybe certain key decisions may be taken along that matter. But the fact is that the locked up funds, together with the bonds involved in the debt exchange program, these are major hits to the industry that we think that government should take particular attention.
Speaking on the bank's target for 2023, he maintained that the bank will focus more on digitization. He also explained that agency banking and small and medium enterprises would benefit from the bank's initiative next year.
Digital banking, making sure that we set up the platforms for rural banks to roll out agency banking, internet banking, mobile banking. By the grace of God, the World Bank and the Ministry of Finance, they are supporting us to implement this, and we are far advanced in preparations towards the implementation. And we know that by next year, we should be done with implementation. That our financial performance is efficient. The structures in the bank, we run efficiency in our processes, making sure that we cut out, looking at the economic situation that we face, unnecessary expenditures, so that we can have an efficient bank, being run well, and being stable also, taking into consideration the instability in the economy.
ALB Apex Bank, but in 2023, continue to support rural banks to expand their operations. James Eshen's report for Joy Business.
And like we reported at the top of this bulletin, government has announced the suspension of all debt service payments under certain categories of external debt pending an orderly restructuring of affected obligations. The suspension will include the payments on Eurobonds, commercial term loans, and on most bilateral debt. The government announced a debt restructuring program as a condition to secure $3 billion from the IMF in a bailout support. Now, William Tsipra is Associate Professor of Finance at the Andrews University, joins us on Zoom with some reaction to this. And so we have been talking a lot about external debt restructuring, expecting government to make a move on that. Now we have the statement from the Finance Ministry. Your thoughts on this?
Good afternoon. So, with my understanding, it's becoming very difficult, especially with some of the terms that we have with our external creditors. I'm sure that is why government, in his quest to get a speedy agreement established with IMF, is excluding some of the external debtors. It is very easy for government to renegotiate with the bilateral lenders. When we say bilateral lenders, they are the IMF loan and World Bank loans. They are the ones that we are going to them. We already have some existing loans with them. So we'll be asking them to give us some possibly discount on these loans. At the moment, there's about 30% of our external debt in the hands of the multilateral loans. So if government wants to achieve its debt servicing, I'm sure this option is the shortest route to get agreement. With most of the bilateral and commercial loans, it requires government to go back to Parliament to get the approvals on these contracts. And looking at the current structure of Parliament, the government may delay. So that is why I'm sure government is going out with these extensions. If you listen to the statement very well, the government is not also ruling out future borrowings. What government intends to do when they borrow in the future is to make sure that the interest payment is very small in terms of the percentage charge if government should go on that route.
Yeah, I'm wondering though how difficult or easy will it be for these suspensions to be carried out? Just like we've seen with the domestic debt restructuring, we've seen some pushback from stakeholders. Is this an easy thing to do, and what would be the implications for government?
If it will, especially with the our creditors, those domestic debt, sometimes with these pushbacks, because we are Ghanaians and the sentiments, government may appeal to the conscience for people to accept. But when it comes to external debtors, it requires a lot of negotiation. And sometimes it takes a lot of time for them to give in into what government wants to do. That is why government may have classified some debtors in the external debt category, noting that, especially with the Eurobonds, if government wants to get a haircut on them, a lot of negotiations must go on. Sit down with anybody who have purchased a government Eurobond for them to agree and then possibly accept the terms of government. The legal structure of some of the loans are very detailed, and you need a lot of technical people with also the ability of negotiation skills to be able to help government achieve what they want to do. And it takes time. We are running against time. If we don't take the gains that we have received on the strengthening of the city will be eroded, especially with this particular news. Government must take very care of that.
All right. We are told that there are some financial transaction advisors that have been recruited for this purpose. We'll keep monitoring the reactions to this. Hopefully come back to you in the course of the day and have a discussion on this. Thank you so much, Associate Professor of Finance at the Andrews University, Professor Williams Pepra. Now back to you, please.
Thank you very much, Daryl. You may have big plans for Christmas, but have you thought about the homeless who are struggling to get even a meal a day? We bring you a story of AC Aqua, a homeless mother of 5 who is calling on benevolent people not to allow her children to starve this Christmas. There's more in this report by Esther Nkrumah.
Christmas is in the air. Many are planning to have a wonderful time. But there are also many slumming it hard on the streets of Accra. Among the many homeless people, the story of AC sticks out like a sore thumb. Economic pressures forced her to flee her hometown of Cape Coast to Accra for a supposed greener pasture. She found a job and later love and settled down. AC seemed to have everything figured out until her husband died in 2015. Everything she had built began to crumble. Left with 5 children to cater for, she struggled to even put food on the table.
Obiaso ni score hanu tieja me na me na kakan ne busu afun so mu ni bi o ka obiaso ni bi na me de mo ba kai na ya bada abonti.
Unable to pay her rent, she started living on the streets of Accra.
De ma ya bada ha nda me kunu wewu ni sky de ha dan na yes sa da ya mada ha mba 7 years. Her
family is always on the move. They carry all their belongings to where they find to lay their heads. The belongings she struggled to gather over the years for herself and her children are constantly at the mercy of the weather.
Yeah, I can't cook right. You see, and yes, and kakra, and more squatter and crowd in Sudico, and so Jaya Quafana, you see, and almost I shall coscu. Yan and Sudico, Yan and Sudico. Yan to Monsieur and Cassa, any baby I could be. Hey, Nayada.
She's saddened by the constant illness of her children as a result of their living condition.
Don't worry, I'm away. You see, I'm a pimples on Qua Marius. Penny Kaka, no, my in Brewe in the back on the soil, back on so, or by Wabaka on the soil.
Her son Godfred, a 15-year-old and a student, has to take up menial jobs after school to support the family.
After school, I went to sell for somebody. If it closed, sometimes he will give me 5 CD or 8 CD, and I'll come and give it to my mother.
He also shared his difficulties with studying on the streets after school.
If I come back from school, I'll take my book and learn. I'll learn here at the light, where the light is. If I'm learning, if the rain is coming, I have to stand up and go to market. And I'll go and sit, and I'll find some place to sit and learn.
AC is begging Ghanaians to help her family have a decent Christmas and also help put a roof over her children's head. Esther Nkrumah's report read to you.
Well, and I hope that it touches you enough to help this family this Christmas. That's how we wrap up this bulletin. There's more on myjoyonline.com. My name is Samuel Kojo. Praise. Good morning.
Getting together for the first time in years was a little bit awkward. Grandpa still tried to entertain us. Mom was always stealing the spotlight from the kids. It wasn't until Grandma cracked a joke
That's my favorite prayer.
that we got back into our groove. In this festive, DSTV is making family time even better with an upgrade.
Stay connected to DSTV and we'll upgrade you to the next package for free.
This is the place where you step up and walk away with big cash. Don't you love that? Who's going to step up? Who's going to walk away with 5,800 Ghana cedis cash and even more? You could also fly to Dubai. Let's step up. You are wearing white shoes.
I'm in the prophetic realm.
If you win the 5,800 Ghana cedis cash, what you going to do with it?
I'll chop up.
Are you married?
My mother said I'm not grown, so I don't talk about this.
Girlfriend?
Please, I don't understand your question.
5 seconds. 4, 3, and she's chosen. And he's right! On this show, you step up, you play, you keep stepping up, and you keep winning.
Step Up airs Sundays at 7:30 p.m. Step Up is sponsored by Glovo. Order anything, we deliver in minutes. And Adansa Travels, feel life's beauty.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to The Law. This is your Legal Light. It is your health law. I'm your host, Samson Ladi Anyanini, and we're looking forward to yet another interesting edition, an edition that will seek to empower you. In the last 3 episodes or 4 so far, we have been seeking to discuss an issue that borders on policy and the need for the country to take steps to ensure that criminal justice, particularly for people who commit or are convicted of minor offenses, are not thrown into jail, but given the opportunity of community service as their punishment. We heard the very interesting story of a lady in one such jurisdiction who, whilst doing the community sentence or service in a hospital where she was posted, she ended up being employed after the whole thing. And that's what society must be. look to reform rather than always retributive justice. So this afternoon, we are very privileged to have a Deputy Attorney General and Minister of Justice to assist the discussion on how Ghana is looking to community sentencing. What's our plan like? We'll be right back. Right, you're welcome back. And today, our Law 101. As you have discovered in the past weeks, or 3 weeks so far, we have been looking at Article 19 of the 1992 Constitution. And that article has a lot of provisions regarding people's liberty. What happens when they have been arrested for one offense or the other? What should be done so that their liberties are not abused? And how should the courts proceed in dealing with them? Today we are looking at Article 19, Clause 1. It says, a person charged with a criminal offense shall be given a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court. I take it again. Article 19, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution. A person charged with a criminal offense shall be given a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court. Thank you very much. I hope you don't forget that and that you have learned that for yourself. Now let's get to meet our guest for this afternoon's edition of The Law. Our guest, as I mentioned earlier, we are very privileged to be hosting Deputy Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Alfred Tia Yeboah. Thank you very much, Honorable, for making time to join us.
Good afternoon, Samson.
Right. And we want to specially thank you because we know you have been very busy and it was almost impossible for you to make it to be with us, but you have found time to be with us to help and educate our audiences. So once again, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Right. And we're joined also by Edmond Amakwe Foley. He's Director of Programs, Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa. So he's not new to this platform and to the subject that we are going to discuss, at least if you have followed some of these issues in a while. Edmond, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Samson, and good afternoon to all your viewers and my good classmate, Alfred, the Deputy AG.
All right.
Good afternoon,
all right. Okay, so there was the other day I had cousins on the show and I had no idea. So you guys were classmates.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, thank you very much. So what we normally do on the law is to get our guests to make a brief comment by way of educating our audiences about a particular provision of law or a judgment or decision of the court. Now, today we are looking at Article 19, Clause 1, and it says, a person charged with a criminal offense shall be given a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court. Maybe we should begin with you because you are in charge of criminal prosecutions in the country. What will be your explanation of this and education to the people?
Thank you very much, Samson, and good afternoon to your viewers. This is a very big platform that I must also indicate my appreciation to you for hosting me today. It's part of the services that you need to render to the state as a public officer. Now, if you look at Article 19.1, there are some key words and phrases. You look at fair hearing. You also look at reasonable time. So the first question about fair hearing, what does it connote? It starts from the very moment that a person is arrested. Who arrests that person? Was he arrested by the police? Was he arrested by a civilian like you and I? If he was arrested by the police, was he notified about the reason for his arrest? If he was placed in custody, before they took his caution statement, before they took his caution statement, did they advise him of his right to a life of his choice? If he volunteered a statement, did he do so out of his own volition? And if he was placed in custody, was he kept within the mandatory period or he was kept outside that period? Then you move into the courtroom. In terms of his trial, if the person does not have the resources to engage counsel and he needs the service of a lawyer, it is the duty of the state through the Legal Aid Commission to make available to that accused person or that suspect a lawyer, provided that accused person meets the threshold. And if the person is taken to court, can his case be heard on the same day, convicted and sentenced? There's another question. It's possible, depending on the plea that the person gave. If the person says he's guilty, that ends the matter. But can a judge, for instance, on a single day, when an accused person says he's not guilty, call the first witness, prosecution witness, second prosecution witness, third prosecution witness, close the case of prosecution, ask the accused person to open his defense, close the case and deliver judgment on the same day? Certainly, such a process will not be fair to the accused person, and the trial will not be fair. With respect to reasonable time, it depends on the offense that the accused person is facing. Some of them, you may need to have time to go through the processes, especially indictable offenses. There are other offenses where the accused person will also have the right to file appeals against interlocutory rulings. So it may even take 3 years for the accused person to go through the legal process before the court comes to a fair conclusion of the matter that amounts to a reasonable time. So these are my initial thoughts on Article 91.
All right. And I know that on this show, what we do is not to get into matters of politics, but one of the justices of the Supreme Court has had cause to say, and I think he's not the first to have said that lawyers appear to abuse the rules and the court processes, particularly when the people who are standing trial are, politically exposed persons or politicians, and unnecessarily delay and prolong the trial for years. So when you say reasonable time, does it mean that one trial should go on for 5 years and so on and still going on? Is that fair?
It will not be fair to have one criminal matter pending for 5, 6, 7 years. But we measure that fairness based on the evidence being adduced in that particular trial and the issues at stake, and how the court is also managing its time and its process in the courtroom. So if, for example, the judge is on the matter, the judge falls sick, and for 1 year he's not been back. He comes back, he goes to the matter, he falls again, he's bereaved. Then all other matters. It's possible that it can even take 5 years, depending on how the court also handles its internal processes. Fortunately, now a judge is mandated by our laws, the directives of the Chief Justice, to give timelines as to the accused person that we are going to, the evidence that the person is going to call, the length of cross-examination, evidence cross-examination, and almost everything. So if lawyers are to stick to the timelines provided by the judges and to cooperate with them, definitely those delays may not be occurring. But an accused person has the right to appeal against interlocutory processes.
Right.
In some jurisdictions, the interlocutory processes end in appeal matters and at the Court of Appeal. But in Ghana, it can even go up to the review point at the Supreme Court. So for us, we have that system now. But there's something very little to be done by the state to curtail such practice by practicing lawyers.
Thank you for the education. And I had to ask that question because some members of the public have had cause to say that it does appear this reasonable time thing you are talking about, it appears only, it is only afforded to people who have means and people who are politically exposed and can get the best of lawyers because they see cases going on. An ordinary person, steals something small, they are taken to court, and within a short time, the case is over. But they see politically exposed people taken to court, and it takes forever, and they don't see a conclusion. So they ask themselves, where is the fairness you are talking about? Where is the reasonable time that everybody is entitled? Yes, Edmund, what will be the additional education you will give regarding Article 19.1, fair hearing within a reasonable time?
Thank you, Samson, and thank you, Honorable Deputy Attorney General. I think you really laid out the procedural safeguards for people going through the system. I just want to add on, of course, from the kind of work I do based in human rights, that as a person is taken through the system, he or she also has a right to all the safeguards that the Constitution also provides under Chapter 5, within which Article 19 is situated. And it comes right from the beginning. The Deputy Attorney General mentioned it, the language in which the communication is done. But I just want to add also that the person is afforded every opportunity to be able to defend him or herself. And I think you've alluded to that, Samson. That for the indigent and the poor, it appears they may not have the benefit of that ability to marshal a defense for themselves, whereas persons who have the means are able to do so. And the understanding behind it for the benefit of the public is to consider the fact that the mighty state, with its entire police, Attorney General's office, the court system, comes against this one person who has committed an offense. So in order to balance the scales, the rules require that we afford that one individual every opportunity. Consider a match between a team of 11, a football match against a team of 2. You want to balance and even out the scales by ensuring that the team that is made up of 2 people also is able to play on the same field. And that's why at each stage, the prosecution or the state therefore also has to recognize the needs of the accused person. And by this, and so generally for the public, people might think that, it appears we see that this person is guilty. We all saw him steal. So why are we not rushing him or her through the system? That is not the idea, yes. The law is like a science. We need to pass the person through a certain methodological process to come to the conclusion that they have committed an offense and not to rush it. And that is why we have all these safeguards and rights in it. Remember, Ghana is also a member of what we call the Committee of Nations. Ghana belongs to a society of other countries, and we have all agreed on certain principles. So, for example, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which Ghana subscribes to, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights within our African context. All of these documents I have mentioned to are agreements that Ghana has also subscribed to. And these require that when a person has committed a crime or is suspected to have committed a crime, we ensure that we afford the person all the necessary safeguards of human rights that are available to him or her.
Thank you very much. And our viewers will remember that we have already taken you through Article 19, Clause 2C, which talks about the presumption of innocence until you have pleaded guilty yourself or you have been proven by the court to be guilty. And therefore, it stands to reason that there is a requirement for a fair hearing and reasonable time for you. And in this particular provision also, it talks about being offered, the facilities that you need to mount your defense, as the Deputy Attorney General mentioned. Now, Edmond, let me continue with you from this point. How do you marry the need for community sentencing in this situation where it does appear that by this means people will go to court, and perhaps because they don't have means to afford lawyers and the rest of them, there is an opportunity for a quick and fair process?
Right. So let us step back 30 seconds to the history of criminal law. A lot of criminal law comes from, let's call it religious law, from Christianity, from Islam, and the other great faiths that we have, which looked at a situation where if you did something wrong, you had to be punished. In criminal law, for instance, we would talk about punishment also being an eye for an eye, which for the Christian fraternity comes from the book of Leviticus, what the lawyers would call in Latin, with their big Latin terms, lex talionis, which is retribution. So we've come from a system whereby criminal law, which comes from the Ten Commandments, if you're speaking in the Christian context, looked at where you had offended and therefore you had to be punished. Now, zoom to our days now where the state has taken over and religion is not really ruling again. We have the division between what we call the church and the state. Today, we live in a world where the state covers all of us. But that understanding of criminal law still lives in certain systems. So the kind of system that Ghana practices, the common law system, you still have a sense of punishing people, right, for what they've done. And I use the word punish in the sense of ensuring that they go through some discomfort, be it pain or restriction of sorts, to ensure that they would have the mind not to do what they've done again. But also in our contemporary times, let's call it from, the 1990s onwards, we have begun to have a better understanding of crime and why people commit crime. And one of the key results of this new understanding is that people are committing crime not only out of malice or evil intention, but also greed. Need. Let me correct that quickly, not greed. Yes. Poverty, vulnerability pushes people into committing certain little crimes, like stealing to eat. Yes, by all means, we do not condone stealing as a society, but certain people are pushed to the brink. You find out that certain behavioral patterns, we are beginning to have a better understanding of mental health in our world now. People suffering all kinds of mental problems, finding themselves committing crime, suicide, schizophrenia, depression, leading people to go into drugs and all of that. So you begin to realize that crime for us is no longer something bad, but a social phenomenon we have to address. And in addressing it, we need to now make a distinction between those who are committing crime really for evil purposes, let's put it that way, and those who are quote unquote pushed into crime. And that is the reason why now we are balancing the need for retribution with also correction. And community sentencing approaches, or sometimes we call them alternative sentencing, comes in to afford an opportunity for people who have not committed very serious offenses. A misdemeanor, like we discussed last month, disorderly conduct and drunkenness. If somebody is drunk, what we need to do is to reform the person, not put them in prison. And so if you had a system whereby this person is now made to Do some work, some productive activity, mow a lawn, go and sit with children in a school, to support the staff, go and wash dishes at the hospital or clean the floors. This will be pushing the person into a more productive activity than the drinking. That is the essence. We are not losing the aspect of accountability. That's what we need to remember, yes. The person will still be held accountable, but they will not be put into a situation where now they are rather corrupted or worse off than before because of imprisonment.
Right. Let's have the Deputy AG also share with us what his belief or thinking of community sentencing should be.
All right. Now, if you take our Criminal Offences Act, as well as our Criminal Procedure Act, Act 29, as well as Act 30, especially Act 30, you find provisions relating to sentencing or punishment. You don't find any provision on community sentencing. Now, it's a big, against background that as a state, we have decided that there's a need to have a framework, if you like, if you put it that way, or a bill that will seek to address issues that my learned friend Ipon has raised. Now, if you take our Constitution, I want to take us back to the Constitution. You take Article 16 of our Constitution. It prescribes forced labor. Of course, it has given 4 exceptions. And one of the exceptions is where a court of popular legislation has ordered that the person should undergo forced labor. But we also know that by Article 1911 of our Constitution, there are 2 things there. Before a person can be convicted, that offense must be defined in a written law, and the punishment must also be prescribed in a written text or in a written law. So even if you take Article 16, without having a law giving a judge the power to order that a person should serve, or in quote, to have a forced labor, that would be unconstitutional.
Right.
It's against that, as a state, you saw that fine, there's a need to have a community sentencing bill or community service bill where people who have been convicted by the court could be given the opportunity, as Edmond stated, to reform. That's always been the thinking that if you slap me, I must slap you back. If you stab me, I must stab you back.
An eye for an eye.
Exactly. But we have moved on. Now we look at systems where people can be rehabilitated. That for the accused person. We also look at a system where the victim can also, in a way, be compensated. If you marry the two, there's a possibility of having a point where an accused person may not go to prison, but may serve the community in a very positive way. Now, the proposal being put up now is that instead of allowing people to go and, as it were, rot in jail, it would be better to put them to productive use, in quotes, another way.
Right.
Because currently, people are sometimes sentenced to serve in hard labor, IHL. That's a different one. While you are in custody, the court also has ordered that, because the law has given that kind of punishment, go and work for the state. But this one is looking at a situation where, for the period that you are supposed to have been in custody, you are now being asked to go the other way around to work in the community. I've always given this example that as lawyers, maybe Samson, you be driving in Accra, every day you jam traffic. You have the money to pay when you are fined in court. But to ensure that people like us do not jump traffic, at times when we are arrested, we are taken to court, the court should give the option of paying a fine. The court should even take us maybe to go to prison. But there must be a community order, service order, where you go to Makola, the gutters there, you wear your uniform in broad daylight, you help in distilling the gutters. then they see something in that gear, they still think that's enough punishment for you. So it's an attempt to also water down the effect of people who may want to just act with impunity, but they have the money to pay. Then if you come to our developmental agenda, Ghana is it's a developing state. We need a whole lot of things that we need to do as a state. We pay for people to do a whole lot of things for us. We can also use the energies of people who have decided to commit crimes to address some of these critical issues. That's one of the reasons why this bill
and they will be happy to do that rather than, as you say, rot or languish in jail. We will normally say you rot in jail.
Exactly. Because as you gave that example, you can even work in the community. At the end of your service, you maybe acquire some skills.
That's right.
And depending on the way you even work in the community, someone can engage you through meaningful employment. So at the end of the day, you are being punished, but you're also being reformed. And the thinking now is also that it's not every offense that you may be given that option to serve the community. The proposal is to look at offenses that do not attract more than 3 years imprisonment or a fine or both.
That's misdemeanors.
More than 3 years. Exactly. So if there's an offense that says that you are to go to jail for 3 years and you are convicted, the judge will have the discretion to say, instead of you going to jail, and on the lighter side, go to jail for the state to feed you with that 3 or less Ghana cedis a day. Let's save that money. Let's use you to do something in the community at no cost. So at the end of the day, the state also benefit from your crime in court. You've committed a crime, but the state is also benefiting from you're doing some kind of forced labor.
All right. So we're going to come back to you to sort of give us an idea of the plan, as in what we here at the law say, Ghana's plan. We've been having this discussion for a period, and it is for good reason that we didn't even give our audiences any alert that there was anything like that in the pipeline. So I'm sure that the majority of you who called and said, we need community sentencing, we need community sentencing, the good news you are hearing from the Deputy Attorney General, Alfred Yeboah, is that we have a bill, that's a policy, and we are looking forward to do this. Presently, a judge cannot do it because the law doesn't allow a judge to do so. The law simply says either you go to jail, or a fine is given to you to pay, or a fine plus jail, or you are giving a fine, and if you default in paying the fine, then you will go to jail. Very rare occasions where you will take a caution to be of good behavior and sign a bond, and it ends there. Very rare occasions. So before we get to him to give us an idea of what the plan looks like and what Ghana is going to have, which most of you embrace, Edmond, what will you say is the ideal for such, a policy or a law? The ordinary people, sometimes we may underrate them, but they have been listening and they have been paying attention. They have heard that there is something called plea bargain that the rich are enjoying. In recent times, in the issues of the bank collapse and other things, they have heard people say, well, they are just going to pay back what they are required to, pay, and then they will not be put in jail. Community sentencing is that kind of option for a poor person who doesn't have the money to pay back, correct?
Right. Thank you, Samson. Not only the poor, definitely benefits the poor, but also sometimes, like my good friend Alfred described, certain persons who may even want to treat the law with impunity. So in the most ideal situation, yes, community service orders, and by community service, We are talking about any system of orders made by the court in which a person will be required to perform some service to his or her community. So ideally, first, we want to keep non-serious offenders out of prison. This system has come in many countries, and even on our continent, Africa. You can think of Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa. There are countries off the top of my head I've been familiar with their community sentencing systems. So in there, you want to deal with the problem of so many people being in prison, because that also has a negative impact on the society. Alfred talked about feeding people. So you want to keep the non-serious offenders out. Then again, you want to ensure accountability. So the offender has to do work that benefits the community. Yes, you get a lawyer, go out there, they would learn a lesson. You get a medical doctor, or, we live in a Ghana where we respect certain professions, bankers and all the like. That person will do work for the benefit of the society, but in the process also holding him or herself accountable so they don't repeat that conduct again. Then also, ideally, we want to rehabilitate the person and ensure they maintain ties with the community and also the victim. Community service also has a way of bringing together and reconciling the victim of the crime and the perpetrator of the crime. That is why, in the best case scenario, we reserve it for such minor offenses. But one element I want to add, and I'm sure when we go into the plan, community service is not only available to people at the trial and post-trial stage, which is where they have been convicted. If you look at the writings of leading African scholars, in criminal justice, like Professor Anne Skelton, she talks about the fact that it is possible to have community service even at the pre-trial stage. And this will be important for Ghana because our population in custody is not only the prisons, but also police cells and other, yes. So in some countries, it is possible to put somebody on a pre-trial community service order so that instead of putting them in the police cell, they are under supervision and be doing something or under the care of a probation officer or a police officer. So as a concept, it is not only limited to conviction stage where a judge has found you guilty, but sometimes in the exigencies of the moment, even at pre-trial stage.
Okay. Gentlemen, please hold on for me and let's watch this. We'll be right back. This is the law. It is your legal light. It is your health law.
Why dear? Why dear? Come, brah. No, let's arrest them.
Pick to the car. Sanitation officials ordering the arrest of an onion seller. Her offense was doing business on the shoulders of the road.
Send it to the car yourself. Hurry up, otherwise we will arrest you.
Others were also picked up for failing to properly dispose of their waste. They had gathered rubbish right at the edge of the open drain. Their wares were confiscated.
You see, we have a central container at the market. So all that you do is that your trade refuse, you take it to the central container.
The sanitation team lead for the exercise, Gordon Korea, told JoyNews the arrest was preceded by several cautions.
Yeah, we did announcement on several occasions. We did announcement, we sensitized them. They know. But sometimes when you want to use woman face, they don't respect that. You understand? But they'll leave it here in the night before you realize they pour everything into the drainage. So we are going to look for, the owners have run away. We are going to look for Abuboya to pack all of them into the Abuboya. The owners will come. Then we'll prosecute them. Don't come to the roadside. Today is your last time.
The AMA hopes that those that have been arrested and their subsequent punishment will serve as deterrent to those who have the intention of coming to join them on the shoulders of the road. This is the Joy Clean Ghana campaign. My name is Michael Ashali from the Agbobulushi Market.
So mistakenly, I'm saying more than that. That will be 30,000.
30,000. Yes. I'm a crash me.
Your friend now won't find or the police station first. Say betting. Judge me catch me say. Sentencing me for 2.5 years. At 2.5 years, no so me go back. Never be to ask.
Right, so let's begin with the Honorable Deputy Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Alfred Choyebua. So are these some of the situations that we say that we are looking forward to fashioning out community services or sentencing rather than put people into jail for?
Yes, I just watched the clip and especially a young lady. The judge said he was helpless. He had no option than to send him, either fine him or imprison him. Now, we've looked at all these instances, and the big plan is to ensure that we address these issues once and for all. For that matter, we've now decided, we've proposed actually, to have a structure that will be responsible for community service. Because it's going to be run across the country, throughout the country. So you need to have the structure from national level, the regional level, and the district levels. Now, it is not automatic that even if the offense that is committed has a maximum sentence of 3 years, a judge will give you community sentence or will ask you to do community service. Depending on the nature of the case, depending on the social inquiry reports, because social welfare is also involved, then the judge can decide that, yes, looking at what this accused person has done, it will be in his interest and that of the state for him to do community service. Now, if you take our criminal jurisprudence, the spectrum, it starts from the arresting officer up to the prisons officer. So to ensure that this plan works, there's this proposal to have all those involved in the chain to be part of the community service center, national, regional, and then district level. And there's a plan to also have social welfare people, because social welfare is responsible for investigating the backgrounds. It might well be that the convict, if the person is convicted, has some background that if we were able to go into, there will be no need to send such a person to prison. As a practicing lawyer, before I joined this office, I had instance where some of my clients were convicted, and I had to dip my hands into my pocket to pay the fines. Because having realized that we were going to spend their youthful age in custody, I have to pay money to get them off. But if we had that alternative of having them go into the community to do some work, at least. So that's the plan. And I also want listeners and viewers to have this one in mind, that who are convicted by the court per the proposal that we have now, you will not have the option to say, my Lord, I don't do community service.
Oh.
I know in some jurisdictions, they may want to ask whether you agree to do it. But per the proposal now, that discretion is left to the judge to decide based on the social inquiry report and based on the circumstances surrounding the case. You may even opt for it, but the judge will tell you, no, I'm not going to give it to you because you don't deserve it. Especially you have people who have been convicted multiple times. They go, they come, they go, they come. So if you get to a point where the court may be fed up with such individuals, so you've given that kind of discretion to the judge to decide whether a person should serve community service. Now, a question may come up. Can accused person, can the convict appeal against a community sentence? If he's been sentenced to say, to go and then clear the field in town A, can you say, my lord, I'm going to appeal? Yes, because every order of a judge is appealable. And so if a judge decides to impose community service on an accused person, the accused person thinks that he may not want to serve that sentence, he has the right to appeal. Another question may come up. How are they going to be supervised? That's what I'm saying. This plan is a big plan. We're going to have community service officers and supervisors. So in every district, you have community service officers and community supervisors. So the service officers and supervisors are responsible for the supervision of the convicts. And for that matter, they are supposed to even write reports on the convicts. And what happens if the supervisor also decides to use the convict for his own private gain? They've created an offense there. Like, for example, a convict is supposed to sweep the bucket 4 hours a day, and you decide that the convict should be 2 hours. Definitely, you are helping the convict to escape the punishment is supposed to be 7. Or using 2 hours, then you take it to another place to do 2 hours where you take money, you may give some to the convict and you keep the rest. But that one created an offense there. So it's part of the plan.
Or there's a state farm and they are supposed to go and weed the state farm, and you rather take them to go and weed your own farm or to weed some farm so that you get money.
Exactly. So the system is being made in such a way that people who be working there must also be very careful, because you also be monitored. And what about if the person also breaches the community, the order given by the court? He's told that go to the state farm to work. He tells the supervising officer, I'm not going. What happens? The supervising officer will report to the court, and the court will summon the convict to come to court. If he doesn't come, there is a proposal for a warrant to issue for the arrest of that convict. And when he appears before the judge has various options. You know, natural justice dictates that we must listen to such a person. He'll be listening to. And after listening to the convict, the judge has various options. He may either say, go back, I've forgiven you, go back and continue with the work that you were doing. Or I'm going to change the work that you're doing, I'm going to maybe add a bit. Or in the worst case scenario, the judge may say, I'm taking off every time I come to center, but you're not going to prison to serve the remaining term. So that at least to serve as a deterrent to others. So Samson, it is a proposal, about 42, 45-page proposal. And I think when we subject to public interaction and for stakeholder consultations, like I know Edmond has been in this for a very long time. You all look at the document, discuss it, you bring ideas on board, get a very fine law, so that moving forward, some of us who think that we can always pay from our pocket, maybe in for something different, because we will not allowed to pay. But you go to state farms.
Let's find out from Edmond, how does such a proposal look for you? The Deputy Attorney General is talking about a national center, community services center. There will be regional centers. There will then be district centers. And these are supposed to also work in a way that police are involved, social welfare are involved to ensure an effective community servicing sentencing situation. So, first of all, looking at it from that perspective, and the fact that a convict doesn't have an option to say, I want to go to jail rather than go and sweep. And again, is it all going to be just doing hard labor or sweeping, cleaning gutters, or it will be like we have in other places where the lady's example I gave, she was sentenced to community service, but it was to go and organize books and things like that in a hospital, because perhaps the person is being discovered that their job is bookkeeping. So you go there and do your profession, except that for that period, you are not going to your work to earn money and so on and so forth. Well, this discussion is facilitated by the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative and is part of the USAID Justice Sector Support Activity. The activity is being implemented by 4 organizations: Legal Resources Center, Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, Africa Office, Crime Check Foundation, and Interregional Bridge Group, with funding support from the USAID. Yes, Edmond, let's hear you.
Right, Samson, thank you very much. And Alfred, you always have my support as a citizen of Ghana and also as a very good friend to make this better. But let me burst your bubble a little. I would have wished that we didn't set up the centers, but rather use this opportunity to strengthen the Ghana Prison Service, and perhaps also think about that conceptual change from Ghana Prison Service to Ghana Correctional Services. Because I know beyond this is just one element of the criminal justice system and the end point, which is the correctional services. So that instead of having the centers, we actually put this within the structures of the correctional services, which is the Ghana prison service as we have it now. And this is coming from some work that I've also been involved in. When we were developing the child and family welfare policy, we observed that we actually have a serious shortage of resources as a country when it comes to the Department of Social Welfare, having enough social workers and probation officers. And this was even in the context of child justice. Because remember that apart from adult offenders, this would also go to the benefit of children. And so we are looking at a whole gamut of the Ghanaian society where you have other players in the justice system. So I looked at it, honestly, it's a good starting point. Where I thought that we could refine it was maybe to rather think of strengthening the Department of Social Welfare and the Ghana Prison Service, use them rather as the channel for implementation than to create the centers, because looking at our current budgetary constraints and all that, it may take time. But I feel that since the Department of Social Welfare and the Ghana Prison Service already, even within, I know for the prison service, has a reformative justice agenda, we could weave this into their, more or less, their strategic thinking to have a system that rather deals with offenders outside the prison system. So at this stage, I would say, yes, it's a good initiative. We have to start from somewhere. So we are not asking for gold or perfection. But at this early stage, I thought it's one of the things that we could think about in terms of the structure.
Yes,
and also,
Edmond, I realize that Alfred Choyebua consistently says proposal and then speaks about the fact that all of you will be brought in to make suggestions. And for example, one of our viewers is asking, is it not possible to use district environmental officers rather than engaging community supervising officers? It will help the environmental officers to get a full day's job and maximize their roles at the district assemblies. So that's suggestions coming up, right?
Yes. Thank you. One small point, because you also asked if community sentencing or service is only about labor. It's not. If you look at the UN minimum rules for non-custodial sentences, you talk of even things like verbal sanctions, reprimand, warning from the court, attendance, referral to an attendance center. So for instance, if somebody has to undergo rehabilitation, you ask them to attend sessions at a reformatory center of sorts. Even restitution to the victim, or what is called a compensation order in some countries. So these are also some of the other forms. And for the listener, therefore, you realize that not all of it will be sanitation related. Yes. So we do have to, and I think that's where the Honorable Deputy Attorney General is saying that, yes, the proposal, I mean, if I would do a devil's advocate on myself, it's multifaceted. So perhaps there might be some wisdom in having a center or a separate structure to address this.
Right. Now, what would you say further, and I'm talking about Alfred, about the fact that this is already embraced by the citizens, at least from our point here. We went on the street and spoke to people, and there was not even one who suggested that they would not embrace such a policy for minor offenses. So you have also seen on social media, people have caught people doing wrong, particularly stealing. There was one, I think it was somewhere in the Takoradi or Koforidua area. There was one also in Accra. They catch the people and they make them work. And then they actually even feed them and ask people not to harm them, not to beat them up and so on. So given that it's already embraced, what are you thinking about from the Attorney General's Department, from government's point of view, as to how soon this will be looked at?
Yes, the proposal is still in the works. Ideas have been put up in that proposal, and it will be thought through, that it will be submitted to cabinet. So before it gets to cabinet, after we've had this proposal, definitely, as I said, we have stakeholder consultations. That's where media will come in, those the legal profession will come in, human rights, all manner of people will then come on board, discuss it. If I don't be able to agree on a common document, then that document will be presented to cabinet for cabinet also to go through. If there is cabinet approval, then our parliament will be involved, and then an act will be enacted by parliament. But from what I've also read from social media and for the past 3 weeks, having watched your program, I realize that people are interested in this plan. So the government will do everything possible to ensure that this plan is rolled out as early as possible, so that you can all have your inputs, so that we can have an act of parliament making people or giving people the option, not from their end, the judge the option to impose non-custodial sentence on Congress. It's a good plan. I think all of us are for it. And especially my friend Edmond, I expect him to give us a lot of materials so that we can infuse them into this new plan and come out with the best for the country.
There are many who have said that countries that do not have this kind of policy are actually very late, and they need this as quickly as possible to avoid having to build more prisons and so on. Is this being done simply because we can't contain, we don't have enough room to contain people in prisons anymore, and also that we can't even afford to take care of the people in prisons?
That is not that's not the key reason for this proposal, even though it may contribute to this proposal. Well, we all know that if you go to prisons, the congestion there is so dehumanizing that you have about 50 people sleeping in a room. I'm talking about sleeping. Are they actually sleeping on the bed or they are lying on the floor? So you look at that. But the honest truth is that we've got to a point since 1960. We had this Criminal Offences and Criminal Procedure Act. We've never taken the trouble to use community sentencing. And for over 50, 60 years, other nations have been practicing this form of sentencing policy. It's therefore time that as a state, we also embraced it, passed it, and used it in our criminal system. So it's not about the congestion alone, it's not about feeding the business, but other considerations. You are even more looking at the accused person.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to JoyNews today. We are coming to you live from our studios in Kokomlemle. We're on DTT because we're free to air on DSTV channel 421 and Go TV channel 144. We are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Coming up this afternoon, government suspends service payment on selected external debts, including Eurobonds. We have details for you. Also this afternoon, stability of the Ghana cedi is not by chance. That's according to President Akufo-Addo, as Bank of Ghana details factors it says are accounting for the speedy appreciation of the local currency. Plus, Boko municipality in the Upper East region turns a ghost town following a shooting incident that has left some people dead and others injured. We have the details this afternoon. Our security is beefed up, plus a hot chase for the assailants behind the heinous crime. And homeless mother of 4 solicits for support to enable her and her children have a memorable Christmas. We bring that special feature of the typical life of the homeless at Christmas as Christmas approaches. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. We have business, sports, world news, and showbiz coming up this hour. We're also live on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter at JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is at Denana Aisha. Instagram at Aisha JoyNews. YouTube at Aisha-TV. Please stay for details. Government has announced the suspension of all debt service payments under certain categories of external debt pending an orderly restructuring of the affected obligations. The suspension will include the payments on Eurobonds, commercial term loans, and on most bilateral debts. The government announced a debt restructuring program as a condition to secure $3 billion from the IMF in the bailout support. My colleague George Riafe of Joy Business has details of the suspension.
It is embarking on what they call the debt exchange program for domestic bondholders. Now, before this announcement, we understand that there had been some engagement behind the scenes, engaging these external bondholders on what government is going to do with respect to their own set of package as to whether there will be a debt exchange program or a debt cancellation and all those things. But before that actually takes place, government is saying that they are freezing the interest payments on all these external bondholders as more of a relief before they come to the actual structure in terms of what is going to happen to them. So this is the first part of a series of actions that will be taken on those external investors or external institutions that are holding government bonds. And this is part of...
But if they're having a freeze,
yeah,
do I take it that they've had an agreement with the people to say that we agree freeze?
There's some informal engagement that has gone on that has led to this announcement. Before this, they had an external international asset management firms that was actually engaging the solicitors of all these institutional bondholders outside the country. So if I should make an intelligent guess or a hazard guess, it appears that has been done before this announcement is coming out. And also this is part of a broader program announcement or program engagement that is supposed to take place that before that staff level agreement. But that didn't come. So it appears that there's work in continuum. And if you look at the IMF program, the critical thing that it's trying to do is to deal with our debt situation.
So if this one goes through and you look at our debt numbers and how much government is servicing on debts alone, that will give government some relief, and they'll be able to use those savings that they are making to carry out other infrastructure projects. And also what this is also going to do, if it works out finally, that they are freezing or also doing a similar debt exchange for these external bond holders. Now, it will again convince other investors who want to engage government when it comes to investing in government securities that government now has the space, and therefore that external inflow that we are looking forward to is going to come.
Professor Williams Pepra is an associate professor of the Andrews University in Michigan. He has been analyzing the impact of the suspension. Listen.
With my understanding, it's becoming very difficult, especially with some of the terms that we have with our external creditors. I'm sure that is why government, in his quest to get a speedy agreement established with IMF, is excluding some of the external debtors. It is very easy for government to renegotiate with the bilateral lenders. When we say bilateral lenders, they are the IMF loan and World Bank loans. They are the ones that we are going to them. We already have some existing loans with them. So we'll be asking them to give us some possibly discount on these loans. At the moment, there's about 30% of our external debt in the hands of the multilateral loans. So if government wants to achieve its debt servicing, I'm sure this option is the shortest route to get agreement. With most of the bilateral and commercial loans, it requires government to go back to Parliament to get the approvals on these contracts. And looking at the current structure of Parliament, the government may delay. So that is why I'm sure government is going out with these extensions. If you listen to the statement very well, the government is not also ruling out future borrowings. What government intends to do when they borrow in the future is to make sure that the interest payment is very small in terms of the percentage charge, if government should go on that route.
Yeah, I'm wondering though, how difficult, easy will it be for these suspensions to be carried out? Just like we've seen with the domestic debt restructuring, we've seen some pushback from stakeholders. Is this an easy thing to do, and what would be the implications for government?
If it will, especially with the our creditors, those domestic debt, sometimes with these pushbacks, because we are Ghanaians and the sentiments, government may appeal to the conscience for people to accept. But when it comes to external debtors, it requires a lot of negotiation. And sometimes it takes a lot of time for them to give in into what government wants to do. That is why government may have classified some debtors in the external debt category, noting that, especially with the Euro bonds, if government wants to get a haircut on them, a lot of negotiations must go on.
Professor William Pepra. Now joining me on the phone for more is Dr. Theo Champon. He's economist and political risk analyst. Doc, grateful for your time. Is the suspension of the external debt long overdue, as some market watchers believe it should have been announced before or concurrently with the domestic debt exchange program? Hello, Dr. Champon. Dr. Theo Champon. Dr. Champon, I'm asking if this suspension is long overdue, because some market watchers have expressed that it should have been announced before or concurrently with the domestic debt exchange program.
Yeah, so I mean, it's been coming. Remember that a couple of months and weeks ago, the president had been, or the Finance Ministry has been talking about a comprehensive debt restructuring that we need to undertake as part of the conditions for accessing the IMF program. What we weren't really sure about was the nature and the form of that restructuring. We've got some details on the domestic one, and finally we're getting some details on the external front. And within that, the details here being that it will cover bits of the country's commercial debt as well as the Eurobonds, especially given that the Eurobonds make up almost 40 or so percent of the total external debt stock. And there are some other instruments in there that would all be part of that restructuring exercise. But this is really just the beginning. I must stress there is a very long and, in my view, complicated road ahead where you need to bring all the creditors under one umbrella and try to get them to accept the terms that is being proposed or even restructure them. And if the experience from Zambia is anything to go by, that can take sometimes upwards of 2 years to get just the restructuring terms and agreed.
Doc, what are the implications of this announcement on the Ghanaian economy in general?
There are multiple ways to look at this. I think the first big one really would be the reaction of the ratings agencies to this. It would be read or interpreted as being tantamount to a default, but we've already been downgraded several times this year, and many of the market players have already kind of priced that in. So I don't think on that front it will make much of a big difference. On the CD and the relative stability that we've seen in the last couple of kind of days, this might end up undoing a few of the gains because then, you're getting, in some sense, negative sentiment or negative news filtering through. So that could have some sort of impact on the relative stability of the CD that we've seen in the last couple of weeks. But, beyond that, really, the big thing is whether or not this can be all agreed to within the few weeks that the finance minister had already announced as wanting to get the IMF deal done by, end of January. And that's where I think it's going to be really highly unlikely, just given the complexities that are involved and the nature of the creditors that you need to bring all under one umbrella to try and get a deal going through.
Doc, I'm grateful for your time this afternoon. He's economist and political risk analyst. Now, President Akufo-Addo says the appreciation of the cedi against all major trading currencies is as a result of deliberate policy interventions introduced by government over the last few months. That measures, he says, includes tightening of cedi liquidity, resulting in the offloading of forex as a store of value by speculators, the improvement of forex flows from remittances and the mining sector, and the reaching of a staff-level agreement with the IMF for the $3 billion package. The president is optimistic the cedi will further appreciate. Listen to the president.
In the weeks ahead, the Bank of Ghana will continue with the purchases of forex from the mining and oil sectors to enhance liquidity supply to the market. Continue with a single unified forex forward auction and some modest targeted bilateral support to critical imports. And the implementation of the gold for oil swap transaction, which will significantly remove forex pressures on the cedi.
Meanwhile, Bank of Ghana has attributed the cedi's recent gain to a new set of measures, monetary measures it has instituted. Charles Mensah is a currency analyst. He joins us via Zoom for more on this. Charles, thanks so much for your time. First, the Bank of Ghana is linking the cedi's appreciation to its decision to restrict foreign exchange, the support to some essential commodities like petroleum products, as well as medical and pharmaceutical products. Now, the president says it's as a result of cedi liquidity measures. What role did all of these play in the cedi regaining its strength?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I think the cedi regaining its strength is largely on the back of non-servicing of the foreign debt, because that's a large component when it comes to our request for forex. And this morning, we all read what the finance minister have issued, where he's asking some of the foreign creditors that we are suspending the servicing of the debt, which is basically another form of haircut that the foreign debt. Fortunately for us, as soon as the credit rating companies start downgrading us, some of the fund managers in the foreign countries basically started making provision in their books for how much debt they granted Ghana. So because of that, the impact in terms of demand in the forex would go down, coupled with the measures that Bank of Ghana is introducing for giving cedis for 20% of the gold output, and they're using same to pay for crude, would in a way also help, and also not providing forex support for a selected product. Those are solid, but it is not as servicing the debt that have been deferred. So I feel strongly that if we're able to continue the deferment of the or suspension of servicing of the debt and the principal repayment, we will be able to go forward a bit. But mind you, if the guys accept that we will come back to them to service them fully, because the local haircut, we are going back at it in 2027, where the principal repayment will happen. So in the same way, if we agree on some things, what then government have to do is not to dissipate the reserves, but is to build it now so that when the repayment date comes, we'll have enough forex to service it. Else, we'll go back to a situation where the exchange rate will just shoot up again. So it's a moment for us to reflect and do some analysis properly. Because if you are not servicing the debt, it's just a deferment, a delay payment. But doesn't mean that the payment won't happen. So if you have a free room, use that money to go into a sinking fund account so that on the D-Day, when the real principal repayment comes into being, we would have enough reserve to put it across.
I want us to look at proactive steps we could take, because there are a lot of people who believe that this is just a makeshift something which will not last. Are there proactive measures we can take to ensure we don't have a recurrence of what we saw in October and November?
Yes, it's to do with, you see, normally your cash flow will determine which is what is coming in and what is going out. If we accelerate the revenue angle of our cash flow, in other words, the forex, the export, and we look at the expenditure angle, which is the servicing of the debt, plus import support for companies. Now, the import support of companies, we've seen some proposals come through. We haven't activated it. We haven't gone live public to see, because it's going to start, I think, maybe next few weeks. But the inflow is what is the critical to us. The inflow I'm referring to, export of cocoa, other services, other value-added services, that will ensure that we are getting some money. The mining companies, their sales are being pushed to put it in a destination account in Ghana. So that in itself is also a good policy that will make sure that our reserves are being built up. Now, the expenditure side is where we are managing it. Managing it means that we've selected some products that we are not going to do research. But if Ghanaians are going to depend on those products, they will find a way out, including the Forex Bureau, to buy dollars to pay for such goods. Because officially, government says, I'm not supporting it. But people need the product. So they will have to find a way to deal with them, to pay for it. So I'm not sure that immediately we can see the impact. But when we go live with it, then we'll see the impact. But I pray that relatively, when you look at our debt composition, because of the depreciation, when you multiply it by cedis, it gives us some room. And in terms of the GDP ratio, you see that some changes will have risen because of that. And this is coming also at the back where we have been suspended from the Eurobond market. And it's a big deal because you are using the Eurobond market to balance things up. IMF coming through to balance this up is also equally good for us. But I think we have to keep an eye on the application of the forex. There has to be a regular meeting by the government through Ministry of Finance with the providers of the forex, i.e. the mining company, the oil company, and any other company that exports. We have to have a regular meeting, not occasional policy, but a regular meeting, weekly or bi-weekly meeting, so that if we are going to have a problem, then we can address it before we are surprised.
I'm grateful for your time, Charles Mensah. He's a currency analyst and he's been explaining what we can do to sustain the appreciation of the city. Let's now hit the lorry terminals for some reactions after government reduced transport fares by over 15%. A number of drivers JoyNews engaged this morning are not too excited about the reduction. They want traders to also reduce the prices of goods and services because they equally patronize their wares.
From Circle to Asamakese, previously it was 30 cities, and now to 26. This morning is 26. It's good though, but they can still do something about it.
It was 16 and it moved to 18. And now when it has been reduced, it is reduced to 16 as a normal than when they increased before. So this is not something we need to be excited about. If it has come to the normal 10 cities, then we know that yes, there's going to be an effect on us. But 2 cities is like the normal thing that has happened.
We are expecting it to go down further because the dollar is coming down and the fuel price is also going down. So we, the workers, can have some relief. The government is not being fair to us. They will increase fuel price for many. They will increase fuel price many times. When we increase once, then they say we should bring it down. Spare parts and everything is still expensive, but they are forcing we, the drivers, to reduce price. They are expecting we, the drivers, to reduce our fares. It is going against us. Fuel prices have been reduced and the transport fares has also been reduced, but our major problem is food prices. We are pleading with the traders to also reduce their prices.
In fact, a man for a bread, I am ceremony. Mama near Mamma from my dready for Mama and near Mamma from Sician, Lolfana, or Matatus, and I driver for, and I now they back where higher pan, sir.
Reduction in fuel price is no problem. For we drivers, our problem is that other commodities are still expensive. We are praying and hoping that government will help reduce the cost of all commodities.
Utopia is 50 pesos. First night 30 pesos, 50 pesos. Until so, Votic, until so. Now driver from Quadro. I'm a scientist in a yateso. Obia Momodin say, honestly, yes. Oh, Obia Momodin say, ni bibi auton or so.
Residents of Kokomlemle, Newtown and Asylum Down are appealing to city authorities to fix all dysfunctional traffic lights within the area. Some traffic lights have been off for as long as 5 months, leaving pedestrians at the mercy of drivers who slug it out with each other as they try to make it so either side of the road. JoyNews' Faustina Safo has more in this report.
It's rush hour and traffic is gradually building up at a cross-printing hub, Newtown. For close to 30 minutes, I've been at Royal Castle Road intersection to observe traffic flow. Loud honks and hurling of insult is the order of the day as motorists slug it out with each other in a desperate attempt to cross the road to either side of the intersection. a problematic scene that a functional traffic light could solve effortlessly. However, out of the 4 traffic lights mounted at Royal Castle Road, only one of them is functional.
As a matter of fact, traffic light is something that we all know how beneficial it is. But unfortunately, when it happens that the light is not working, all the drivers are trying to penetrate whether it is his turn to go or not. And sometimes you see someone is passing or motor is passing. And if it's unfortunately that it hits someone, you cannot watch it because we are all humans. It can be that it's your relative. Even if it's not your relative, he's a human like you. How do you feel? So we plead that if possible, they can come and work on it so that it will work so as the car will go smoothly without having any crash.
Traffic light, the high, if you say, Baku, Baku, Debia, no more to quadra for no more crash, no more. The traffic light in the higher part, and another should not make my high.
The traffic light is a nuisance. One is working while the other is not. Every day, drivers argue over who has the right of way. We urge government to fix this.
Hannah, what dear, but we say way a major road. A year cars, near not way back, no. Ye, we say we are comuna we na a crash.
This is a busy stretch. The drivers are mostly impatient and they collide with motor riders. The other day, a child was knocked down. We urge city authorities to help us fix it.
Here at Sadisco Junction, pedestrians have to literally plead with drivers to cross the busy intersection. They say the traffic light has not been functioning for months.
Traffic light in about 5 months. I say, a accident to a Kukumeme traffic light. A accident to her. The traffic in Apamachawa, and yes, Papa.
For the past 5 months, this traffic light has not been functioning. It causes accidents here at Kukumlemle. So we plead with government to fix it.
I am always here. I have witnessed vehicles collide with motor riders. This stretch is mostly busy and children use this route every day to school. It's dangerous.
The
traffic light has caused the death of many in this area. Sometimes city authorities come to have a look at it, but still, they fail to fix it.
The Boko Township and its environs have turned into a ghost town for the past 2 days following shooting incident that has left some people dead and others injured. It is unclear what has triggered this latest disturbance, but Boko has been in the news for a protracted dispute for the past decade. Some residents say this latest spark of violence has heightened tension in the area. We can now go live to that town and speak with my colleague Eliasa Tanko. He joins us via phone with more. Eliasu, what do we know about the latest as far as this tension in Boko is concerned?
Well, the latest is coming from the power distributor, NEDCO, who is informing its customers in the Upper East and Northeast region who have been sleeping in darkness for the last 24 hours. They are explaining that the power outage is as a result of the incidents in Boko, and they are explaining that the gunmen actually targeted a tower, one of their towers in the town, shooting and damaging a conductor. This has led to the power outage that is currently being experienced in several communities, not only in Ghana, as well as in Bitu, which is in Burkina Faso, as well as Dapango in the Republic of Togo. They are assuring that their technicians are currently at the site working around the clock to ensure that the damage is fixed.
So we also know that there's been some security meetings to get the issue resolved. What have you picked so far?
Yes, we understand there's an ongoing meeting both at the municipal council, the municipal level, as well as the regional level. For now, they have not been any public statement from these two outfits but we do know that there's currently heavy security presence already. We know that the Operation Conquer Men as well as the Operation Calm Lives forces are already in Boko as a result, not as a result of the situation in Burkina Faso and of course the situation in Boko itself. So we understand this. Security and defense forces have taken over the Boko township. They are currently patrolling to ensure they sustain the peace in Boko.
Eliaso Tanko is our correspondent, and he's been speaking about the Boko clashes, and he says there's an easy calm and there's security presence in that town. Now, a middle-aged mason, only known as Kojo, is battling for his life after he was electrocuted by power lines close to the house he worked on. The house is a two-story edifice built dangerously close to a high-tension power line. According to the family of the victim, Kojo was plastering the outer walls of a house in Berekuso when the incident happened. There's more in this report, but viewers must be warned the pictures may be disturbing.
Kojo was said to have completed his work and was about descending from the platform when the metallic shovel he was working with mistakenly touched the live cables. He is in critical condition and is receiving treatment at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. According to a relative, the owner of the house initially refused to take full responsibility of the accident until the intervention of the Ghana Police Service. He says the family is also considering lodging a formal complaint against the house owner.
He is a mason. He said he was going to work for Nana One. In fact, his injury is not small. He was rushed to the hospital and we followed suit. It is a plastering work, and he was plastering the roofed part of the building, right close to the high tension. The task he was given was a risky one. There is no interval between the building and the cable. That resulted in the shovel touching the cable, causing it to catch fire.
Because between a dining high station, and I think I don't like to knock off. I think I like to know. Yeah, until
Nana One did not want to own up until the police was notified. We as a family did not report the issue to the police though.
Meanwhile, the Equiapim South Municipal Assembly has issued a 2-week ultimatum to the owner of the house plus 5 other house owners to vacate the area. According to the Municipal Assembly, the buildings were put up without permit. Here is engineer with the Assembly, Frank Intiamwa.
In fact, we had a call from the community that someone is building under the high tension. That was about 2 years ago. We went there, we stopped the mine. We even asked, in the first place, he doesn't even have a permit, so we stopped him, not knowing until when we had a call that he was continuing the list and one person has been injured. So we have even wrote to him to demolish the structure. So we have even given him 2 weeks to do that. If he says, then the assembly will take action. We had a call.
Okay.
Or we had a complaint from one of the chiefs. We went there. In fact, not myself, NADMO, town planning, and my department. We went there, so we stopped him, but he didn't. Until Wednesday, we had a call. I think he came to the office, but he doesn't even have a person. We are going to demolish the structure. Okay. And it's not only that structure.
Okay.
We have about 5 or 6 structures on the high tension. It's not only that structure.
That, let's talk about Christmas. You may have big plans for Christmas, but have you thought about the homeless who are struggling to get even a meal a day? We'll bring you a story of Isi Aqua, a homeless mother of 5 who is calling on benevolent people not to allow her children starve this Christmas. There's more in this report.
Christmas is in the air. Many are planning to have a wonderful time, but there are also many slamming it hard on the streets of Accra. Among the many homeless people, the story of AC sticks out like a sore thumb. Economic pressures forced her to flee her hometown of Cape Coast to Accra for a supposed greener pasture. She found a job and later love and settled down. AC seemed to have everything figured out until her husband died in 2015. Everything she had built began to crumble. Left with 5 children to cater for, she struggled to even put food on the table.
Obia so ni score henu tieja me na me na kakanka ne busu afun so mu ni bi oka obia so ni bi na me de mo bankrai na ya bada abonti.
Unable to pay her rent, she started living on the streets of Accra.
De ma ya bada hende me kunu ewu ni sky de ha dan na yesa de ya mada ha mba 7 years.
Her family is always on the move. They carry all their belongings to where they find to lay their heads. The belongings she struggled to gather over the years for herself and her children are constantly at the mercy of the weather.
Yeah, I can't go cry. You see, and yes, and kakra, and more squatter. Squatter and cried in Sudecoy and say, Jay, Quafana, you see, and almost I shall school. Yan and Sudeco, yan and Sudeco. Yan to Monsieur and Cassa, Kobe, any baby, I could be. Hey, Nayada.
She's saddened by the constant illness of her children as a result of their living condition.
Don't worry, I'm away. You see, I'm a pimples on Qua Marius. Is that penny caca no my and you bring away in a back on the soil, back on the so or by a cow on the soil.
Her son Godfred, a 15-year-old and a student, has to take up menial jobs after school to support the family.
After school, I went to sell for somebody. If it closed, sometimes he will give me 5 CD or 8 CD, and I'll come and give it to my mother.
He also shared his difficulties with studying on the streets after school.
If I come back from school, I'll take my book and learn. I'll learn here at the light, where the light is. If I'm learning, if the rain is coming, I have to stand up and go to market. And I'll go and sit, and I'll find some place to sit and learn.
AC is begging Ghanaians to help her family have a decent Christmas and also help put a roof over her children's head. Esther Nkume's report read to you.
Quite pathetic. No contribution is little. Let's take a break on Joy News today. When we return, there's business.
New honey cough, ever cough, syrup, class away, class away. Otoko, oye winti aketo, akuko besa, Namibia, minyara womo. Honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. New honey cough, ever cough, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough, class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved. Charlie, dreams come true. Just a while back, movement was not easy at all. But today, I did drive my own car. All thanks to the amazing EcoBank Auto Finance Package. See, I heard the ad on the radio and did exactly as it said. I found one of EcoBank's car partners and spotted the sweet ride. When they discovered I was buying with EcoBank Auto Finance Package, I automatically got an extra discount. Now, EcoBank offered me the coolest interest rates ever for my car. And that was it. Right now, I dey pay small and enjoying a happy life.
So don't just dream about that car. Call toll-free 0800 003 225 or walk into any EcoBank branch and ask about the EcoBank Auto Finance Package. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Banana, strawberry, chocomalt, coconut. What's the fifth one?
Banana.
Banana?
Okay, Dad. Including mocha, Cowbell has 5 flavors. Banana, strawberry, chocomalt, and coconut. What is the fifth one?
Strawberry.
No.
Are you feeling hot?
Honey, including mocha. Cowbell has 5 flavors: strawberry, banana, chocomalt, coconut. What's the fifth one?
Chocomalt?
Hey!
Coconut!
Hey!
Nutritious and refreshing, Cowbell has a flavor for everyone.
They think I don't know.
Cowbell, our milk. This advert is FDA.
It's time to do business. I am Beverly Broom. The Ghana Chamber of Commerce says offshore investors from Canada will in 2023 invest in various productive sectors of the Ghanaian economy. According to Executive Secretary of the Chamber, Edwina Atasonu, automobile, agriculture and the mining sectors will be the main focus. She spoke to Joy Business at the Chamber's end-of-year awards.
The Chamber says it will embark on in-house business networking initiative to promote internal business-to-business growth among members. Executive Secretary of the Chamber, Edwina Atasono, said she's optimistic the partnership will further boost trade between the two countries, adding that some investors have already shown interest in patronizing Ghanaian businesses.
With regards to trade, so this year alone we have had 4 great trade missions. One on mining, one was a summit, a diaspora summit in collaboration with JIPC. One is the building show I've just spoken about. The other one is on oil, is on oil and gas. And the essence of the trade missions is 2 main things: to get to meet partners and investors to come into Ghana. And the second thing is to migrate best practices and technology. And we have been able to do so for most of our companies this year. If you paid attention, some of the members spoke some of the success stories, and these are success stories that have taken place only this year. In August, we organized an annual event we call CEOs Connect, where we brought great minds in one room, both from the public sector, government, international, and private sector.
She also used the opportunity to further urge members of the Chamber to use Ghana as a starting point to penetrate the African market, taking full advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
The Association of Rural Banks, ARB Ghana, has appealed to government to help retrieve funds of members locked up during the financial sector cleanup. According to the Managing Director of ARB Apex Bank PLC, Alex Kwesi, the debt exchange program may affect rural banks if funds are not retrieved. Speaking to Joy Business, he said funds in excess of 450,000 million Ghana cedi will unleash the full potential of the rural banking sector to support the nation's economic growth.
Mr. Watt said all engagement they've had with the relevant stakeholders to retrieve the locked up funds have not yielded any positive result. According to him, the situation will be dire with the debt exchange program.
Not yet. We've not gotten feedback.
It becomes much more critical now because the fact is that these monies have not been received. Now we are also going to enter into a debt exchange program by which investments of rural and community banks into government bonds, they are not going to receive any interest payments. They're coming up 2023. And so it's a matter of concern. These monies are quite significant. And we expect that, well, we all don't know, maybe as part of the reforms that are coming associated with the whole economic package, we expect that maybe certain key decisions may be taken along that matter. But the fact is that the locked-up funds, together with the bonds involved in the debt exchange program, these are major hits to the industry that we think that government should take particular attention.
Speaking on the bank's target for 2023, he maintained that the bank will focus more on digitization. He also explained that agency banking and small and medium enterprises would benefit from the bank's initiative next year.
That's all for business. We have more business on myjoyonline.com. My name is Beverly Broom. Next is sports.
Make your mark. Pop, 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 pop. Express yourself. Charlie, rise and grind. Express yourself. Charlie, rise and grind. If you make slow, try this, my guy. Take one, take two. Drink them every day. Storm Energy. Storm Energy. Make your mark.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine.
Rise and grind. If you make slow, try this.
Hello, Kitty Bobs and Kitty Bobs, the yummies and the yummies, and the bitty bobs and the bitty bobs. This Christmas presents the greatest fun for all the bubbly kids in town. Yes, as your super station, Love 99.5 FM and Inshra 104.5 FM storms the beautiful Rattray Park for the Christmas Kids Party. It's a party and fun time for all the kids as we enjoy and make merry this Christmas. So parents, come with all the kids and let's have fun. Santa Claus alongside Mickey Mouse will be there with lots of gifts. Remember, there will be bouncy castles, electric train, trampoline, horse race, a stationary aeroplane, TV games, and many more to play with. And the rate is a cool 10 Ghana cedis per child. And the date is Saturday 24th and Sunday 25th December 2022, 9 a.m. sharp.
For inquiries, call 0245 594425.
Xmas Kids Party! Bonya Baya Dada!
Let's do sports now on JoyNews today with me and with Tao Nabila Abdullahi. On Sunday, Lionel Messi finally achieved his World Cup dream as Argentina won their third crown on penalties in one of the greatest finals in the tournament's history. Argentina won the shootout 4-2 after a spectacular game which devolved into a much-anticipated confrontation between the 35-year-old maestro Messi and his France opposite Kylian Mbappe. My colleagues, George Adejina and Gary Al-Smith were in the stadium for the final, and they come through with this report.
So
is here at the Lusail Stadium, with Argentina winning their third trophy after defeating France on penalties 4-2. It is a fantastic win, which helps a lot of the Argentines and Messi fans to end debates and start another. It was really about Diego Maradona for the Argentines, and they were hoping that Lionel Messi will step up to the plate somehow. In 2021, he won the Copa America, and tonight he has managed to win the World Cup trophy, and in fantastic style. Gary, how dramatic was this?
Today, they say Leo has completed football, and who are we to debate? However, he was this close, Kylian Mbappe close to not doing it. The baton has well and truly been handed over, whether by force, whether by design, but Kylian Mbappe has become the second player to score a hat-trick in the World Cup final. He's an incredible player at 22, a force of nature. He is like when an immovable object meets somebody like Leo Messi. But today is Messi's day. Kylian will have more time to do it. The crowd is partisan, almost 90% Argentine. They are going back to South America with the trophy, the first time in Argentina since 1986.
And it's crazy.
Celebrations are wild, and they will continue long into the week.
And long into the week in France, the French national team is expected to meet supporters when the team arrives at 2 p.m. France time. Let's come home and talk about the Black Galaxies. Their head coach, Anor Walker, says he's got an improved team for the African Nations Championship that starts on January 13. The team has been preparing for the tournament in Pram, playing a series of friendly matches, and Walker has seen enough to be convinced that his boys are close to being ready for the competition. Ghana will open its campaign against Morocco when the tournament starts on January 13. This is our wrap-up sports here on JoyNews today with me, Muftau Nabila Abla. You can head on to myjoyonline.com and read some more sports stories. Up next is World News.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Showbiz here on JoyNews. Now, on the 18th of December 2022, the National Theatre was filled with Ghanaians eager to witness the amazing come-out version of the birth of Christ dubbed Yesu Mpedidi. Here are highlights.
And as waters to cover the sea. This is the end of the fourth reading. Thanks be to God.
Eduasa obofo no se no se nsuro Maria na wagye nyankopon wanya nyankopon ho adom.
Yes, we may not never miss the wrong son. I for him, yes, that's right. Yes,
Well, also Songbird Jackie held her annual party live at the La Palm Royal Beach Hotel at the weekend. The event was attended by fans, family and friends. The highlight, however, is a surprise by Samini, R2B's Sister Fia and more.
I mean, we have listened to the legendary Lumba brothers to when they went apart, and then we heard Lumba, we heard Daddy Lumba, and then we heard Nana Champong. We've heard his songs, and then I got the privilege to be featured on one of his songs way back in past, and then years down the line to see his daughter come on stage like this, like how if you put it in the sports settings, you have Abedipele's sons playing world stage football. This is world stage music, and his daughter is doing that, and I'm still here on stage doing it with her. It's like, you know, because when I did it with her dad, I mean, I was young, and I felt like working with a legend is like something that every working artist dreams of, you know. So to be on stage with her right now, I can imagine how she feels being on stage with me, you know, and it's all sweet.
I'm having a good time, and this has to be one of the best birthday presents I've ever had from my fans, because today I got to celebrate my birthday with them, and they turned out for me so massively.
You got the likes of Samini. He actually told a story on stage about you being a little girl and he working with your dad. Do you remember any of those?
Yeah, actually, no, I was so little. I was so little. So this is a good thing, you know. This is really good.
Well, on that note, we end Showbiz here on JoyNews today. There's more Showbiz news in our subsequent bulletins.
Thank you so much, Becky, for bringing us Showbiz. Now to check out how it's making headlines elsewhere. The Thai Navy says 31 sailors are missing after a warship carrying over 100 crew. That's how we wrap up the world news, and that's how we wrap up the bulletin this afternoon. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Enjoy the rest of our program.
Hello everyone, this afternoon on the marketplace, government announced the suspension of all debt service payments under certain categories of external debt pending an orderly restructuring of affected obligations. We hear from an analyst warning the erosion of recent gains by the city if the government does not tread cautiously on negotiations of new terms with creditors of external debt.
We are running against time. If we don't take the gains that we have received on the strengthening of the city will be eroded, especially with this particular news.
Also coming up, interest rates continue to fall on the treasury market for the second week running as investors intensify their attention to short-term securities following the debt exchange program. And over $93 million of tax revenue retrieved from multinationals and indigenous firms evading taxes through the Informants Reward Scheme. We'll hear from the Ghana Revenue Authority. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Details coming up. Well, first up, the government has announced suspension of all debt service payments under certain categories of external debt pending an orderly restructuring of the affected obligations. The suspension will include the payments on Eurobonds, commercial term loans, and on most bilateral debt. Here's a Finance Ministry statement I want to show you on the screen right now. It reads, this suspension will include the payments on our Eurobonds, our commercial term loans, and on most of our bilateral debt. This suspension will not include the payments of our multilateral debt, new debts, whether multilateral or otherwise, contracted after the 19th of December 2022, or debts related to certain short-term trade facilities. We are also evaluating certain specific debts related to projects with the highest socioeconomic impact for Ghana, which may have to be excluded. This suspension, the statement says, is an interim emergency measure pending future agreements with all relevant creditors. The government stands ready to engage in discussions with all its external creditors to make Ghana's debt sustainable through a fair, transparent, and comprehensive debt restructuring exercise in line with international best practices. The Ministry of Finance, the statement goes on to say, will hold an investor presentation at a date to be announced at a later stage. All right, so Associate Professor of Finance at the Andrews University, Professor Williams Pepra, is warning of the erosion of recent gains made by the city if the government does not tread cautiously on negotiations of new terms with creditors of external debt. Government today announced the suspension of Eurobonds and other external debt payments as part of its debt restructuring program. But speaking earlier, Professor Williams Pepra said government will have to undertake lots of negotiations with its creditors because of the legal terms covering the agreements of the external debt, particularly the Eurobonds. All right, we are not able to bring you that audio to Professor Williams Pepra there, but we can speak on phone with Dr. Richmond Etuahene to get some reaction to this announcement of a suspension of all debt service payments under the external restructuring that we anticipate by the government as we look forward to an IMF deal. Grateful for your time this afternoon. So is government on the right path on this external debt restructuring move? If you can hear me, Dr. Tiane, I just wanted your thoughts on this new move announced by government on external debt restructuring to suspend all debt service payments on under certain categories in line with the external debt restructuring. Good move?
Hello?
Okay, I presume you didn't hear me. Dr. Richmond Etienne is a financial analyst. He joins us on the external debt restructuring announced by the government today. And I was just picking your reactions to this.
Hello?
Okay, the line is not working, so we'll skip this for now and move on to other stories as we continue to work that for you here on the marketplace. In other news this afternoon, interest rates continue to fall on the treasury market for the second week running as investors intensify their attention to short-term securities following the debt exchange program. This enabled the government to secure about 98% oversubscription of its target for the weekly treasury bill sale. What's the update on this? Joining us is Patrick Agama, who is head of trading at Republic Securities. What can you tell us?
Well, for last week, the government raised a total of 3.6 billion against a target of 1.98 billion. Amounts tendered were approximately about 3.9 billion. So that left that huge subscription rate over there. The 91-day again dropped by 64 basis points to close as 34.93, although bids as high as 36.5 were accepted. The 182-day cleared at 36.03 and also dropping by 49 basis points. And then the 364-day also dropped by 8.3 basis points to clear at 36.1. In general, again, bids were largely dominated by the 91-day, which was 65.2% of the total bids that were accepted against 18.8% for the 182-day and then 16% for the 364-day bill.
All right. And so, I mean, our observation, interest rates are declining. They're good for government as its borrowing costs are expected to decrease. But what would be the implication for the markets if this continues?
Yes, if this continues, it's going to help the market a lot. What we've noticed in the few weeks is that investors have lost confidence in the issuer, which is the government. So if this continues, that is going to build confidence in the issuer and its ability to pay back, because investors stopped being rate sensitive and they were now watching the security of the instrument. Now that the rates are dropping, they will be more confident that the government will be able to pay back in the near future.
All right, let's turn to the stock market because there is anticipated mixed trading this week. What's your preview?
Well, what we are seeing is that we are beginning to see increased activity and bids in stocks like Cowbank, MTN, Benzo Oil Palm, and Total. Although the market largely remains offered with an offered tone, and we have a lot of other stocks showing a heavy sell side. These particular bids that are building up can also actually bring some tractions to the market in this coming week.
All right, Patrick Edemagama, the head of trading Republic Securities. We can go back to the phone line. Hopefully, we'll get a good connection to Dr. Richmond Etienne, who is financial analyst on external debt restructuring. A statement from the finance ministry essentially saying that government had suspended debt service payments on certain categories as it looks forward to an IMF deal. And so I just wanted to know, first of all, if government was on the right path on this external debt restructuring move.
Thank you very much. Jal, it's just a sovereign default what is a sovereign default. And a sovereign default has quite implications for the country, because people have participated in your bonds, and then you are saying you cannot pay. Straight away, the good thing that we saw in the dollar was what we call the preemptive default. That brought the dollar where it is. Once you default, what it means is that it affects your currency seriously. And again, it's going to affect our international trade. What I mean is that today, if you should go to UK and ask for low syndication for cocoa, I'm wondering who will want to participate in it. I wanted to know who would participate in it, because you're now saying that, sorry, you're good for nothing, you're not able to pay. So it's going to be very difficult to do your external trade. And again, the institutions that have credit lines, some institutions have credit lines, in terms of credit lines. Immediately you say it, that they will be cut off. They will be cut off, and if they are cut off, it would affect the external trade. So it's the implication is quite big. But I would have thought that we would have tried to complete the debt exchange, the domestic debt exchange, and before we go and do the pre-default, so that we could negotiate with them very well for the haircut or whatever they were talking about. Now,
well, the government indicates
it's
that
not going to be easy for negotiation. You're going to have it tough.
The government
Because
indicates that
you're going to have it tough. There's no two ways about that. And the literature support that you're not going to have it easy, because you're telling them that I cannot, I don't have. Therefore, wait and let me tell you what you can do. And
so I was just making the point. Can you hear me, Dr. Chani, that the government indicates that it's hard pressed for time. We also have issues with the economy that has to be dealt with urgently, and so it cannot wait for the completion or the implementation of a domestic debt exchange program as you would have anticipated. It has to do something.
Dale, can you speak louder? I can't get you from what
I was just making the point that the government is hard pressed for time, and so you would understand why it wants to carry this through as well. Because you make the point about the fact that you expected that it would have completed with the domestic debt restructuring.
Well, you know, if you're hard pressed for time, you set your time frame, and you should make provision for, especially the domestic. You see, the domestic debt restructuring would have helped in the external restructuring. But now that you're having a problem to do it, people are now beginning to say, oh, there is no confidence. I would have thought that we have a lot of time. We had time from July up to today. The engagement, as I've always been saying, there needs to be a good stakeholders engagement to tell people the reason why we are doing it and the benefit for us. Not only the benefit for physical space, what we do to industry, what we do to the private sector. If all these things we knew from July, we could have programmed ourselves very well that we shouldn't have been hard pressed by time. Now we haven't done that. We are getting hard pressed every day. So we are taking some measures that, for me, in your negotiation, is not going to be easy for you at all.
Okay, so next step, I guess, is for government to negotiate with the stakeholders involved. And we understand that some transaction advisors have been hired to help do that. Do you anticipate some pushback, as we have seen with the domestic debt exchange?
Concerning the domestic debt exchange, I believe, and I've always said it, initially I said that, we should have a serious engagement, stakeholders engagement, before even we talk about signing the SLA. It would have been easier if we have completed it earlier and you sign the SLA. You don't sign the SLA before you go into engagement. It's not going to be easy, because if you get the filler, the information reaching some of us, it's not going to be easy, because people are now taking a position, and it's going to make it difficult. But I would have thought initially, before we talk about the SLA, we should have, we should have completed the stakeholders' engagement constructively so that everybody understands where we are going, why we are going, and where we are going. Unfortunately, if you bring it and then you ask people and they do critique and read about it, they realize that, why were we not consulted initially? So they develop a stance. And I'm just praying and hoping that we all come to common sense and then agree so that we don't also have default, the domestic default. Because if we have the domestic default in addition to the external default, it's going to have a serious repercussion on the economy. So it is my prayer that at least with all this that is going on, let Ghanaians hold the alliance and agree. We disagree, but let us begin to accept that. If we don't do it, next 2023, as I've said it before, it's not going to be easy for us. But if we get this thing going, at least with the IMF, and also if we get this going, it will be easier for us to talk to the external debt. And the IMF would see that we are also doing a good job. So for me, although the harm has been done, let us be very frank and discuss it as Ghanaians and take a path. We want a sustainable debt level. Let us agree.
But I don't think I actually got an answer to the question. I was asking about whether or not you think there will be pushback from external, from the investors to this announcement by the Finance Ministry, because earlier we spoke to an analyst who said there were fears that the cedi would lose the gains it's made if we do not negotiate properly with these investors?
Well, any foreign investor or FDI, foreign direct investment, we're more concerned about it. And without the FDI, we also have a problem. So, whatever is going on, we must stick to the way that we want to go. Other than that, we will be in a mess. And I believe that the cedi, as you have said, I've said it earlier, what we have gained, what the gains that people are talking about, this is where we're going to see the real value of the money. Because people who have bought it are going to demand their money. And we don't have the resources to pay them, and it's going to reflect. So in default, what comes in, the first that comes in is the currencies. It affects the currency depreciation and currency what have you. It's a serious issue in addition to the foreign direct investment.
All right, we'll leave it here. Dr. Richmond Ituaine, he is a financial analyst joining us on the external debt restructuring, which seems to have kick-started with the Finance Ministry announcing a suspension on debt service payments on, for instance, the Eurobond. Now, the Ghana Revenue Authority has retrieved in excess of $93 million, an additional 421 million cedis from multinationals and indigenous companies operating in the country through its Informers Reward Scheme. These were hitherto taxes that the state could have lost as a result of firms' unwillingness to pay until the intervention of these informers who used the informant application system to draw the attention of the GRA. Wisdom Hetor is acting head of intelligence at the Ghana Revenue Authority, joins us to discuss this. Grateful you could join us. So tell us for how long this reward scheme has been in place. You're muted. Can you hear me, Wisdom?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So I just wanted to find out how long this reward scheme has been in place.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon to your listeners and viewers. This system has been in place for some time now, but it has recently been reviewed this year in particular to include or to improve upon the system, the payment system, so that it will be more attractive to the informers or the whistleblowers. So it is actually a system in place to reward disclosure of information leading to recovery of tax that would have been lost. So I can say that patronage is been very high now. There are different forms of tax impropriety that taxpayers engage in, including under declaration of tax, under invoicing, carding, smuggling, non-filing, non-registration or failure to register for tax purposes, incineration, that's burning of records, non-issuance of a VAT invoice, among others. So many people are willing to report this impropriety or non-compliance, but the avenue has not been there or the awareness has not been there for people to report. So what we do is we are trying to mainstream to create the awareness for people to report, creating the platform for them to report any form of impropriety relating to tax non-compliance, so that they can report. And a good thing or the sweet thing about it is that they are not only reporting to help mobilize revenue for their country, but there are financial awards also attached.
So we are told that the Ghana Revenue Authority has retrieved in excess of $93 million, an additional 421 million cedis from multinationals and indigenous firms. Over what period is this, and are we to expect some more monies to be retrieved?
Yeah, from this year, that's January to December this year as we speak. But there are others in the pipeline which are yet to be concluded. So I'm hopeful that by end of the year, it will increase from what the figure that you have now, or the figure that we have shared with you.
And I mean, one issue of concern would be how the informants are protected under this scheme.
Yeah, it is very central. Protection or security of the identity of the informant is very central to this particular scheme. In fact, the Whistleblower Act at 7/20/2006 even enjoined us to protect the identity of the informant, failure to which you can attract penal consequences. So we have a comprehensive procedure in place to ensure that the identity of the informant is not compromised, as well as the information that is given us will also not be compromised. So we have a comprehensive system in place so that when you come to report to us, we don't use your name, we give you a code which we operate with throughout the life of our relationship. So you can be assured that they are safe. We don't even meet them in our offices. We meet them at locations that people cannot easily see them. So all we are doing is to protect their identity.
And we
know that.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, we know that when such information or some information are released, their lives could even be in danger. So we are very much aware of that, and we have a good system in place to protect their identity.
What sort of reward is given to an informant who gives the GRA a lead?
Yeah, we have about 4 categories. The first category is when an information provided leads to recovery of tax of less than 2.5 million, then we can give you 25% of the interest or the penalty, which is capped at 25,000 cedis. When the amount exceeds 2.5 million, I mean the amount recovered exceeds 2.5 million, then we'll give you 1% of total recovery. The next category is when the amount exceeds 25 million Ghana cedis, then the board, in consultation with the top management, in consultation with the board, will determine how much to pay the informant. In case there's no penalty, then the Commissioner General will determine between 5,000 and 25,000 to award the informant. In the case of smuggled vehicles, for instance, when it is saloon cars, the award is 500 cedis. When it is SUV, it's 700. When it is buses or vans, it's 1,000 cedis. And when it is a truck, we give you an award of 1,200 Ghana cedis. So these are the categories of awards that we have in place.
So I hear this policy has been reviewed. So what's changed about it?
Yeah, we have reviewed it to bring the process and payment to within 21 days. So on application or completion of the auditing and establishing the liability, then when you apply, then within 21 days, your money or your award is ready.
All right. Thank you, Wisdom Heto there, Head of Intelligence, Acting Head of Intelligence at the Ghana Revenue Authority. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, before we go, the Canada-Ghana Chamber of Commerce says offshore investors from Canada will, in 2023, invest in various productive sectors of the Ghanaian economy. According to Executive Secretary of the Chamber, Edwina Tasonu, automobile, agriculture, and mining sectors will be the main focus. She spoke to Joy Business at the Chamber's end-of-year awards.
The Chamber says it will embark on in-house business networking initiative to promote internal business-to-business growth among members. Executive Secretary of the Chamber, Edwina Atasono, said she's optimistic the partnership will further boost trade between the two countries, adding that some investors have already shown interest in patronizing Ghanaian businesses.
With regards to trade, so this year alone we have had 4 great trade missions. One on mining, one was a summit, a diaspora summit in collaboration with GIPC. One is the boating show I've just spoken about. The other one is on oil, is on oil and gas. And the essence of the trade missions is 2 main things: to get to meet partners and investors to come into Ghana. And the second thing is to migrate best practices and technology. And we have been able to do so for most of our companies this year. If you paid attention, some of the members spoke some of the success stories, and these are success stories that have taken place only this year. In August, we organized an annual event we call CEOs Connect, where we brought great minds, both from the public sector, government, international, and private sector.
She also used the opportunity to further urge members of the chamber to use Ghana as a starting point to penetrate the African market, taking full advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
And that's the marketplace. Thanks for watching. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. There you go. You have more on today's development story on debt restructuring. Government suspends Eurobonds, external debt payments. Details there on myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for watching. We will be back same time tomorrow.
Hello viewers, it's yet another wonderful and exciting week, and here I am once again to bring you an episode of Home Tips with Mira. Like you know, it's all about home tips, DIYs and home remedies. So today on the show we are baking, and what are we baking? We are baking a local dish which is known as spicy plantain cake. In the local parlance we call it ofam, apiti or ngobrodo. A friend of mine from the Central region told me that they call it ngobrodo. So today we are baking spicy plantain cake, and the ingredients are overripe plantain, pepper, roasted corn flour, salt, ginger, negro pepper, which we call hentia, palm oil or the palm fruit itself. So stay with me, and when we come back, I'll take you through the entire process of baking ngobrodo or spicy plantain cake. already washed my plantain, so I'm just going to peel them. Like I said, when plantain is in season, you just have to make good use of them. You don't have to throw away overripe plantain, no. They can be turned into kaklo or ofam, what we are doing right now. It's now time to extract the juice from my palm nuts. Like I said, you have to use warm water. You have to make sure that the liquid is thick, not the usual one that you use for your palm nut soup, because we don't want our mixture to be runny, so the liquid has to be thick. So I'm going to sieve it. With the process, I decided to do the traditional method by pounding. So you can either pound or blend. Well, I pounded, but my mixture wasn't smooth, so I'm just going to put it in a blender and blend it so that I'll get a smooth, runny mixture. Everything is ready, and now I'm going to mix them all together. I fetch in some of the liquid of the palm nut. I'm adding about 4 tablespoonfuls of the roasted corn flour. I'm adding like 2 more so that it is thick. Last ingredient is salt. Just add, mix, and then you taste to see if it is okay. So now it's time for baking. Grease the pan that you are going to use to bake with palm nut oil and put your mixture inside. But before you do that, you would have preheated your oven and you set it inside. And you wait for about 45 minutes to an hour and your ofam will be ready. Alternatively, you can bake using the traditional method. And how do you do that? Okay, so you cut the stalks of plantain leaf and then arrange them at the bottom of your pot. But make sure that the level of the water doesn't cross the stalks of the plantain leaf. And then you get your plantain leaves, make sure that they are well cleaned. So it's usually advisable to use the fresh leaves. When you use the older ones, when you cut, you see that the leaves are splitting. So just use this one. I'm just going to put it there, immerse it. Then you arrange them in a circular way, and then it's time to pour the mixture. You use the leaves to cover it, and then I'll use my earthenware bowl to cover it. In fact, this process is a bit cumbersome, but it surely adds some flavor to your farm. So if you are definitely after the flavor, you have no choice than to use this method. But if you just want to enjoy your farm, just get your ingredients into your blender and then just turn it and then it will blend it for you. Add all that you have to add and just put it in the oven and you are good to go. You wait a while, let's say about 40 minutes, you realize that the heat is only coming from the bottom, so the top of the farm, you just remove your earthenware bowl and put it down and put the fire that you are using to cook, put it on top of the plantain and also set your earthen bowl on it, let it cover. So the lighter charcoal will also cook the top of the farm and let it be on fire for at least like 2 hours, a gentle fire, and it will just bake your farm for you. something that you can enjoy with family and friends. So let's see how the one that I baked in the oven also turned out. Let's taste it. I prefer the one that I baked using the traditional method, the plantain leaf. The flavor from the leaf is fused with the food, and it has blended in so beautifully, and it tastes so lovely. I just love it. You know, you can enjoy your spicy plantain cake with granules. Plantain is in season. Get some and prepare the meal for your family to enjoy this holiday season. It's a Merry Christmas, and I'm wishing you all the best in the coming new year. Thank you so much for sticking and staying on Home Tips with Mira, and don't forget to watch me on this same channel. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Until then, it's bye-bye.
People before power. We're about the people, not the powerful. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Almina Castle was built by the Portuguese in 1482. They came here in 1471 to trade. So the rate at which our locals here were giving the Portuguese gold gave the Portuguese an impression that the land here was full of gold. So they named this place La Mina, or Mina de Ro, which means the mine, gold mine. It has been corrupted by our local people as Almina. Almina is a Portuguese word. Almina Castle is 539 years old. It is the biggest and oldest edifice in sub-Saharan Africa in connection with the slave trade. So they built the castle in 1482 under the command of Don Diego de Azambuja. So in the 16th century, Portuguese converted the trade into slavery. They lived here for 155 years. 1637, they were captured by the Dutch. The Dutch came here, continued with the slave trade, and they were in the house for 235 years.
Aboso Kai has built its reputation and the spare parts straight to the point where parts for almost every car brand, including Toyota, Kia, and Honda to name a few, can be found there. Over the years, Abossey Okai spare part dealers have faced a number of challenges. With the country's current economic conditions, most of these dealers have no choice but to go into another business. So we understand over 50 spare part dealers here at Abossey Okai have had their businesses collapse due to the current economic situation we have in the country. I have here George, who is also a spare part dealer and who also deals in car engines. I just want to understand, Cap, maybe I must say a lot of spare part dealers in Omwejeja Jumano Kwabroche. They are AC and Casamamentiase.
Okay, the woman say, Tisia, Okafa, and Emmanuel Amanonia.
We are all aware that the cedi is depreciating, with the dollar occasionally appreciating. The government has been unable to find solutions to the cedi's rapid depreciation, and we must rely on dollars to import goods.
Abana so working on duty, no working on in dollar and amount. Now, meanwhile, no, what buying now dollar ne corner won't you mention now working in dollar. Send net mimico ye matches. Let me try for say 150 million, which is 15,000. Now, 1 week time.
How will you deal with the fact that the government officials there use the dollar for transactions? In Korea and Japan, it is illegal to conduct transactions in other foreign currencies. But in our part of the world, it is permitted because that is what the government is doing.
Do the financial what buying now work in dollar? Do the financial? You my intensity, and they young chrome. Young Korea is $100 and a car. Who could do solar? Who's the sense getting into one? Oh, music came.
It's been going on for years, and it's the reason why most businesses in town are failing. Most of them are unable to repay their loans and are forced to flee abroad in order to hustle for funds. You purchase a Picanto car for 200 million Ghana cedis, but the import charges exceed the cost of the vehicle.
Most of us know and you're well educated. Me too, I just come off from for liver. So Anthony said no they did for so long, but time when I don't need air Johnny speed, I think you feel at the end more. And it's just a simple meme to me, no, me call out when say a simple say a band was okay. Say I don't know, okay.
We could have a lot of spare parts up to the ceiling, but now look at it. We can't afford it because of the depreciation of the cedi. So the new normal here is for people to leave their shops and travel abroad in search of money to pay off their debts. I'm sure you won't see me on your next visit. The government is a major contributor to the high cost of doing business in this country.
First, no, you have say, we just to head in any pansa you load parking your money when you do so. But this time around, you ain't to me, and I don't know because and you'll be a value.
Most businesses that took out loans for the spare part dealings failed because they couldn't pay the interest due to poor sales.
They go around and I just say, "Oh, baby, no be surprised." And not me that on there, but because we you near man, uncle find near ma short time, but it's say, and dollar no system.
These days, we call our colleagues to bargain over the price of our spare parts.
We saying yeah, turn saying that air down also. What they know at the rest of the overton with the engine way 25,000. So, anymore, I just said, Massa Afro big represent a ton 27, 28. So, because I said, oh, one take it.
This engine is 25,000 cedis, but some of our colleagues sell it for 28,000 cedis. So, if you don't call someone to discuss the price, you may sell it and have to restock at a loss.
And then, Sicano, in because any money in your vacuum. So, did there be just a young grant and their chair between my mini abaco? A court rounds no bisa
So on daily basis, I ask some colleagues to go around and inquire about the price of goods in the area before I proceed. People around will sell engines at any price just to stay in business. Talking about port charges near the Ceciano, everyone, like, to what extent percentage in the increase within how many percentage?
So one in the what I say, dollar no cost ra, and a fancy tamahabo and $1 and a weke. Did the more $1 air corner now and Yaman so fancy car, fancy to take away bongo way. So about January, February, between duty 27,000. Unlike we know.
It is illegal to conduct transactions in other foreign currencies, but in our part of the world, it is permitted because that is what the government is doing. It's been going on for years, and it's the reason why most businesses in town are failing.
So, don't then also and above almost what? And to me, I don't know system hard drink a grano. But Nemana above only who say, I say, if I don't like grab for more, I think Neman also above from Kakra.
Now, you should be to sell loan. Look at loan as last week here. Bank of Ghana increased the policy rate, which means Okoji loans, if banks near there, your interest rate on the loan would also shoot up. Be sure that some of the dealers here go for loans. I don't know, is that affecting you guys in any way?
I with the loan, yeah, because second auto engine be glad. Obi the court as a what the coffer bepona in the room for a part. Once I the abroad say engine and yet some.
Taking out loans for a side business is a bad idea because you will end up losing money. We've had a number of them travel and refuse to return. We had not expected things to turn out this way, but it has, and we have no control over the situation. Have there been any case a BHM go within this shorter period?
Oh, baby, see, and baby, I know near Juma, baby, my contract inside. I just want to preach it. Now the go Sicano, Adiachimiana, a reduce. Go off there, Adetono, and then dollar into was a pressure was on it this year. But sometimes, won't mean what Trump was what Trump broached that. So also pressure over it. Baby,
Mr. John says taking out a loan for a business is a no-go area at this point in time. Taxes on imported goods have been a major source of concern for Kwesi, who works with middlemen to obtain his goods for sale.
Yani bogus for na e adwuma no na say bogus no omo na etu nyama no free omo no omo kofa wo abrochi no omo de aba no ama ko yi airport na omo aye fa na ma wo.
We work with some middlemen, and we've always been told that they go through a lot before they can clear the goods. As a result, they add more profit to what they sell, making things extremely difficult.
Now yeah, we got chance on for 700 million. Oh, into also no 700 million, also no make me find also what 700 million, and your man who you know. Also, I go pay business, oh baby. No, I go in your man, bet, or you bar. Yeah, yes, your tone, one. Yeah, almost on Kuye. And I miss me Koto Boga. If you are there, my fan of 20 million supply. No. If you are not so bad, because of work of fan of 700 million port in it, also the river to I'm a foul.
It is difficult to get drivers and others to purchase our spare parts these days. We would have to explain why things are so difficult, but they are unwilling to buy.
And so first nine said Antissa by about buy and my style, it was Adama, the Bia omo near complain customers no omo timi obi wa ofiri Kumasi boss Kumasi there Kumasi nyama boy fu na dey tin na mo akra ade na port no bem wa na mo nyama boy di so ati ase
maybe also drivers on say omoba. What are some of the complaints?
Oh, drivers they complain omo ya ni say omo say dade ne de ne bo na ade omo complain my say dade ne bo ya so you complain my bogus and say almost omo de man by omo hwe bo no my kakra but omo say omo ya den omo kan wasem say wo port no to obi emu omo say omo say omo de ba say no omo pe no e no beton nti wa obetimi no abere wa be fa untimi be fa so afa na de gu omo no so ati ase
e omo ka reason why omo ma enoma boy taxes na e den
tax no dey 100% and they can open taxes in there and the main problem
Taxes are still destroying the business. We've had promises from previous administrations, and I believe we are sick of them.
But still, I hope the first in first in a change this time around. This time they are new crowd. It's in Ama, Obi Beto, complain or the complain. No. As ana nipano o complaining usu nim obi o ka che na be mas sanyama no ayeden akofom ti ana yesu sa na enu modele sa ti obe kasa be by todo obe to be ya na kasa no na ayeden edoso
me say me tia so say drivers for no mo say enam say spare part wide odo petrol akofom kakra but mo say they are not ready to reduce price money omo ya adwen.
I agree with the drivers not lowering their fares because I know what they go through on a daily basis. I sell spare parts, but I understand their anguish.
Because of that.
These spare part dealers are urging government to develop proposals that will help businesses thrive.
Rent issue is becoming a headache.
4 years Ghana, be kateji, be sabo.
They say your light kura wo to and check. Wo to light 50 Ghana and 1 week in Ponasi.
Everything is getting expensive. Everything, transportation. First this thing we buy 50 pesos, but now it's 80 pesos 1 series.
At first it was 4,000, now it's 4,400. And 200 Ghana has been added to the bill.
The chorus by Ghanaians, the times are hard. JoyNews will bring you the bread and butter, kenke and fish stories from across the country, gauging the average living conditions of Ghanaians in an economy still reeling from the pandemic.
My name is Father Andrew Campbell, parish priest of Christ the King Catholic Church, Cantonment, Accra. Mental illness affects everybody. Men, women, rich and old, Christian and non-Christian. We must all support and care and love one another. I will listen, I will talk, I will care, and I will love. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. God bless you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete. In this episode, we discuss allergies and their triggers. Do you have any allergy and how do you manage it?
It's very hectic when you are dealing with allergies, especially with mine. When I take oily foods, I get acne, pimples, and treating it, I've bought a whole lot of medicine. People have recommended a lot to me.
I thought I had allergy. That's I don't take pig, but I realized it was my own perception. I ate it and nothing happened to me, so I don't think I have any allergy.
So what brings about allergies? Allergies occur when your immune system reacts to a foreign substance and treats it as harmful. It then produces antibodies which release chemicals on exposure to the allergen, causing the symptoms associated with allergies. A bit technical, I know, but it becomes clearer as we go along. Children, asthmatics, and people with a family history of asthma are more at risk of allergies. Some triggers are insect stings and bites, example from a bee or wasp, medications, particularly penicillin or penicillin-based antibiotics, contact from latex or other substances which can cause allergic skin reactions, airborne allergens such as pollen, dust mites, and mold. Certain foods, particularly peanuts, wheat, soy, fish, shellfish, eggs, and milk. Some allergic symptoms are sneezing, runny and stuffy nose, swollen lips and mouth, and sometimes the whole body. Some people also have itch, a rash, and many more. In some, it may be life-threatening and may need immediate medical attention. Prevention of allergies include knowing your triggers and trying to avoid them. If you have asthma or any allergic condition and on regular medication, always carry your medications with you. Remember, allergens vary from person to person, so know your specific triggers to help you in the management. Till the next episode of Health and Vitality, I am Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete, and it's bye for now.
It is the year the football gods finally found favor in Lionel Messi as the Argentine lays his
hand on a World Cup trophy. Earlier in the year, he had already walked away with a Copa America trophy, and he just crowned that moment with the FIFA World Cup trophy. And also, there is an ending party in Buenos Aires after Argentina won the FIFA World Cup in Qatar on Sunday. And in the Ghana Premier League, the competition returns today after the World Cup break. There is a contest between Bibiani Gold Stars and Real Tamale United, as well as Accra Lions, also coming up in their game against Samatex. This and many more here on Sports Today with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullahi. Stay with me. After playing over 170 matches and scoring 98 goals for his country, Lionel Messi finally achieved his World Cup dream as Argentina won their third crown on penalties in one of the greatest finals in the tournament's history. Argentina won the shootout 4-2 after a spectacular game which developed into the much-anticipated confrontation between the 35-year-old maestro and his France opposite, Kylian Mbappe.
Fernandez. Falling through for Di Maria, touched on by Alvarez. Di Maria away from Koundé. He's gone to ground, he's got a penalty. A breath, a heartbeat, and Messi! Messi. Oh, lovely. Delightful. Alvarez, here's McAllister. Di Maria is the spare man, and how Di Maria! Glorious goal! Over the top by Mbappe, chased by Kolo Muani. And Kolo Muani has got into the box, he's got a penalty! He's got a way back for France! Mbappe, compelled, obliged. France just might! Mbappe, Thuram, Mbappe! Oh, wow!
We knew De Paul was in space there, he just couldn't get it to him.
Well, the script was seemingly written, the die was seemingly cast. It was going to be Messi's World Cup final, but Mbappe ripped up that script. Lautaro Martinez, Lionel Messi, Fernandez, Martinez, Messi! To what they have. In by Coman. Out to Mbappe.
Oh, handball.
Shout for handball. He hasn't, has he? He has! Mbappe. Into the galaxy of greats!
Thought about having a shot from a tighter angle and then thought, no, I'll duck in again. What a dribble. What a game.
Thank you. Coman. Great stop! Martinez is punching the air again! Montiel. Argentina, champions of the world! Again! At last!
أسطورة الفيفا سيرجيو باتيستا يروبامبيدو.
Well, it's made up of pure 18-karat gold. It's worth about 20 million US dollars. Has often been described as solid gold. 13 centimeters in diameter, weighs about 6 kilograms. It's being brought in by the FIFA legends. Two trophies have been used. The Jules Rimet Trophy from 1930 to 1970. And the FIFA World Cup Trophy from 1974 to the present day. And you know that...
winner of the FIFA Young Player Award is player number 24, Enzo Fernandez.
So Enzo Fernandez of Argentina then gets to be the FIFA Young Player of the tournament.
Enzo Fernandez من منتخب الأرجنتين.
And he started from a good place then with the Young Player Award. Enzo Fernandez plays for Benfica as a midfielder.
People now give an award to the best goalkeeper of the tournament.
Well, I can tell you this is also coming to us right now. So the best goalkeeper is Martinez.
Is player number 23,
Emiliano. Plays for Aston Villa. Everybody remembers the penalty shootout with Argentina and Netherlands. But then again here as well, he did save the penalty. That the penalties do not count normally in the Golden Boot. But Kylian Mbappe will step up.
The winner of the Adidas Golden Boot is player number 10, Kylian Mbappe from France. الفائز بجائزة الحذاء أديداس الذهبي.
Well then, Kylian Mbappe takes the Golden Boot.
مبابي من منتخب فرنسا.
He scored 8 goals in the FIFA World Cup. At 23 years old, he's also gunning for the youngest player to have done that. We're going into the main awards now.
The winner of the Adidas Golden Ball.
Oh, he goes for the Golden Boot then? Yes. Because of the assist, I would assume, and not just because of the goals then?
Yes. الفائز بجائزة كرة أديداس الذهبية هو اللاعب رقم 10 ليونيل ميسي من منتخب الأرجنتين.
Well, Lionel Messi, certainly the greatest of them all. From just what he has done, the history, having scored in literally every stage of the tournament as well. And the number of goals that he has scored so far as well. And the team PSG being owned by Qatar Sports Investment. Lionel Messi gets a little bit of a robbing in Qatar to say, here is the greatest. Jacob, we're going to get one of that, one of those, Jacob. It looks really nice.
I think it's being made a shake.
Oh, is it?
Yes, that is a big honor.
Oh, it's an honor. Oh, okay. I thought we'd honor ourselves. Get ourselves some of that as well. Mr. Infantino seems to be giving some instruction on what he needs to do. Being asked to move back a bit. Any moment now, the trophy will be lifted here by the captain of the Argentine team. It's been handed from FIFA to the captain of the Argentine side. It's never complete until it's lifted higher. For the third time in history, the champions of the world, after 64 matches, Argentina, they lift the trophy and take it away from the defending champions, France. For 29 days, this is the moment that the whole world was waiting for. And it comes in no greater fashion than the way it has come to Argentina. Through no greater person than the man Lionel Messi, the greatest of all.
It is a party that is not going to end anytime soon, no matter where you find yourself in Argentina, because this will be celebrated until the next edition of the FIFA World Cup comes our way again in 2026. Well, many people have had varied opinions about this year's FIFA World Cup. According to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, this is the best World Cup ever. Well, I've been joined on a video call by Nana Ajiman. Nana, FIFA president says this is the best World Cup ever. Is this the best World Cup ever for you?
In fact, it's the greatest show on earth. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's been fantastic. I mean, the Qatarians have been accused of so many things. Countries have come with, ulterior motives, trying to show up what is happening in Qatar, but it's been complete opposite. The organization is fantastic, the security is fantastic, the matches were brilliant, the final was fantastic. It's most definitely the greatest show on earth. There's no show on earth that is better than the FIFA World Cup.
What stood out for you?
Well, the Moroccans, obviously. The Moroccans stood out for me. There was hope that potentially they could get into the semi-final. Loved the way they played, loved the determination and everything, the guile and everything that they put on display. We've been suitably rewarded, so I've heard, with extra places at the next World Cup. So that is what really stood out for me, Africa's contribution via Morocco, because, it's a warning shot across the bow. Hopefully within my lifetime, I will see an African country annex that cup and take that trophy home to Africa.
Nana, talk to me. In terms of the players that we witnessed at the World Cup, which player was your surprise package?
Well, so many surprises. I mean, the French had quite a few young players in there that I've never heard of before. I've never seen or heard of them. I'm not talking about Mbappe. We've serenaded him enough. But there was a player who came on in the second half who kept Messi quiet for a little while. I don't think it was Thuram. I think it was someone else.
Yeah.
And I think the French have got quite a few players in there, young, African players in there that, to me, they were the
Whether African players or whatever, they are still French. So they will still play for the France national team. Yeah.
They were the revelation, to be honest with you. What they had, and I'm really impressed with Croatia. Runner-up 4 years ago, third this time around. There's clearly things that we can learn from them. There's a lot of things that they are doing right.
Yeah.
The same with the French. There's so much we can learn from them. And of course, the Moroccans too. I mean, a lot we can learn from Morocco. They're on our continent. They're Africans. What is it they're doing right that we're doing wrong? So I think that's it, really. I mean, the Moroccan players, there are one or two standouts there, but I think what the French are doing, because these are kids, all those players who missed the penalty, they're kids. They're kids, and you expect that, from them.
They'll grow, yeah.
Yeah, seriously, you expect that. They're coming into their own now. And I don't think they'll miss penalties again next time round. It's a very good experience for them and a thrill for us to watch.
Nana, I've got 3 more questions I want to ask. Take a look at the entire competition, and aside the Messi and Mbappe conversation, were there certain players that stood out for you?
Well,
I can give you some lists. I can talk about Unahi. I can talk about that Moroccan player. He was he number 8 or so? That midfielder. In my opinion, he was incredible. There was Mohamed Kudus. There was Kamal Dean. Then there were Kovacic and Co. They all had great performances, isn't it?
Yeah, they were standout. Look, in terms of standout players in the table that was created by FIFA, Kudus was about 5th or 6th on that list.
Yeah.
So you know, standout for us, but internationally, you know, when all things said and done, he only lasted for the group stages, so we couldn't really see him develop into the game and blend into the game in further stages. The rest we did have the opportunity to see. I think Kudus has got great potential, but we've got a problem. You know, in our camp, there's always a problem that prevents us from doing the needful. So I don't think it's worth mentioning Kudus that much, to be honest with you, because yeah, he might get a better contract or what have you, but we've not really seen him. We've just seen flashes of his potential.
Yes.
We would have really seen him if he'd have progressed further into the competition, to be honest with you.
So tell me, it's been brilliant month of football. Do you think this would change anything about the Western perception of Qatar? And do you think Qatar has sold themselves in a better light to the world?
I think they have. I think it's 200 billion well spent. They've opened up Qatar to the rest of the world, and the stories that will be going, you know, that people will be returning with are good stories. There's stories that break the stereotype of what the Qataris, you know, or people like the Qatarians to be perceived by. I think they've opened up that place. That Qatar will be, you know, tourists will be coming there like crazy, to be perfectly honest with you. They'll be coming there like crazy. They, you know, there's no threats there, there's peace there. You know, people can go about and do whatever they want to do. They're well organized. The infrastructure is okay. I think they've done themselves the world of good in exposing themselves to the rest of the world that, look, this is what we're all about, and not the stereotype ideas that people want to flout around.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your time. Always interesting speaking to you. Your perspectives are always deep, and we really appreciate your presence with us here. We take a quick break. When we come back, we've got some more sports stories to share with you here on Sports Today.
This is the place where you step up and walk away with big cash. Don't you love that? Who's going to step up? Who's going to walk away with 5,800 Ghana cedis cash and even more? You could also fly to Dubai. Let's step up. You are wearing white shoes.
I'm in the prophetic realm.
If you win the 5,800 Ghana cedis cash, what are you going to do with it?
I'll chop up.
Are you married?
My mother said I'm not grown, so I don't talk about this.
Girlfriend?
Please, I don't understand your question.
5 seconds. 4, 3, and she's chosen. And he's right! On this show, you step up, you play, you keep stepping up, and you keep winning.
Step Up airs Sundays at 7:30 p.m. Step Up is sponsored by Glovo. Order anything, we deliver in minutes. And Adansa Travels, feel life's beauty.
Seiko, get ready for the biggest concert on the music calendar. It's the Night with the Stars 2022. Rattray Park in partnership with your superstation Love 99.5 FM brings you the biggest jam. Boxing Day 26 December 2022 featuring Amachidede, Kofi Kinata, Samini, Jackie. And that's not all. Get ready to meet the powerful high life icons Hakobwa and Kwabena. It's one big stage featuring all these legends. Amachidede, Kofi Kinata, Samini, Jackie, Akwabo, and Kwabena. Boxing Day, 26 December 2022. Evergreen and most spacious rat rate pack. Be there for 100 cities regular and 150 cities VIP. Limited reservations for tables of 5 and 10.
Call 020-601-8820.
Night with the Stars 2022. Come shake the troubles away.
Hello, Kitty Bobs and Kitty Bobs, the yummies and the yummies, and the bitty bobs and the bitty bobs. This Christmas presents the greatest fun for all the bubbly kids in town. Yes, as your superstation, Love 99.5 FM and Inshra 104.5 FM storms the beautiful Rattray Park for the Christmas Kids Party. It's a party and fun time for all the kids as we enjoy and make merry this Christmas. So parents, come with all the kids and let's have fun. Santa Claus alongside Mickey Mouse will be there with lots of gifts. Remember, there will be bouncy castles, electric trains, trampoline, horse race, a stationary aeroplane, TV games, and many more to play with. And the rate is a cool 10 Ghana cedis per child. And the date is Saturday 24th and Sunday 25th December 2022, 9 a.m. sharp.
For inquiries, call 0245 594425.
Xmas Kids Party! Bonya Baya Dada!
Still on World Cup stories, Croatia, they defeated Morocco 2-1 in the third place playoff on Saturday, surpassing the expectations following their run to the final in 2018.
Definitely noise here in the Khalifa Stadium. Dami comes through from Modric. Nicely set up. This could be a chance! And 1-0, expertly taken. No chance for the goalkeeper. And an unlikely goal scorer. Cavallo makes it 1-0 for Croatia. His second career goal in the Croatian colours. Oh, that was expertly taken.
First of all, Modric deceived as if he was the one going to kick, disorganize the defense. And then, of course, this is something that they've rehearsed, done so well. They knew exactly what they were doing. Fantastic goal. A very good set piece. Very good.
The big stage in the third and fourth places playoff match against Croatia. Set piece now with Ziyech. An offensive one for that matter. Whipped in. You've got ball. This could be an equalizer. 1-0 here. And what drama and what comeback for the Moroccan team. Ashraf Dari equalizes in similar style from a set piece. Morocco, who started out everything to say in this match, right back. It has taken them a minute and a half, and they've restored parity here. Oh, it's living up to a third and fourth places playoff.
They've always been good with set pieces. And I think Ziyech is always able to get the ball at the right place, right area, and this time it was a flick by
chance for Croatia. Goalkeepers come out. Chance here, take a shot. Good dummy first time. Oh, they've waited, and this has allowed the Moroccans to regroup and come back and defend. What a let off. What a chance here across field, and it goes in. What a goal! It almost looked like it was going out. And again, Croatia take the lead.
Morocco also came into the game. They regrouped and won the ball, gained possession, but they lost it again. And this is a sort of intelligently taken. Looked at the far side where the goalkeeper has created space, put the ball there. It was a difficult one, but he managed to do it, which it's an excellent goal.
It's like Bono tried, and yet the slight touch to the whistle. Kick out, and finally, it's Croatia who finished third at this year's FIFA World Cup. Deservedly so.
Those moments are moments you witness when you win. And unfortunately, on the other side, when you lose, you go into a mourning mood. Let's do some Ghana Premier League news. And the competition makes a return today after it was halted for the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. We take a look at some of the interesting moments that happened before the season took a break. It is Aqua Lions versus Samatex at the Wafa Stadium, and also Bibiani Gold Stars will come up against Real Tamale United in Bibiani. Those are the matches that were played today as the Ghana Premier League makes a return. This is how we wrap up sports here on Sports Today with me, Muftau Nabila Abla. You can head to my joyonline.com and read some more sports stories, and also follow us on all social media channels as we continue to bring you the best of sporting content. We appreciate your company.
Great of you to join us for the next half hour, in which we'll be looking at some familiar big issues. For example, how we can make progress on protecting nature and ultimately ourselves. Welcome to Eco Africa. My name is Sandra Twinovidio.
Hi Sandra, I'm Chris Alems joining you from Ogun State, Nigeria. It's no secret that many raw materials will be exhausted within decades if we continue extracting them at the current rate. This also applies to sand as a raw material. So, interesting stories that we have for you today. We'll talk about the devastating impact of sand mining on our environment. A company in Kenya making pencils without using wood. And how gorillas in Cameroon can be better protected. Ghana's coastline comprises over 500 kilometers of pristine nature, except some sections are far from unspoiled. As in many other countries illegal along the Gulf of Guinea, sand mining is becoming increasingly widespread due to the growing demand for its use in construction. At the same time, Local residents are clearing woodland areas in order to graze their livestock. Our reporter on the ground investigates the consequences for the environment.
The ocean has swallowed up everything Peter Akoli once owned. When he looks out into the waves, he sees the place he used to call home. It's a kilometer away from where he currently stands. Almost a year after he was displaced, the fisherman is still traumatized.
I lost eight bedroom house with a kitchen, toilet and bath. It's deep inside the sea over here.
Constant tidal waves have wreaked havoc in communities like Fuveme, Peter Akoli's former home, washing away houses, schools, community centers, and displacing hundreds of people. Many families are still homeless. Ghana's coastline spans more than 500 kilometers. A quarter of its population live by the sea. A UNESCO study says almost 40% of Ghana's eastern coastal land was lost to erosion and flooding between 2005 and 2017. And the destruction is fast intensifying, causing concern for coastal experts and environmental activists.
Sea level is rising, and once the sea level is rising, associated issues with sea level rise, coastal erosion, flooding, and then we could also talk about saltwater intrusion. So saltwater intrusion could affect, agriculture within these areas.
Fuveme, Keta, and 15 other communities along the coast of Ghana's Volta region used to be prosperous fishing villages, but sea erosion has put paid to that. In local markets, there is barely any fish for sale. Other food produce is also in short supply, and farmlands are being taken over by seawater. Climate change isn't the only reason for the coastal erosion. Human activities like excessive groundwater extraction for use in farming is on the rise. Sand mining, where locals harvest sand from the shores for building, is also an issue. Some communities have banned the practice, but it is still prevalent. Trees, such as mangroves that play a key role in protecting the coastline and marine wildlife, are being cut down for firewood. Local leaders worry about these activities and want them to stop.
We have a role to play because we are close to where the things are happening, and with that there's nothing can done. Because even if somebody from somewhere have come and started doing something, we have to implement what it's about to. For instance, like as you said, the Sanwini, if the people research and they get to know that the Sanwini is causing the erosion, if we are the leader and the community people, if we don't put this to the action, if we don't stop, it will definitely cause us a problem.
Researchers from the University of Ghana's Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies have been studying the impact of climate change along the coastline for more than 2 years. They take samples of water, fish, and plants for further study. They say that sea erosion isn't just affecting the coast, it's also endangering wildlife species in nearby lagoons and local people's health.
If I take the Keta coastline, for instance, where they are doing sand winning, so what they are doing is allowing the seawater to flow into the land more, and it causes flooding. And from a public health perspective, once the water flows and destroys sanitation facilities, for instance, in households that are very close to the sea, these sanitation facilities contaminate drinking water sources.
In an effort to protect communities against the rising sea levels, the government has built stone seawalls along parts of the shoreline. It says it lacks the funds to protect all of the coast. The likelihood of future surging waters means that Peter Akoli and other coastal residents live in constant fear. He has given up hope of rebuilding for now.
We are still afraid because now where the sea is now, It's just a stone throw from the first time. So we are always afraid. We don't know what to do. But we are praying to God to help us to take us through all this situation.
Peter Akoli and more than 300 displaced families from his village now live in makeshift palm leaf structures. As fishermen, they don't want to move further inland. They can't leave the coast where their livelihoods are. The little they have could end up washed away by the ocean when the floods return.
We've seen what can happen to the ecosystem in Ghana due to our hunger for sand. But what are the alternatives? How can we minimize our consumption of the resource? We're trying to track down some answers.
Sand is everywhere. The tarmac on the road, the concrete in your house, the glass of your windows, and the silicon chip in your phone. We use more sand each year than any other material on the planet, and it's stood the test of time. But given that 1/3 of all the land on Earth is classified as desert, you'd think sand would be easy to get hold of, right? Wrong. Even desert countries in the Middle East import sand from as far away as Australia and Canada. The world's tallest building is an 830-meter skyscraper in Dubai that was built with sand from more than 10,000 kilometers away. That's because of the type of sand that's fueling the world's construction boom. Desert sand is too smooth for most concrete because the grains have been polished by the wind. It's like the difference between running your hand over these round hazelnuts and these rough walnuts. There's not enough friction to make it strong enough to build. Instead, people take easy-to-reach sand from rivers, beaches, and the sea floor, and this can't be replenished on human timescales. So, how short are we?
We know that demand for this resource is going to continue to grow, and it's already causing problems in many places in the world.
This is Louise Gallagher, author of a landmark UN report in 2019 on solving sand shortages. Now, scientists always complain they need more data, but when it comes to sand, they really have no idea.
It is the second most consumed resource after water on the planet, and we don't know where it's coming from and on what the impacts of that are. Like that's the nature of the problem.
But what they do know worries them. Researchers in 2017 modeled that global demand for sand is growing much faster than what's easily available. The world would need to make more sand, find new sources of it, or just use less. Otherwise, it will run out. This is a big problem because sand is a fundamental building block of modern life. Sand used in concrete has been essential to the global construction boom, as people in emerging economies move to cities. And people around the world are building more and more. India has become the second biggest cement producer. Over the last half-century, Singapore has built artificial islands that have increased its landmass by 1/4. And it did this with massive amounts of sand imported from its neighbours. The sand crisis isn't even just a problem of scarcity. The industry is small-scale and badly regulated, and that's hurting people in ecosystems today. Miners take sand from the bottom of rivers and the sea for low pay and without oversight. There are reports of child labour from India to Uganda.
There's no protection, there's no, and the riverbed is getting deeper, so they have to constantly, go deeper. It can impact their eardrums, it can impact, they develop all sorts of health complications. But of course, if it's illegal, there's no support at all, right, for them.
Kiran Pereira is an independent researcher who's written a book on solving the sand crisis. She cites a report from an environmental group last year that counted 193 people who died through illegal sand mining in India in just 2 years.
When we remove sand from such huge, massive quantities, it's bound to have impacts. And these impacts, at the moment, are externalized onto society and onto the environment. They're not reflected in the costs of the sand and gravel at all.
Sand mining adds to climate threats like rising sea levels and drought. It erodes beaches, destroys riverbeds, and makes landslides more likely. An estimated 500,000 people living along the Mekong River will need to be moved from collapsing riverbanks, partly because of sand mining. In India, it's pushed species like the gharial crocodile to the verge of extinction. So how can we solve the global sand crisis? Experts say the first step is cutting the amount of concrete we use. That could mean using more efficient concrete mixers with less cement, or replacing it altogether with alternatives like timber or rammed earth. Building denser cities means less concrete for each person. Then sand needs to be reused. When buildings are demolished, the waste can be crushed and mixed into cement. Rubble can be used to make building foundations and roads. This already happens in some places where new building materials are expensive. Germany, for instance, recycles more than 2/3 of its construction waste. But in countries like India and Bangladesh, it's less than 10%.
By taking that approach, we're taking into account the fact that this material is not available to us in infinite terms forevermore, in all the availability we would want.
The third thing is finding and certifying sustainable sources of sand. Take Greenland. It's increasing the world's supply of sand as its ice sheet melts. That already delivers 8% of the sediments added to the world's oceans each year. It's hard to believe, but global warming is speeding up that process. Experts say that mining Greenland sand could ease the pain of quitting concrete for the rest of the world. But it would have to be done together with local communities and without hurting the pristine Arctic wildlife. And that brings us to the final point. Those solutions just help fix the shortages of sand. But to protect people and nature, governments also need to regulate the industry and enforce rules to stop the illegal sand trade.
We can build without sand. There are plenty of examples where our ability to construct is not dependent on our need for sand. We can decouple these two, and so we can still build and allow for human prosperity without destroying our ecosystem.
And talking about sand mining, it's an issue connected to our next report too. The illegal extraction of this resource is even more worrying when you consider a rise in sea levels and the growing amount of land already being swallowed.
Indeed, and imagine, last year, the global sea level set a new record high, 97 millimeters, above the level in 1993. Now, what does that mean for the ordinary living in affected areas? We took a look in France.
David Lecaudier is a sheep breeder in France. His business is threatened by the rising sea levels.
Over there, we previously had pasture for the sheep, and the plot here was the fallback plot when there were high tides. The sheep were sheltered, but now the river has come closer. It's eaten up the dune, a bit of everything, and now the sea is entering the field. So that's 3 to 4 hectares gone.
About 40% of the world's population lives within 100 kilometers of the coast. That's not just because we love the sea. It's mostly due to the economic benefits offered by the oceans, such as shipping, fisheries, and tourism. As we continue to advance global warming by burning fossil fuels, glaciers are melting faster than ever, and that in turn increases sea levels, posing a direct threat to billions of people living in coastal areas. Global sea levels are rising twice as fast now compared to 30 years ago. The United Nations says by 2100, levels could rise by another meter. Some major cities on the coast are trying to build defenses to protect themselves. But many experts agree that in most cases, that only serves to gain time until relocation becomes inevitable. Moving out of harm's way might pose huge challenges financially, socially, and therefore politically. But nature might not leave us any choice. Professor Stéphane Costa and Sophie Madeleine from Seine-Normandy University have created a virtual reality video showing what would happen if a storm hit the French coast with sea levels 1 meter higher than now.
Take the storm of February 1990, when huge amounts of water burst into the town of Étretat. Water levels in the streets now could reach 80 centimeters to 1 meter and move at a rate of more than 2 meters a second. No one would be able to stand, and even cars would be swept away.
They've shown their video to more than 200 policymakers around the country.
When they see these images, of course they think it's terrible. But that's the aim of the project, to show them what could happen, and above all, to get people to reflect on what coastal life could be like tomorrow, taking into account these future hazards that unfortunately will happen.
qui vont malheureusement arriver.
Studies like these might help policymakers prepare for the future. But for David Lecordier, that future might come sooner than the authorities are ready for.
There's no pasture land anymore that doesn't get flooded regularly. If the sea comes any closer, I don't know what I'll do. It's now only 250 meters from the farm.
In just 5 years, the sea may have engulfed his farm completely, giving him no choice but to leave.
And now we move on to another raw material that is becoming increasingly scarce. Do you know how much wood you'd need to make the billions of pencils produced in Germany every single year? Well, based on one appropriate tree being turned into around 10,000 pencils, that translates into 30,000 trees in Germany alone. Now, this week's Doing a Bit looks at an eco-friendlier option in Kenya.
It's a laborious process. First, the newspapers are cut, and then pasted together with glue. The rolls are dried and hardened. The paper and lead are rolled together in a specially designed machine. The company sells some of its eco-pencils, but most are donated to schools.
Everything is done locally. The only thing that we import is the graphite. The lead is not available locally. That's the only thing that we import from outside, but newspapers are available. And you see, we have no waste in our process.
More than 100,000 pencils have already been given to children from poor families.
And how about you? If you're also doing your bit, tell us about it. Visit our website or send us a tweet. #DoingYourBit. We share your stories.
Whoa, what a brilliant idea. From Kenya to Central Africa to Cameroon now, as one of the world's biggest rainforests, the Igbo is a hotbed of biodiversity.
That's right, Sandra. The biodiverse forest system is a refuge for a number of endangered species. Deforestation and poaching pose a threat to this unique habitat. But there is hope. The Gorilla Guardian clubs are fighting back.
This rainforest can only be reached on foot. Jean Titil and the Ebo Forest Research Project team are on the lookout for rare primates.
Oh, look, that's a gorilla's nest. They usually build them on the ground. After their evening meal, they make themselves a place to sleep. We have 11 primate species here, including gorillas, chimpanzees, drills, and Preuss's red colobus monkeys.
The primates are in high demand with poachers who can sell them as bushmeat. Jean Titil also used to make his living that way. But for most of the last 10 years, he's only studied their tracks to find out which animals are traveling where in the forest. He lives in Ibuti on the edge of Ebo Forest, one of the 3 villages that are taking part in the project.
I have grasped what impact poaching has, and anyway, it's not really a profitable business. Okay, yes, you can earn a bit, but the income is very irregular. That's why I decided to stop hunting.
Usually now, he only gets to see the animals in video footage. The researchers have set up 17 trial cameras in the part of the forest where gorillas live. Besides chimpanzees and gorillas, these forest elephants are also threatened with extinction. And the extremely shy drills are particularly at risk. The Ebo Forest Research Project was set up by the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, which supports primate conservation. It's been collaborating with the villagers for more than 10 years. Many of them used to be poachers. Now they've learned to collect data on the animals or set up camera traps. Anyone who wants to take part must join a Gorilla Guardian Club. Then they get paid for their work.
We have to thin out the clearing a bit so the camera isn't obstructed.
Once a month, the team spends a few days venturing deep into the rainforest. They use compasses and GPS to find their way. Marcel Ketchen has been part of the team for 9 years. The environmental scientist records precisely where each animal trail is found. What's particularly interesting are the movements of the around 25 gorillas that were discovered here in 2002. Up to then, there were only 2 known gorilla subspecies in Cameroon, one group living south of the Sanaga River and another hundreds of kilometers away to the north.
So the reason why we are collecting these samples is to do some genetic analysis to find out how related the gorillas of Ebo are to those found south of the Sanaga and the Cross River gorillas.
Ebo Forest in southwestern Cameroon covers an area of almost 1,500 square kilometers and borders on Nigeria. It is part of a large rainforest region, the second largest worldwide after the Amazon in Brazil. To protect the rainforest in the future, the project aims to include the residents of the more than 40 villages surrounding the forest. The 3 villages taking part in the project so far all have a Gorilla Guardians Club. To enable the residents to feed their families without having to resort to poaching, they can join the local club. Here they get help to buy livestock or plant vegetables or cocoa. Like here in Iboti, there is a small school in the other 2 villages on the edge of the forest. The teachers receive training from the scientists, and protecting the forest and its animals has become a fixture of the curriculum.
What kind of animal is that?
A gorilla, ma'am.
The idea is to raise awareness about the topic among the youngest villagers.
What I like about the course is the gorillas. They are like people. And what I learned is that hunting isn't good because animals are like people.
The project has made many of the villagers see the forest with different eyes. Like Jean Titil, some 90% of the one-time poachers have become farmers. And that's what the children see while they grow up. But the Gorilla Guardians clubs don't want things to stop there.
We want a no-go zone to be created, in which the measures to guarantee the survival of the gorillas are respected, because the species is in danger of extinction.
That's why he only takes his children to the edge of the forest.
Look here, this trail. What animal left that trail? A porcupine.
He wants his children to know about animals, but he also wants them to know when to leave the forest to its inhabitants.
And once again, that's an important reminder that the best way to ensure nature conservation is to get kids involved at a very young age. We've come to the end of Eco Africa this week. Thanks for joining us, and see you again next time. I'm Chris Lems, signing off from Nigeria.
So long, Chris. It is also time for me to say goodbye, but I look forward to reading all your comments on our social media platforms. So please do send them through. Until next time, do have yourselves a wonderful week and be sure to keep things green. I am Sandra Twinobudio, bidding you farewell from Kampala here in Uganda.
This voice speaks a lot of volume
to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered, you understand, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. Here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
My name is Harmony Bataka. My friends call me Blue. Sometimes you want to skate, but mostly you don't have a lot of obstacles or different things to try with, you know. So mostly we just have flat ground, but this has different things to try. So I'm going to try everything that I can here. It's not just flat, you know. So it's gonna make me improve.
We usually used to skate the streets, in front of people's shops, empty spaces that were not used, National Theatre, the Trade Fair, and other demolished places like Mile 7 right now. We usually have a lot of problems using people's spaces because they are private spaces and they have problems with us skateboarding there, so we get kicked out most of the time when we do our own thing.
It's sad that he wasn't here himself to see what his work, you know, has done. And yeah, but I'm sure that wherever he is, he knows that we're happy and we appreciate whatever it is that he did for us.
It's a very, very big opportunity for people like me because we need to develop what we have as talents.
And it is the start of a new week. Hello there, you're watching The Pulse on the Joy News channel. We're coming to you live from our studios here in Accra. You can also watch us live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 144. This is The Pulse, and coming up this afternoon, will the National Democratic Congress reorganization plan work despite the glaring cracks within the party? That's the question on the lip of many many of the party supporters, as the defeated former chairperson of the party, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, says the just ended NDC National Delegates Congress elections witnessed the worst form of inner-vilification, personal and public injury, which could affect the unity of the party. We have details as the NDC caucus of regional chairpersons are urging the national chairman, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, to rally all and bring all on board for Victory 2024. We'll talk about that shortly. In Parliament, NDC MP Sam George is criticizing government for suspending interest payments on external debts. We'll hear from the Ningo Pram MP, who insists some foreign lenders will push back against the measure, which may lead to the seizure of Ghana's properties abroad. And Boko Township and its environs plunged into darkness as some unidentified gunmen targeted power infrastructure in the town following renewed clashes, which have led to the loss of lives and property. We're live in the region for updates. You're with us on The Pulse. The Pulse, as always, is brought to you by Global Communities Dignilu, Affordable Safe Sanitation. Don't forget that this afternoon, we're also streaming live on all of our social media handles. It's also on YouTube. Check us out at Joy News on TV, on Facebook, and on Twitter. This is Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible journalism. I am Blessed Sugan. Welcome once again to The Pulse. And we're just coming back from that weekend of an intense exercise. But the question is, will the National Democratic Congress's reorganization plan work? That's the question on the lips of many this afternoon, as the party is beginning to strategize to reclaim power in 2024. But even before that plan is actualized, there are concerns about the divisions within the NDC. Former chairperson of the party, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, says the just ended NDC's National Delegates Congress actually witnessed the worst form in his view, of inner vilification, personal attacks, and public injury, which could affect the unity of the party. Here are excerpts of what it is that Samuel Ampofo has put up as part of his message after the 10th National Delegates Congress of the NDC. It reads that on behalf of Team Ofosu-Ampofo, I wish to congratulate the newly elected national chairperson and other national executives of our dear party. The NDC, which emerged victorious at the just ended 10th National Delegates Congress held at Accra Sports Stadium on Saturday, 17th of December 2022. Then he goes ahead to point out some issues. He says that while these elections needlessly witnessed the worst form of inner vilification, personal attacks, and the public injury to the hard-won reputation of our party through various means of public spaces and on social media platforms, this insensitivity will inadvertently affect our restitution, unity, and cohesion needed to engender the collective prosecution of our agenda for Victory 2024. Based on this, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo is making some points. He's asking that, quote, let us appreciate that this victory is similar to the prelude to the battle ahead of us. I pray that we quickly recover from our individual pain and dented reputation to restore our public morality so we can join forces to soldier on. And he points out finally that I rededicate myself to the bigger task of working for Victory 2024 and pledge my unalloyed commitment to work even harder for the party together with the elected national officers and the rank and file of our great party to achieve our ultimate goal of regaining power from the NPP in 2024. That's the position of Samuel Ofusu-Ampofo, who's been ousted from office by Johnson Asiedu Nketia, who's the longest-serving General Secretary of the NDC. Now he's moved on to become chairperson. There's a new demand from a group known as the NDC Caucus of Regional Chairmen. They are urging the national chairperson, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, to work towards uniting the party as they seek to reclaim power in 2024. The group is making a number of demands for this national executive and the new crop of leadership to consider. So here are excerpts of that statement on your screen as well. So it says that on behalf of the 16 regions, we wish to congratulate the new national chairperson of our party, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, and his dynamic team of national executives. The emphatic win over Asiedu Nketia across all regions underscores the party's confidence in him. Now, they go ahead to say that we trust him to unite and lead us, and most importantly, deliver victory in 2024. And we urge the national chairman and his newly elected executives to quickly bring everybody on board as promised in order to secure power in 2024. Beyond that as well, the group is asking that securing power in 2024 is absolutely necessary to relieve Ghanaians from the current economic hardship imposed by the quote, clueless and inept NPP government. All the 16 regional chairmen of the NDC, on behalf of our various regions, we pledge our fuller support to Chairman Asiedu Nketia's administration. I want us now to broaden this conversation as the group further shows readiness to work together for Victory 2024. Let's bring in now, joining us via Zoom, Keva Mark Oliver. He's Secretary for the NDC Caucus of Regional Chairmen. Mark, thank you for joining us here on The Pulse. So let's get to it. You believe that there's immense confidence in Johnson Asiedu Nketia having won throughout all 16 regions. But here we are, your immediate past chairperson, Samuel Ofusu-Ampofo, believes that processes leading to this very contest was not healthy and may lead to cracks within your party.
Well, good afternoon to the viewers of JoyNews, and I wish to congratulate everybody in the NDC, especially the aspirants and delegates who turned up to our 10th National Delegate Congress. It is important to understand that in democracies such as ours, competing for positions are part of our norms. And once you have prominent people like the immediate past national chairman and our immediate past general secretary, who is now our national chairman, competing for a position, it is expected that there will be some level of give and take among these two personalities and their supporters. So what you see out there as acrimony, I feel are normal in competitions like this, where you have very senior people, very top popular people competing. I will say, in the history of the NDC, as far as my knowledge, serves me right, I think this is one of the most competitive positions that have been contested for in our recent past.
Yeah, and he says that, and he believes that the reputation of those involved have been severely damaged. Do you still need these individuals going into the 2024 general elections?
Yes, very well, and that is the reason why we have come together as a regional chairman to quickly rally everybody behind the new national chairman, and for him to also leverage on the massive support that he received to bring everybody on board. Once you go into a competition and lose, you have some level of pace. It is expected. We have all gone into an election. We have lost. We have won some. I'm sure our national chairman for a very long time has not tasted defeat, or might never have tasted a defeat in an internal election. So, some of these things you expect that you may want to give up easily, but it's not that easy. That is the reason why normally the victor must also show some magnanimity, stretch his hand and make sure that all other people also come on board. So these are very normal with internal elections. And for me, it was very smooth, violent free. If you compare it to what happened, I think in either 2005 or 2006 in Koforidua Eredek, I think that was the most violent internal elections that we have witnessed as a political party. What we saw in Accra came no close to what happened in that particular election. This was violent.
Regardless of that, he believes that you need to seal the cracks. What's your expectation, very practical expectations from Johnson Asiedu Nketia, who has on countless occasions, of course, blamed the immediate past chairperson, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. Do you feel that they'll be able to work together?
They should. If you put the party and the country and the impending elections, 2024 general elections, above our individual interests and our personal interests, it should be easy for everybody to come on board, to prosecute that agenda. And it is not just at the national level. We have had elections at the branches. We had over close to 40,000 branch elections. We had victors and we had those who lost. At the constituency level, we have had elections in 276 constituencies in Ghana. So in 276 countries, it also yielded victors and those who were lost. Some of them were very acrimonious in their constituencies too, same as region. I can also talk about my own personal experience where I also witnessed, one of the most acrimonious elections in the Eastern region. I won, others lost. It is incumbent on me to bring all others on board. So the reconciliation process will start from the top, but will move down to the regions, to the constituencies, to the branches quickly for us to rally everybody on board to be able to prosecute the 2024 agenda.
But here's the thing, and since you're from the Eastern region, I need to find out your thoughts on that. That's deemed to be the home region of your immediate past chairperson, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, and yet almost all the votes, I'm not placing it fairly. Let me say that Johnson Asiedu Nketia emerged victorious in that region. What accounted for that? Is it the case that even back home, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo did not have that much popularity?
Well, one thing people don't understand is that these elections went beyond the personalities that were involved. So some of the issues were not about who likes Honorable Ampofo or who doesn't like Ampofo. People have a certain mindset that, we have seen Honorable Ampofo leading us in 2020. We improved. We got some votes, but then at the end of the day, we are still in opposition. So people feel that we should move beyond the numbers, beyond the statistics, beyond saying that we have done well in an election and capture power. And the sentiment on the ground is that they have confidence. It's about the confidence. Is that they have the confidence in Johnson Asiedu Nketia to be able to lead and capture power, not just to improve upon our vote or capture more seats, but to capture power from the MPP. So that was the sentiment, that was down. And I think that it's reflected in the results that came. So it wasn't about who is from your region or who is not from your region, but it is about the people's confidence in who to lead us in 2024 to secure power. That's what they looked at.
Right. So very briefly, as we wrap up, in just a few seconds, what's the message from the NDC Regional Chairman Caucus to the grassroots of the party? It appears you have a message for the leadership, but how about the grassroots? Very briefly on that point.
Yes. Elections are over. This is the final one. Elections are over. We have conducted successful elections in close to 40,000 branches in the country. We have done elections in 276 countries in Ghana. And then we have done regional elections in all 16 regions. And then we climaxed it with our National Congress just this weekend. It has been largely successful. The enthusiasm and the energy that was displayed should be carried on into the parliamentary and presidential primaries. And at the end of the day, when we finally endorse His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we expect the grassroots to put in their all to make sure that he's made president again. So we are telling our grassroots that we should put what has happened in the
So
elections behind us, whether acrimonious or peaceful, we should put it behind us and then come
so
together.
which school? That's why we can. Yeah, but I want to know the school.
It appears we're having a bit of a mix-up there, but of course you were still with us here on the Pulse on the JoyNews channel. Let's take you to some other stories now. Well, okay, so we have Mark Oliver Kevo back. We lost you there briefly, but you're just making a point about how your grassroots should be participating in the exercise.
Yes, so we are urging them to leave their preferences behind. Well, you know that when you have elections, people have their own preferences. You want Mr. A to win, Mr. A doesn't win, Mr. B wins. Then you have to move beyond that and make sure that you support those who won. Bring all you have, your resources, your expertise, and all that you need to give out to make sure that the ultimate of winning power in 2024 is achieved. That should be our overarching objective. We should move beyond our individual interests.
Right. Is there any meeting in the offing, something you are organizing amongst yourself as regional chairman and the newly elected executives?
Well, we have the formal structures. The caucus of regional chairman is an informal structure that normally leads consensus building and some of these reconciliation processes and all that. But our formal structures are there. Now we have a leader, that is Honorable Johnson Educator. I'm sure very quickly he will organize his first spec meeting and go ahead to organize the NEC meeting, which we are all members of. And then from there, I'm sure, as we have been doing, and it's a normal standard of operation procedure. Every year after general elections, we hold reconciliation programs, right from the national level, and then move down to the regions, to the constituencies, and to the branches. So these are processes that we normally do after elections. We hope to quickly go through the process and then ready ourselves for the other activities ahead of us.
And I'm grateful for your time, Mark Oliver Kevo. He is the secretary to the NDC chairperson's caucus. Let's take you elsewhere now. Some unidentified gunmen have targeted power infrastructure at Boko, plunging communities in the upper and northeast regions, including Nararigo, into darkness. It comes as renewed clashes have been recorded in Boko Township and its environs. According to the power distributor, NETCO, the gunmen fired at one of the towers in the town, leading to the damage of key conductors in the area. NETCO says it cannot tell for now when the problem will be rectified and power restored. It, however, assures residents that technicians are working around the clock to fix the damage. Correspondent Ilyasu Tanko joins us with more on this. Ilyasu, I'm just wondering what, first of all, triggered this sort of renewed clashes in the area. What are you able to tell us on that? And Ilyasu, kindly unmute so I can get the point you're making. Ilyasu, if you can hear me, I'm just asking about what's sparking this renewed clashes that we're hearing of.
Well, what we are learning is that there have been some chieftaincy dispute in that area, but on this particular latest clashes, we are yet to tell exactly what caused this particular fighting, but we understand it's as a result of
Ilyasu? Okay. We'll try and, of course, get the latest.
This is what we are learning.
Okay, Ilyasu is back. Sorry, Ilyasu, we lost you briefly. If you could just take that point for us again.
Well, I'm saying that the fighting, as we understand, is connected to the long-standing chieftaincy dispute in the Boko area.
And we're learning of darkness now in the area. What more are we hearing from NETCO, for instance? And has power been restored, by the way?
Not at all. The power, went off yesterday around 1 p.m. And as I speak to you now, power hasn't been restored in most of the communities in the Upper East and Northeast region, including the regional capital, the Northeast region, Nadirko itself. We are learning that the NEDCO has just put out a statement out that the situation is as a result of the destruction of a tower in the Boku Township. We understand some of the gunmen targeted the power utility infrastructure and destroyed it. They fired at it, causing the damage of a conductor in there. And so this is the result of, this is as a result of the fighting that has been ongoing in that area. So as we speak, there's no power in most communities in the Upper East and Northeast region. Not only that, including communities in the Burkina Faso, communities such as Bitu, and also in the Republic of Togo, Pango. And so this particular incident is not only related to communities in Ghana, but in Burkina Faso and Togo as well.
How about the security agencies? Do we know if there's a DISEC meeting underway, and what are some of the indications we're getting from that engagement?
Well, we understand the security forces have sprung into action. Residents in Boko reported seeing fighter jets hovering around the town. We also learned that there have been men of the Operation Calm Life and the Conquer Face are also on the ground patrolling the township. We understand there have been some meetings at the municipal level as well as the regional level, but we have not had any public comment from these two outfits.
Eliasu, I'm grateful for your time. Let's bring in a security analyst, Dr. Adam Bona, who's joining us via Zoom now. Doc, we're not expecting this. It's all of a sudden. Do you feel that we went to bed feeling that the area is secured and that possibilities of having renewed clashes was far, far away?
Well, yes. Good afternoon. I won't say we went to bed feeling that the situation in Boko had completely calmed down. Not at all. I was personally part of the delegation that visited Boko to broker peace about 3 months ago. And since then, we really haven't had this kind of confrontation in the Boko area. I think before the Damba Festival, there were some isolated incident of sporadic, shootings in the town. But we really haven't had any form of shooting like this, so, disturbance like this in Boko, because then we managed to broker a certain sense of peace. We spoke to the young people. We met the Boko Naba, met the leaders of the Mamprosi area, and met the youth of the Kusasi area, the youth of the Mamprosi area. And it was a large security delegation. You can say almost the entire security architecture, almost all the entire security architecture was in Baku on that day. And subsequently, we haven't had these type of disturbance. So it's very worrying that this thing comes up again. And when we are expecting to have the Samampede Festival, remember the Samampede Festival is supposed to take place on the 30th. We were expecting that, there would be another round of discussions and negotiations and dialoguing with them, both parties, around the time, because they gave us 3 months to come back to them. And so the 3 months is not over yet. It's going to be around the 30th. But unfortunately, since the last week or so, some of us started receiving several messages, tons of messages from opinion leaders, security chiefs in the Boko area, the Upper East to be specific, including Boko, about this disturbance. So I must say, blessed, it's very unfortunate. It shouldn't have happened, not at all. But be as it may, it has happened, and we must find a solution to, this round of conflict or, disturbance in Boko.
So let's look at the possibilities in terms of the immediate solution. The DISEC will be engaging later today. We're waiting for the fallouts. But what do you suspect might be the options now?
I think yesterday, if my sources is right, there is curfew 12 midday. It started 12 midday yesterday and continues today. So if your reporter in the Upper East or the Boku area will report, as at yesterday, when the highways area, the markets and all those, the information hadn't gone down to the people, so they were still there. And so I don't want to believe that as of today, if you visit Boku Township, you will find a good number of people hovering around. Because yesterday, I think the mid-afternoon to late afternoon area, some fighter jets were deployed were scrambled to Boku to ensure they can, provide some cover for the security officers who were deployed or were moving there, because the place is very close to Burkina, and the disturbances, you have a Burkina Faso that is inhabited. 60% of Burkina Faso is in the hands of rebels. And so this type of, conflict or this type of disturbance in Boku, we could have a spillover of what is happening in Burkina into our territory. And therefore, there is a need for us to pay attention to what is happening in Boku. And I say that, very worrisome to the extent that a fire tender that was scrambled or that was deployed to go and extinguish houses that were on fire were shot into. Fire tenders were shot into in Boku. Fire tenders that were deployed to, because some homes had been touched, that were deployed to go and extinguish these fires. On their way, they were ambushed and fired into, and the fuel tanks were, they fired into them. If these fire tenders were fire tenders that uses gasoline or call it petrol, it would have exploded and killed all the fire officers who were on board the fire tender. It tells you the severity of what is staring at us in Boku, where you have some of these young people who will not let peace reign in Boku, and they are ready to fight, use guerrilla tactics to fight in Boku, which is not inuring to anybody's benefit, especially when you have a very important festival that is upcoming on the 30th, the Samampit Festival, which is largely celebrated by the Kusasis. And so with this type of confrontation, it is worrying, because then can we have a peaceful festival on the 30th? I'm praying, I'm hoping that the young people would put down their weapons. I have spoken to very important chiefs in the Boku traditional area. I've spoken to them within the Upper East, the Boku area, trying to let them know that the young people should put down their weapons, so that, dialogue. They should use a lot more of dialogue instead of fighting one another. But I think you asked your reporter what brought about this round of confrontation.
All right.
It started when an old man was shot dead, and I think a young man, I think his son of the sort, was injured. And so that's for the old man, he got killed, but the young man got injuries. I think he's receiving medical attention. As of yesterday when I checked, he was in, I think, Boga, receiving medical attention. But personally, I have engaged a lot of the security couples and some of the important traditional, leaders, the chieftaincy, some of them in the Boku area. Yes.
Dr. Adambona, we're grateful that you've been able to join us this afternoon. Let's look at what's happening in terms of power supply. Alassane Baba Ibrahim is Corporate Communications Manager for NETCO. They've been working all throughout the night and working around the clock to get power restored to the area. Alassane, what are you able to report now? Have you restored power supplies to the community?
Not yet, my dear brother. Like we said earlier, we are working around the clock to see how we can quickly fix the injured part of the network so that we can restore power supply as soon as possible. But I must also say that the part of the network that got damaged belongs to Gridco. However, NETCO depends on the healthy network of Gridco in order to be able to supply its customers. And so whatever affects NETCO, Gridco affects NETCO as well. That is how come we have to team up with Gridco to ensure that the injured part of the network is restored as quickly as possible.
The fear is that security arrangements in the area may be complicated once there is no power supply, i.e. there's total darkness in the community. Are you alarmed about this, equally concerned, and that you'd be working extra hard to get power to the place?
That's very true, and that puts extra pressure on us because largely electricity is also a security matter. And so without electricity, generally, it creates a security situation, especially in places that are troubled by ethnic communal violence like Boko. And so it is important that we double our efforts to ensure that as quickly as possible, we are able to fix the damaged part and then restore supply.
Are you considering alternatives at this point, probably trying to get power from another source?
As it stands now, the quickest and easiest will be to fix that part because it's the 161 network that wheels power into our substation in Boko that got injured. And so as part of the restoration work and repair works we need to do is to see how we can quickly rejoin the cut cable so that it can restore power as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we want to take power from any other corridor, that will require much more time than the problem we have at hand. And so it is in the best interest of all of us to concentrate and direct all our energies to the damaged part, fix it, and then restore supply. But going forward, we really need to look at other alternative ways of wheeling power into Boko, just so that we won't be relying on the single line that can give us problems like this in the future.
What are you advising and urging residents to do as you work to restore power?
I honestly do not want to believe that the feuding parties went out to target the network. However, what has happened can pose or present the network as a potential weapon to use against each other in such battles. We hope and pray that our young men will not consider that, because once that happens, it comes back to bite all of us instead of the other feuding party. And so it's important that even in the midst of these struggles and difficulties, we isolate certain public and human interest institutions like NETCO and protect their network, even as we try to settle our scores in some other ways. We will also want to appeal that peace really is priceless, and any community that wants to thrive and develop will rely on peace to get development that they deserve. Boko has become a pale shadow of itself since this conflict started, and we can only appeal to peace-based institutions and organizations to double their effort, like Dr. Bona and his allied organizations, to double their effort, to talk to the young men. I know they are doing, if they can do more to ensure that all other organizations that have presence in Boko can have peace and peace of mind and stable working environment to deliver on their mandate like NEDCO, just so that everybody can get the power as they deserve.
And you still have pieces of critical infrastructure within Boko itself. Are you working together with the Ghana Police Service to protect some of these installations you have in the community?
Yes, we have always done so. We work with the security agencies, sometimes police, military, sometimes only police. Sometimes when it becomes necessary, we involve the other security agencies like prisons, fire, just so that our installations can be secured and protected. We will continue to do that. And then also we ensure that as we go through all these difficult times, we still need electricity. And for that matter, we need to keep our staff in Boko, just so that when there is some relative calm and there's outage in some areas, they can rush in quickly and restore supply for the people to go on with their daily lives. So the security agencies, we are in touch with them. We continue to talk. We show them where our network is and our installations, just so that they can help us in keeping them safe to deliver power to the good people of Boko and its surrounding communities.
Grateful for your time. Let's bring in Sumaila Isaka, chairperson of the Peace Council. The council in the Upper East region is asking feuding factions to desist from any further attacks. Sumaila, you are part of that council. What immediate steps are you taking to ensure calm?
The Peace Council has been working on the Boko chieftaincy issue for a very long time. Just about the last 2 months, let me say, for instance, we had some support from the LRI USAID group, and we did some work on the Boko Inter-Ethnic Peace Council grouping of about 20 of them from all the tribes in Boko. We first took them to Tamale, hosted them there, and worked on them for 3-4 days. And then about 3 weeks ago, we had this same group in Boga again. And the 2 chairpersons, one from the Mampusi side and one from the Kusasi side, were all there. They gave their commitment to the fact that they wanted peace and that we had a roadmap. They identified some youth groups and some women groups and so on and so forth that we were to work through. And this was what we did the last time.
Okay, but now in the wake of this renewed clash, I'm wondering what immediate steps you're taking just to ensure that there's calm.
Unless the security give us permission, we don't go into it. They have not created a buffer yet. And for now, we are working through the Inter-Ethnic Peace Council. That is people from all the tribes in Boko. Apart from, in fact, including the Mapuches and the Kusasis, we have the Moshis, we have the Dises, we have the Dagombes, we have the Houses, and so on and so forth, who are all members of this group. They can get to their people easily. But for us to go into Boko now, it's going to be dangerous. We would not dare. Because, let me say this, only a few hours ago, a senior of mine in school who had been living in Boko came into town on his way to Tamale. And he told me he would not stay. He cannot stay. He doesn't belong to any of the tribes. He's leaving because he cannot continuously hear the rattling of guns and whatnot. So he's gone. And it said that you cannot predict when and where they're going to start firing from. So we leave that to the security now. If they give us the chance, we will come in. But for now, we are doing our own underground work with the interethnic group that is living in there and has members from the various tribes and working on this issue. Let me say the Boku thing now is gone beyond Mampusi and Kusasi. It looks like all the other tribes have also kind of joined hands, taking sides. And even you cannot even be sure that one full tribe is all on one side or the other. It's an individual decision. So we try to get them to understand and let the guns shut up. But, well, understand it's now the lifestyle in Boku that every night somebody gets up, takes his weapon, and sends in some flashes. Pow, 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 pow. And then the other side man says, oh, these are flashes. He's flashing his gun. But when he rattles it, he says, it's a call. Let me reply him. Then he also picks his gun and fires in the direction of the sound that he heard. This is what they're doing to themselves. So I don't know whether we can rule out the criminal aspect from it. Some criminals who want to sell their bullets would create situations like this too. But for now, we are on a standby.
All right. Sumaila Isaka, thank you for speaking to us here on The Pulse. Let's talk economy. Deputy Ranking on the Communications Committee of Parliament, Sam George, says Ghana's image internationally will be battered with the latest decision by government to suspend interest payments on international debts. The Finance Ministry announced this morning as part of government's debt restructuring efforts that it was going to suspend external debt interest payments towards getting a deal with the International Monetary Fund. I will cross over to Parliament shortly. But first on your screens now is a copy of a statement released by the Finance Ministry. We can now bring in Professor John Gachi, who's also been monitoring the development. But first, let's listen to the Finance Minister as well. He's been addressing the press a while ago.
Good afternoon. I'm once again delighted to update you on progress we are making to address the economic challenges facing the country. Ladies and gentlemen, after presenting the 2023 budget to Parliament on 24th November 2022, Parliament worked tirelessly to provide policy approval of the budget on Tuesday, 6 December 2022. On behalf of His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I wish to use this occasion to express sincere gratitude to Right Honorable Speaker, the leadership of Parliament, and all members of Parliament for working hard beyond official hours and over weekends to approve the policies underpinning the 2023 budget. This approval is the first step in the approval process. The next stage, which is currently ongoing, is for Parliament to consider and approve the budget estimates of individual MMDAs. In addition, Parliament is also considering for approval the fiscal measures, both revenues and expenditures, and their related legal instruments underpinning the 2023 budget. This second stage will culminate in approval of the appropriations bill, which will enable the implementation of the 2023 budget. We are, therefore, calling on the Parliament to favorably consider the fiscal measures in the 2023 budget as they are an integral part of the package for addressing the economic challenges facing the country and will facilitate the approval of an IMF program by its board. As you know, the fund program consists of three important components: attaining a stable macroeconomic environment, obtaining debt sustainability, and seeking financing assurances. Ghana's domestic debt program was launched on Monday, 5th December 2022. The objective of the program is to reduce Ghana's current debt burden and its servicing implications on our economy. The program is designed to achieve this in the most orderly, transparent, efficient, and expedited manner. It is critical to restoring macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability. The government has continued to dialogue extensively with various stakeholders, including regulators and representatives across the pensions, banking, asset management, and insurance sectors. We have discussed with them the rationale behind the domestic debt exchange program, understood their perspectives, and taken their feedback. Ultimately, confidence and the active participation of all stakeholders are the essential elements for the success of this debt exchange program. As such, government is committed to laying out a path towards attaining debt sustainability informed by sound technical analysis and broad stakeholder engagement. Following the launch and as part of the broader macroeconomic and structural reforms, the IMF and government signed off a staff-level agreement on 13 December 2022 for a US $3 billion extended credit facility. So far, we have all witnessed the gains of the CD over the past week, as well as the attainment of the staff-level agreement in near record time. These are results of our collective efforts. As 1 Samuel 30:19 says, nothing was missing, great or small. We must and we will collectively recover all. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to recover all, we still have a lot of work to do before the end of the year in order to gain the full benefit of the debt exchange program. Following the stakeholder engagements, government has agreed to extend the expiration date for the domestic debt exchange to 30th December 2022 to allow for key concerns raised by stakeholders to be accommodated in some form. The launch of the debt exchange program, coupled with the signing of the staff-level agreement with the IMF, have aided our stability efforts and have in particular contributed significantly to the rebound of our currency. While accommodating the inputs of stakeholders, we must do all we can to sustain the gains of these initiatives, keeping in sight the urgency of obtaining IMF board approval in Q1 2023. The cost of this not succeeding will be too huge for our economy. That is why we urge Parliament to support us in getting the appropriations bill for the 2023 fiscal year passed. We also urge Parliament to support in particular new revenue measures outlined in the 2023 budget, which aim to improve revenue mobilization. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of 2022. Our end game as a government has always been to achieve a Ghana beyond aid, a wealthy, inclusive, sustainable, empowered, and resilient society, a wiser Ghana. The necessary precondition for this is a stable macroeconomic environment. Viewed within that lens, restructuring our debt is only but a necessary part of our story. The ensuing years will focus on building an entrepreneurial and export-driven economy as we grow the economy to protect and create jobs, tackle inflation, and strengthen our currency. Importation of food should soon be a thing of the past. We cannot afford to lose this essence of forward momentum for our economy as we navigate towards stability, predictability, and growth. 2023 must be our comeback year, a year in which we put in place stronger foundations that will allow us to change our country for the better and in a way that is enduring, inclusive, and transformational. We all have a role to play, and I urge us all to work together with the government and support the various interventions being implemented to kickstart our recovery in a determined, bold, and courageous way. Above all, I urge us all to maintain an unshakable sense of optimism about Ghana in the days and years ahead. Indeed, the Lord is the lifter of our heads. Psalm 3, verse 4. As we all witness a new confidence in our currency, and the prospects of the certainty of an IMF board approval of our staff-level agreement. I wish each and everyone a Merry Christmas, a Christ-centered season, and the best of this holiday period. Thank you, and God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana.
Well, let's bring in Professor John Gachi, Dean of the University of Cape Coast Business School. Prof, here we are today. It's confirmed. Initially, you, the experts, raised that possibility was dismissed at some point by the Ministry of Finance. Now we're getting that clear indication that Ghana will be defaulting on the settlements of its external debts. What are the likely implications now?
Well, first of all, when a debt default is announced, it means that the credit worthiness of Ghana is not proper, and that is a cost to Ghana for the future date. It is also an indication that we have breached contract. Debt is largely contract. So we have breached contract to pay principal, we have breached contract to pay interest. So that will go a long way to affect us. Credit rating agencies may also come up with downgrade, but I am indicating that the downgrade may not be of significance to us now, because we are not going into the debt market anytime soon. So if you downgrade us and we go to the market, that is when it will have effect on us. So I believe the government know that, and that is why the external debt default is announced. But it will come to meet us seriously if the IMF program is signed on to in first quarter of next year. It provides credibility to our policies, and that policy credibility will have to be financed. And the IMF alone cannot finance our projects. The IMF is bringing finances in tranches and based on meeting criteria set for the programs. So you don't depend on the IMF for the finances needs of the country, but you depend on the IMF for that credibility for your programs. So at that point, we can convince creditors to participate in our bonds, our debt instrument. And that is where I believe it is tricky. So we just indicated to the entire world that we are not credit worthy. We cannot pay our debts, and that is how they will see us.
Could we have avoided this?
Of course, we could have avoided it, number one, by how we borrowed money from our creditors. We have every opportunity to cut our coat according to our size. We have every opportunity to manage our economy very well. We failed to do that, and we have come to this point. So we have every opportunity to avoid that.
I was interacting with the former finance minister over the weekend. He says that we equally failed to take advantage of the debt suspension program initiated by the IMF and the World Bank. Are we way out of that option?
We are way out of that option. It is not available to us. We have not signed onto it. The deadline is passed. And what is left with what, that is what we are facing.
Where we are now, in terms of the internal implications, for instance, we're hearing from some members of parliament to say that some of our assets could be taking over elsewhere. I mean, our interest that we have within our domain or our territories may also be seized. Could these be some of the extent to which we may face sanctions and implications based on what we're doing?
Well, it depends on the sources of the Eurobond and the commercial debt in particular. if the institutional investors who lend money to us are vulture funds, then that clearly will metamorphose into taking drastic and ruthless action against Ghana, including seizure of our assets across the world. Our interests across the world may be touched by these vulture funds. Then the second one is that our creditors may decide to sell their debt to vulture funds, for which the vulture funds will want to retrieve the money through whatever means available to them, including seizure of assets across the world, including touching on the interests of Ghana across the world. So that may happen. But if the debt holders are just normal investors, perhaps they may want to take legal actions, because clearly what has happened is breaching contracts regarding debt, so they can take legal actions. But for assets to be seized, you look at the nature of the creditors. If the nature of the creditor mimic that of a vulture funds, then that will be triggered.
And there are also concerns on some fronts about the appointment of some external financial advisors as we carry out this debt restructuring program. Should that really matter?
Well, that is the choice of the government, because, mind you, when you want to do debt restructuring, external debt restructuring is much more easier, especially if you focus on bilateral and multilateral. That attempt was made and it failed. So we have to focus on the domestic debt restructuring. And that is where we are now. So you don't want to go back. You are sending a number of people to focus on all these category of creditors. That is what has led to choosing about 4 consortium to do that. That is also costly to us, but I believe government think that when they do that, that will inure to their benefit. But come to think of it, we have excluded multilateral creditors just because IMF is one of the multilateral creditors. World Bank is another. When we are expecting to sign a deal with the IMF in the next quarter, we can't offend them. And then when the IMF sign the contract with us, the program with us, it invites World Bank to help us finance development projects. So we are very mindful not to do that. And what is encouraging us to touch bilateral, etc., is what is not known to me from the finance minister, why he chose to do that. Because some of the bilateral debt holders has influence in the IMF cycles, and they may not be happy, and that can also trigger some risk for us as a country.
And the finance minister is still basing his hopes on the first quarter of next year, the time frame by which he believes we may have the IMF bailout program. Is it a done deal?
It is not a done deal. The statement is premised or is predicated on the fact that debt restructuring arrangements are completed, and some other conditionalities are also fulfilled. We have announced in the budget freeze on employment, not net freeze on employment, freeze on employment, starting from 2023. Of course, you cannot measure that policy effectiveness in the first quarter. You will have to wait and see whether indeed the first quarter they will not employ, whether indeed the second quarter they will not employ, and perhaps that shows that they are committed to that. So that is how that will be measured. Then again, you want to bring about more revenue measures, especially increasing VAT by 2.5%. That in itself is going to galvanize upward development in prices across board in the country.
Right.
And that has not been agreed on fully. And it will take some time. I'm not sure the minority in parliament are agreeable to that. And that is also another factor that will be considered. Already, the domestic debt holders are not in agreement with the negotiations so far. And for that matter, the government has extended the deadline to 30th of this month. If after 30th of this month, they have not been able to agree on the terms in terms of maturity, in terms of interest payment, because as you know, some of the tier 1 banks are exposed to government to the tune of about 7 billion, some to about 5 billion, etc. So if all these things don't work out well for government, then we will not see the program signed to in the first quarter.
Well, we wait to see what then happens, but I'm grateful for your time. Professor John Gachi, Dean of the University of Cape Coast Business School. You're still with us here on The Pulse. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, my name is Abeku Agri Santana. If there's anything that makes my life so easy, it is my bank. I love hanging out with my boys at our usual fufu joint. But even without cash, we still dey chop better with EcoBank Mobile. No matter the time of day, my bank helps me stay in touch with my beautiful wife whenever she's away. And when my beautiful wife is in town, she never misses out on her favorite TV shows because I'm able to pay up all my TV subscriptions from the comfort of my mobile phone. Whenever she has to get groceries too, my bank makes it cashless and convenient. And the part my wife loves the most is when my bank makes it possible and easy for her to shop from any part of the world without moving.
Welcome to the smart world of EcoBank. Download EcoBank Mobile from Google Play Store or the App Store and discover the smart way to bank. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Smile, Look lively, okay? Smile, smile. Is the money too small? A bad stomach ruins your day. Don't let it. Take Gastron, your most effective antacid for the relief of symptoms of peptic ulcer, heartburn, gas pain, flatulence, and indigestion.
Hey guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go.
Mwah. Can you bring down the smiles more?
Gastron, effective relief from stomach discomfort. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted.
My name is William Kofi Nti, the CEO of AdPharma Limited. We are an organization that is always seeking innovative solutions to make our operations easy. So when our insurance agent recommended Pukua Chat to insure from Star Assurance, we did not hesitate to try it. I can tell you the process was seamless and 100% visual, with no human intervention. Simply save number 0242426160 and start your chat with Pukua.
Are you ready for the biggest charity mall? The Let Single Parents Smile Charity Mall train is about to move to collect used clothes, kids' clothes, school books, school bags, toiletries, provisions, and much more. Please let us know your location if you have items for us. Contact Edem Atipo on 055-230-7725 or 020-442-4967. Your donation could also be in the form of fuel for us to go around to collect items. Remember, not everyone can do great things, but everyone can do small things with love. God bless you for putting a smile on the face of a struggling single parent. It's the Let Single Parent Smile Charity Mall train. God bless you.
life are the ones that turn out better than we planned.
You think I do not know that?
We call them bumper things. Bonds that turn out stronger than you imagined. Meals that taste better than the process. Surprises that turn out even more surprising. Festivities that turn out merrier. Pay your subscription and get a free upgrade on us. Go TV. Love it.
And residents of Kokomleme New Town and Asylum Town are appealing to city authorities to fix all their dysfunctional traffic lights within the area. Some traffic lights have been off for as long as 5 months, leaving pedestrians at the mercy of drivers who slug it out with each other as they try to make it to the other side of the road. JoyNews' Faustina Safo has more in this report.
It's rush hour and traffic is gradually building up at a cross printing hub, New Town. For close to 30 minutes, I've been at Royal Castle Road intersection to observe traffic flow. Loud honks and hurling of insult is the order of the day as motorists slug it out with each other in a desperate attempt to cross the road to either side of the intersection. A problematic scene that a functional traffic light could solve effortlessly. However, out of the 4 traffic lights mounted at Royal Castle Road, only one of them is functional.
As a matter of fact, traffic light is something that we all know how beneficial it is. But unfortunately, when it happens that the light is not working, all the drivers are trying to penetrate whether it is his turn to go or not. And sometimes you see someone is passing or motor is passing. And if it's unfortunately that it hits someone, you cannot watch it. Because we are all humans. It can be that it's your relative. Even if it's not your relative, he's a human like you. How do you feel? So we pray that if possible, they can come and work on it so that it will work so as the car will go smoothly without having any crash.
Traffic light, the high, if you say, Baku, Debia, no more to quadra for no more crash, no more. The traffic light in the higher part in another no high.
The traffic light is a nuisance. One is working while the other is not. Every day, drivers argue over who has the right of way. We urge government to fix this.
Hannah, what dear, but who's a way a major road? A year cars, near not way back, no ye. This
is a busy stretch. The drivers are mostly impatient and they collide with motor riders. The other day, a child was knocked down. We urge city authorities to help us fix it.
Here at Sadisco Junction, pedestrians have to literally plead with drivers to cross the busy intersection. They say the traffic light has not been functioning for months.
Traffic light in about 5 months. I say, a accident to a traffic light. A accident to her. The traffic in Pamachawa, Mamma, and yes, the Visiwa, Papa.
For the past 5 months, this traffic light has not been functioning. It causes accidents here at Kokomlemle. So we plead with government to fix it.
The traffic light in there,
I am always here. I have witnessed vehicles collide with motor riders. This stretch is mostly busy and children use this route every day to school. It's dangerous.
Traffic weight, Mama for Praman for Wuase.
The traffic light has caused the death of many in this area. Sometimes city authorities come to have a look at it, but still they fail to fix it.
Well, I've been observing traffic flow for the past 30 minutes here at Kokomlemle's Sadisco traffic light, and it's quite difficult for pedestrians to make it to either side of the road because they have to get the attention of drivers who are unwilling to stop because the traffic lights are not functional. Commuters, residents and drivers themselves are calling on city authorities to, as a matter of urgency, fix the malfunctioning traffic light. This busy intersection at Kojo Thompson Road, which connects drivers from Adabraka to Newtown and Kwame Nkrumah Circle, also has traffic lights that do not work. Residents say pedestrian knockdowns are frequent on the stretch.
Me a total driver, me driving on Newtown to Accra. Now traffic no engagement they have dream be say and correct me chum. Abasa correct chum na that engagement untimi enye I say bia wuju do ba no wunya botre na wujina and the rest no bia na wasa botre no the traffic the engagement na have dream.
I am a trotro driver. I apply the Newtown Accra route all the time. This traffic light needs to be fixed. It's the children I fear for because they cross this intersection to get to school. Some of us have the courtesy to stop for them to cross, but other drivers do not.
Traffic light is a 7 weeks. Now, to be frank, I have no accident here. And it's a traffic light near Juma and accidents in Kensi.
It's been 7 weeks since the traffic lights stopped working. City authorities came here to have a look at it, and we expected them to fix it. But till date, we haven't heard from them.
The traffic lights over here, our major concern is there are students around because there is a cluster of schools around. And when these students are going to school, someone has to stand in the middle of the road and stop the cars before the students can cross. Otherwise, the drivers, they will never stand. They will never wait for the children to come and pass. So we are urging the government to come and repair all the traffic lights so that the students will be able to go and come back from school without any knocking down of any student, anything.
The National Road Safety Authority estimates that 36% of pedestrians die each year due to poor traffic regulations and unsafe roads. Until these traffic lights are fixed, pedestrians remain at the mercy of speedy vehicles. Faustina Safo's report for JoyNews.
And you may have big plans for Christmas, but have you thought about the homeless who are struggling to get even a meal a day? We'll bring you the story of AC Akwa, a homeless mother of 5 who's calling on benevolent people not to allow children to starve this Christmas. There's more in this report by Esther Nkrumah.
Christmas is in the air. Many are planning to have a wonderful time. But there are also many slumming it hard on the streets of Accra. Among the many homeless people, the story of AC sticks out like a sore thumb. Economic pressures forced her to flee her hometown of Cape Coast to Accra for a supposed greener pasture. She found a job and later love and settled down. AC seemed to have everything figured out until her husband died in 2015. Everything she had built began to crumble. Left with 5 children to cater for, she struggled to even put food on the table.
Obia and Shannon. Obia so ni score Hano, Tiajamian, a man and Kakanka. Never so so many be. Okay, Obia so nibi, and Medamo Bankai. They have a
Unable to pay her rent, she started living on the streets of Accra.
The Oma Bada and the Mukunu. In this sky, they had a nurse, I Yamadaha. And by 7 years.
Her family is always on the move. They carry all their belongings to where they find to lay their heads. The belongings she struggled to gather over the years for herself and her children are constantly at the mercy of the weather.
Yeah, I can't cook cry. You see, and yes, and Kakanka, animal squatter and crowd in Sudecoy and say, Jaya Quafana, you see, and almost Hasha Coscu. Yan and Sudeco, Yan and Sudeco. Yan to Monsieur and Cassa, Kobe, any baby, I Kobe. Ntia Nayada.
She's saddened by the constant illness of her children as a result of their living condition.
Don't worry, I'm away. You see, I have pimples on Qua Marius. Penny Kaka, no more. And you bring away in a back on the soil, back on so, or by a back on the soil.
Her son Godfred, a 15-year-old and a student, has to take up menial jobs after school to support the family.
After school, I went to sell for somebody. If it closes, sometimes he will give me 5 CD or 8 CD. And I'll come and give it to my mother.
He also shared his difficulties with studying on the streets after school.
If I come back from school, I'll take my book and learn. I'll learn here at the light, where the light is. If I'm learning, if the rain is coming, I have to stand up and go to market. And I'll go and sit and I'll find some place to sit and learn.
AC is begging Ghanaians to help her family have a decent Christmas and also help put a roof over her children's head.
Esther Nkume's report read to you.
And it's 6 days to Christmas, and the beautiful lights on the principal streets of Accra are back. Hashtag Light Up the City has become the integral part of this Yuletide, as the principal streets of Accra and some major landmarks are decorated with beautiful lights. Speaking at the program to light up the city, the CEO of Jandol Limited, Afia Moro, who is in charge of the decorations, urged people not to allow the worsening global economic conditions to ruin their Christmas celebration. Maxwell Agbagba has more in this report.
A Christmas parade through the principal streets of Accra ahead of the Light Up the City event. Last year, it was all fun when I met these children at the Liberation Circle with their parents. The place, which was decorated with many beautiful lights, had become the ultimate Christmas photo studio.
Wow! Having fun this Christmas?
Yes!
You love Christmas?
Yes!
You love Christmas?
Yes! Santa is around and it's Jesus' birthday, and we have fun in Christmas.
Oh! Yes. Are you having a good time here?
Yes! Yes! I like it, I love it, and I feel it.
Oh, okay.
Africa.
Africa. Oh, okay, Mother Africa. Okay, tell me, why do you like Christmas?
Because it's fun and everywhere. And my mom and dad always plan, and we always have Christmas parties.
Oh, okay. That's why you like Christmas.
Long time ago in Bethlehem, so the Holy Bible said.
It is some days to Christmas and the lights are back. The Rich roundabout and the stretch from the Akweje interchange to the central business district of Accra have become the latest tourist destination and fun spot in the city, with many families trooping there during the night for beautiful pictures. CEO of Jandel Limited, Afi Amoru, says she feels obliged to make Ghanaians happy every Christmas and New Year.
Let's note our fears about the state of the global economy and commercial implications thereof influence our ability to experience and spread joy this Christmas. This is one of the reasons why we are so passionate about this year's event. It is time to lift up spirits and focus on what matters the most. That is, loving our families and friends and giving to others who have none. Mother Teresa of blessed memory once said that it is not how much we give, but how much love we put into giving. This season is about showing love, caring for each other, and being there for one another. That is the sparkle of Christmas. The best part of this season cannot be bought. It must be felt in the heart.
Greater Accra Regional Minister Henry Corte says the beautification of the city with the lights will help us make great memories.
This year's event promises to give Ghanaians a spectacular and exciting experience. This December, the Regional Coordinating Council, in partnership with Messrs. Jandel Limited and Manlo, will light up the capital with a beautiful illumination across the streets of Accra. The Light Up the City 2022 will enhance the Christmas celebrations as a high point for the festive season and bring excitement within the city. All lights go up in Accra.
Just wondering how you're planning to celebrate Christmas this year. But 12-year-old primary 6 student Kojo Bote at the Cambridge International School has emerged victorious in the Richoko National Essay Competition. The Richoko National Essay Competition is a project geared towards improving literacy amongst basic school pupils. He explained that his father motivated him to take up this competition. Prince Owusansa was there and now reports.
After a thrilling contest, Kojo Bote, 12-year-old pupil of Cambridge International School, ended the 3-round essay competition with 25 points, emerging as the winner for the upper primary category. 5 schools featured for the Richoko National Essay Competition, but Kojo Bote at Cambridge International School rose to the occasion.
And I was able to win this competition through the regular teachings from my elder brother and my teachers in school.
Eduke Noko from Osu Presbyterian Preparatory School also swept the award for the junior high school category. She faced off with 5 contestants and emerged as the winner with 26 points at the end of the competition.
Actually, I didn't get much time to prepare because I was told 3 days to Saturday. So, well, some research and look around you for like some things, then get hold of some answers, then, you know.
Speaking to JoyNews, Michael Boateng, brands manager for Richoko, said they are preparing a digital platform for essays written by students to be accessible to encourage others to take up the challenge.
Going into the future is to have some of these essays written by these kids published. So we are working with some other partners to have platforms where we can publish them, where their colleague students can also go and access these essays at no extra cost. So we are talking to other stakeholders where we can have some of these top essays published. And so at any point in time, any of these students or any of these pupils can also go into those platforms and then assess these essays for their own benefit.
He urged students to take advantage of the essay competition come next year to improve their literacy. Prince Owusu says report read to you.
And more than 200 ladies are expected to benefit from the Marketing Queen pageant, which is an initiative by PGW Ghana, the leading marketing partner for Longreach International. The Marketing Queen, an entrepreneurship beauty pageant aimed at helping to mitigate graduate unemployment in Ghana, has been launched here in Accra. The pageant launched to support female graduates will require the contestants to exhibit their intelligence in various fields. Speaking at the launch of the event, the Chief Executive Officer for the PGW Ghana slated that the pageant is aimed at raising public awareness of the wealth building prospects offered by the network.
Promotes network marketing. And with the network marketing promotion, we chose the name The Marketing Queen because it's all going to be about marketing. You can't be an entrepreneur without knowing how to market and sell. We believe network marketing have come to stay, and ladies are the people who are leading network marketing all over the world, and that is why we felt we could use this to promote the business of network marketing to the whole world.
And he's also urging young people to go into network marketing in order to reduce youth unemployment.
We think that all youth, every unemployed person, people who are working, Charlie Kruma. So let's all rise, let's welcome network marketing, especially Longreach business, and let's support all these queens as they embark on their journey in trying to eradicate a lot of social problems, including unemployment and several other health issues in society.
And here's what's at stake. The ultimate winner of the pageant takes home a Honda Saloon car, while other finalists will get various business startup packages. So you might want to try, obviously, when you have another opening. But that's all we have for you here on the polls. I'm Blessed Stogan. Log on to myjoyonline.com for updates. We'll see you again. Bye-bye for now.
Bank of Ghana has upgraded the 1 Ghana Cedi coin with enhanced security features. The coin will be put into circulation from 12th December 2022. It is similar to the existing 1 Ghana Cedi coin in shape, form and images. The coat of arms in front and the scale of justice at the back. The upgraded 1 Ghana Cedi coin is bimetallic with outer gold and inner silver. The coin has a pronounced rough edge and incorporates a latent image which appears in a rectangular form below the scale of justice at the back. The latent image changes from a radiating star to a 1 Ghana Cedi symbol sandwiched between 2 stars when tilted. The existing and the upgraded 1 Ghana Cedi coins will co-circulate until the existing coin is gradually withdrawn. The general public is encouraged to accept the coins and use them.
I'm Samuel Kwekunambu. I'm coming from Ejumako in the central region. This is the first time I'm actually winning.
This is my first time. This is the first time I'm winning promoted them. HD Plus.
I'm very sure that I was not the only person in the draw. So I say thank you to God, thank you to HD Plus for giving me this opportunity.
The promotion is real. I would like everyone to partake.
Get a Promo HD Plus decoder from an authorized dealer, as well as any EGL outlet, or subscribe for 3 months or more to register for the final draw by dialing *844 *8# now.
Dummy dribbles to the right. He's got an opportunity on the edge of the penalty box. He's gone past the defense. This must surely be it. It's in. It's a goal.
With only 1 city
50 pesos, you can win up to 16.5 million Ghana cedis in the Betway at Inaketia Jackpot. Jackpot Muhine. Bet responsibly, not for persons under the age of 18. This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana.
Are you ready for the biggest charity mall? The Let Single Parents Smile Charity Mall train is about to move to collect youth clothes, kids clothes, school books, school bags, toiletries, provisions, and much more. Please let us know your location if you have items for us. Contact Edem Atipo on 055-230-7725 or 020-442-4967. Your donation could also be in the form of fuel for us to go around to collect items. Remember, not everyone can do great things, but everyone can do small things with love. God bless you for putting a smile on the face of a struggling single parent. It's the Let Single Parent Smile Charity Mall train. God bless you.
So this is the Art for All project, phase 3 here at the Burma Camp Gifford overhead, and it was just unveiled by the CEO of the Creative Arts Agency, Jankroma Ekufo Ado, and this is the phase 3. So the phase 1 was done at the Akweje interchange here in Accra, and also phase 2 at the Tetekwashi interchange. So the whole idea of this art is to project Accra as the gateway to Africa and also show artists and put them on the global map. So how are you doing?
I'm very well, Nicholas. How are you?
I'm fine. Yourself?
I'm very well. Thank you for joining us today.
So tell us more about this project.
Oh, thank you, Nicholas. This is our Art for All phase 3. We had the first one was in Akwaje. Second one was Tetekwashi. This is Gifford Road. This is our biggest one to date, as you can see. It stretches out of the whole mural as well, and the underneath and both sides.
So how are you going to maintain this artwork down here? Because the previous one done, you see some people try to distort the designs and stuff. Yeah, they have. So how are you going to maintain them?
Right, and it hasn't stopped as well, Nicholas, which is unfortunate. You know, we have had both sites have been defaced. One with, unfortunately, someone that had some mental health issues, and then the other two have been with one gang, and also someone that's just been, how can I say, graffitiing the premises. Luckily for us, the response that we had from the public was very quick, and we had a lot of support of asking people to, you shouldn't be defacing. Our municipality as well were very quick to remove such defacement. But I'm going to be very honest, it is a ongoing challenge that we're having. But we do seem to find that the members of the public are taking a lot more ownership and are feeling more responsible for the work themselves. So actually alerting us. They're actually now our detectives for us. So they alert us when something is being defaced. We have actually a problem in Akwaje at a moment, and we were alerted by the public that it's been defaced. So we're trying.
Are you trying to work with the security agencies like the police to go to man this place from intruders?
Oh yes, we work with the police and the army. But you know, there's so much someone can do. You know, I mean, no one can be on patrol 24/7, and to be very honest as well, nor should they be. We're hoping that there will become a time that no one will actually feel the need to deface, and also feel this sense of patriotism of wanting their country to look beautiful and to keep it that way.
So where is the next project going to take place?
That's a very, I like that question. Well, we tend to like to unveil, so we are not going to say what the next site is, but due to this one being the biggest one that we've done so far, be warned that the next one will be bigger, but I can't really say where the next site is going to be. It'll be a surprise.
We are almost entering the year 2023. What are the plans of the Creative Arts Agency? What plans do you have?
That's a great question, Nicholas. The Creative Arts Agency, right now, we are building a lot of initiative. We have a creative education program at the moment that we are trying to initialize, where we are trying to put more art classes, drama classes, music classes within secondary schools and primary schools nationwide. We're working with the Ministry of Education, the National Curriculums Board, to be able to inject more art classes in schools. That's one of our big programs that we have going on.
Last question. This one doesn't have to do with the arts. So, how will you rate your dad's performance in the office after all this economic crisis and IMF? How will you rate your dad's performance?
Stellar. I think a lot of people do not understand the backroom pressures and responsibilities that are needed, and what the tolls that it takes. But this is a leader that has taken it on effortlessly and has steered the ship that we all feel safe within these times of economic unrest. So for me, and I'm sure a lot of people would say that I'm biased, but a lot of people that do know me understand my objectivity, and I feel that he is leading us on a safe and steady course.
So you disagree with the school of thought that your dad is not really performing well in office?
Yes.
He has mismanaged the economy?
Yes, I disagree.
So, Jankwa, what else are you trying to do to push the artists in Ghana?
I appreciate that question. Thank you. One of the main things I think for myself is to be able to, one is to push artist visibility, whether it's just in our country or globally. Another thing is to make sure that we have ownership of our work. A lot of our work that we have, whether it's fashion, film, or music, or poetry, we lose our ownership, whether it's our copyright, whether it's our IP. I want to be able to, our African or Ghanaian artists, to be able to be well-versed in owning their work. Another thing that I always feel very proudly and very well, I want to push, is for arts education. It's to be able for everybody in the world, in the Ghana, to have art appreciation and to understand it.
To begin with, the idea was to create a street art exhibition that informed the general public through symbols of the people of Accra. It's more of a tribute to the city of Accra, but then also representative of the philosophies and political thoughts of the custodians of Accra, but then also a tribute to the people of the world. You know, some of the symbolism is pretty universal, and the idea was to create a space where people can come and interact with public art, but then also be informed about history of this city that we are not aware of, basically. You know, so it's sort of a, for lack of a better word, a museum, you know, of street art, you know, made up of the symbols and philosophies and political thoughts of the people of Accra, and also the people of West Africa, primarily. Yeah.
These designs are very beautiful. Were there any challenges whilst we were trying to put them together?
So I designed this during COVID, actually. Yeah, during the lockdown. This is what I spent my time doing. And it didn't materialize until 2 years later, you know. We started this in June of 2022 and finished in November of 2022. I don't think that I had any difficulties per se in designing. I think it was more of convincing the Creative Arts Council to take it up, you know, and you know, that comes with getting funding and, you know, verifying designs, you know. So it was a lot of back and forth before it was actually made possible.
It has been really exciting, and especially the fact that I happen to be the only female. It was not easy at first, but I thank God that we've been able to put this through at the end of the day.
Your women should be proud of you. How are you trying to empower other women to also take up roles like this?
Yes, I'm so happy that I can be a symbol for other women to look up to and see that it's possible for us to do what the men do too.
What were the challenges?
The challenges for me personally was climbing the scaffold. Sometimes you get dizzy, sometimes you have to just rest a little, but I had to move on and do my work. It's work, so you can't run away from work.
So for your designs, what was the idea behind it?
The idea behind the entire work was bringing the Gasamai symbols, and then making them known to the public. At least they should be aware of the fact that these symbols exist, and then we can use them in our daily designs and art.
What was the whole experience for you?
The whole experience, I would say it has been a very good journey, tremendous one, because it's my third time on this project. Yeah, so I've been on the first, the second, and then the third time. So painting this, aside the two other works, this is the biggest. Yeah, so it was quite a bit challenging because I have other jobs and then I have this too, so I'll be working back and forth. But it has been great being on this project.
What should we expect on the next project if you are on?
I told my bosses that I will be on every time they call me. Yeah, every time they call on me, I'll be on because I like giving back to my junior artists, and then I want this kind of pieces to be more in the country because it's educational and then it's also beautify the country.
So how is this going to empower other young and coming artists coming up?
When now the feedback I've been getting is so positive. Yeah, with the young ones, they always want to be on this project. But being on this project too, it's not like maybe a joke thing, like an upcoming. It's a professional thing we are doing here. So I would want you to come and then you have a look and then you get the training before you get on this platform.
How is he like working with? It's amazing. I mean, I learned so much from him, and I am so grateful that I got to have that opportunity because he's very a precise person. He knows what he's about. He's extremely gifted when it comes to writing. He knows exactly what sound he wants. He's very particular and he knows what he wants. There's no cutting corners. He's a perfectionist. This is what I want and this is what we're getting. I want the people to enjoy this. I want good music out there. There's no way he would do any half-half. That's why his songs are so timeless because there's a lot of work that goes into it.
Yeah.
When we were recording our Bubra album, we went for a couple of days because I was still in school at the time.
Yeah.
So when we have like vacations, excuse me, we would go there and it would be nights, day and nights of working. No, I don't like this. Let's tweak this. Let's record this again. He's very precise and very on point.
Wow.
So I kind of learned that and took that from him to make sure that whatever you're doing, put in your best and deliver the best. He's amazing.
Back then, I know that the industry, in terms of the ladies in the industry, were not much then.
No,
compared. I mean, I would like to hear, like, back then, how was it like, especially you being a young one?
For me, the only person I could say we were looking up to was Akosua Japan at the time. Honestly. At that time, there were not, I think it was mainly, she was the only female that was big. At the time, so it was wow, I could say Japan. And right now, what the ladies are doing, I just look and I'm so happy because now we have variety. And everybody's pushing. It's just amazing. I'm happy with what is happening. Oh, good. It's not easy. It's really not easy.
Oh my goodness.
Knocking your head here and there, but we're fighting through it. And the industry has totally changed.
Yeah.
So for us, the OGs, you have to warm up to the whole routine and everything. So it's quite complicated, but we are learning small.
I'm sure when you came back, should I say most of your colleague musicians and those who knew you back then, when they saw you back, how was the reaction like?
They're always like, for some reason I thought a mommy penny movie. When we're talking about these songs are over 20 years.
Yes.
And how do you still look like this? I said it's by grace.
But now you've actually brought my attention to that. How old were you when you were doing all those songs?
I started very young. So I started singing around. I mean, church, choir. I was very young, like 13. And then the first time I entered the studio was maybe 15, 16. But Esther Mwako, he can do it better for you. I'm the other voice on there. So yeah, that's how I started. And I did a lot of backings and collaborations with, musicians in Europe, but they were not really known here.
Yeah.
So I started very young.
Wow.
I started very young.
This is a lovely song. And just like the lyric says, so as you said.
Yeah, but I'm not here to contest the gospel artists. Yeah, I'm not here to contest them. I'm doing my own thing.
Massa, contest.
I'm doing my own thing.
Yes.
Yeah, man. It's like when the song came out, some of them got.
They were shaking,
but I'm not here to contest. I'm a reggae dancer.
Rastaman, okay. Make up at sorry, me.
Hey, we never care about them.
The ingenuity of a young boy.
Community has seen light, as a access to electricity, and do and
On the polls, we're connecting you to Africa. We're giving you updates on all stories, plus exclusives and analysis on issues confronting the continent.
This is a huge opportunity for all humanity, and I specifically even for those who've had the opportunity of now being members of the Commonwealth. I think it's going to be one of the major gatherings coming after COVID. I want to say that Rwanda has been ready since 2020 and today is very ready.
All of these and more await you on the polls on the Joy News channel. Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
Meet the Afrochella boys. It took 4 people to put up Afrochella.
Yeah.
It's not like it's deliberate to sound Nigerian. Whoever thinks that I'm shining in the shadows of another person, it's just a shallow way of looking at it.
We as people, we as industry, we as musicians have failed the journey. Being an artist manager is a lot of work. It's basically putting your life aside and taking care of somebody.
I hear it. We done our own films. And Ghanaian films are so boring. So many Ghanaians, the media didn't push it as much as I thought they could have. Don't be surprised if in the next 5 years, a Ghanaian wins an Oscar.
One of the Nigerian guys wanted to do a feature with Davido. And then here I come in. When you're paid well, you will do a good job. There are some artists that don't know anything about music, but they just have a nice voice.
But must they learn? It's CT on the beat.
I'm a see brother, see brother.
Exclusives. Showing Saturdays at 7:30 p.m.
Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided I have to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
Mochumio, may I say?
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I'm in the studio alone, even without the producer.
The vibe that births excellence, special skills, talent, and mastery. Welcome to E-Vibes with Becky on this channel.
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs. Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
I was once a driver's mate. I was once a pupil teacher. I was once somebody's houseboy.
He's unique. He's a hardworking guy. He's straightforward. He doesn't take no for.
This voice speaks a lot of volume to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered, you understand, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. Here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
Countless questions about why you should sleep for particular periods of time. Some say 2 hours, others say 4 hours. But for young adults like me, you should sleep 7 to 8 hours. Why? Because studies have shown that if you sleep less than 6 hours or more than 9 hours, you have a death rate of about 60% as compared to people who sleep 7 to 8 hours. Today, our discussion is on sleep and why it's very important. Join me, Dr. Hannah Lisa Tete, on this discussion. So sleep is very important because a lot of the repair and restorative functions of the body occur whilst you're sleeping. Growth hormone release, tissue repair, muscle growth, all occur when you're sleeping, so you need to sleep. Also, if you want to be able to have a very good judgment and to be able to focus very well, you need to sleep. Because when you don't sleep, you can't focus, you can't judge things right. And that's why it's important to sleep. Now, I know so much has been said about sleeping to lose weight and all of that. Well, here's the issue. If you actually want to lose weight, you need to sleep for the right amount of time. Why? Because when you're sleep deprived, obesity has been linked to it. So a lot of the restorative and repair functions of the body occur whilst you're sleeping. growth hormone release, muscle repair, tissue growth. All of it occurs when you're sleeping. So you need to sleep. Now, judgment and focus are very, very important, and these are enhanced when you're sleeping. When you're sleep deprived, you're unable to judge things very well and you can't focus. When you wake up in the morning, your decisions are terrible simply because you were not able to sleep well. Now, I know so much has been said about obesity. People say if you want to lose weight, don't sleep, or sleep for 2 hours, or sleep for 4 hours. Now, here's the issue. You need to sleep for the right amount of time if you want to lose weight. Why? Obesity has been linked with sleep deprivation. When you don't sleep, that is when you're sleep deprived, there's a hormone known as ghrelin. It's an appetite stimulant, so it's increased. And the more you stay awake, the more this is increased, and the more your appetite depressant, which is leptin, comes down. So the more you stay awake, the more ghrelin goes up, the hungrier you become, the more you eat, and then what? The more you gain weight. I'm sure I've been able to convince you that sleep is very important. If not, well, let's look at a few other reasons as well. You need to be able to sleep so that you can learn and learn very well. Sleep has been associated with memory and learning. So for learning, we have something we call acquisition. That's when you acquire the knowledge. And then we have consolidation. That's when the knowledge is stabilized. And then we have recall. And when you're awake, acquisition and recall occur when you're awake. But stabilization of the information, that's consolidation, occurs when you're sleeping. So now you know why it's important to sleep the night before your exam, right? Yes, especially after you spend so much time studying. If you do not sleep the night before, you're unable to remember anything because no information was consolidated whatsoever. Sleep is very important because it makes you feel refreshed. The more awake you stay, the more there's an increase in the hormone known as adenosine. It goes up and up and up, and you feel tired the whole time. But when you sleep, your body is able to clear all this adenosine, and then you wake up feeling refreshed. And so, before you decide to cheat nature and decide that you're going to sleep 2 hours or 4 hours, remember that if you're a young adult like me, then you need to sleep 7 to 8 hours. My name is Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tefe, and I'm sure I've been able to convince you why it's important for you to sleep and why it's important for you to sleep the right amount of hours. Join me next time.
Say that since then, the building had not had any renovation of that sort. And so as of 2015, it got to deteriorating. So part of the roof started falling down. And so we decided to work on. And so by God's grace, this is what we've been able to do.
The exhibition is titled Unity in Diversity. And as diverse as we are, we have several ethnic groups with different cultural practices and ways of living. The museum seeks to promote who we are, bring us together as one, so that when someone
Hello, good evening, everyone. Warm welcome to Business Live. In our lineup this hour, a financial analyst has described as a rushed decision government's announcement of suspension of all debt service payments under certain categories of external debt pending an orderly restructuring of the affected obligations.
That we would have tried to complete the debt exchange, the domestic debt exchange, and before we go and do the pre-default, so that we could negotiate with them very well.
Meanwhile, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta appeals to Parliament to pass the appropriations bill for the 2023 fiscal year to avert mistakes witnessed this year. We've got details of these and many others come your way, and also government reiterates commitment to developing a startup legislation to ensure development of Ghanaian startups. We'll hear from the Communications Minister, Esla Osuekufo. We have details of these and many others coming your way in a moment. Please stay.
Hello, my name is Abeku Agri Santana. If there's anything that makes my life so easy, it is my bank. I love hanging out with my boys at our usual fufu joint. But even without cash, we still dey chop better with EcoBank Mobile. No matter the time of day, my bank helps me stay in touch with my beautiful wife whenever she's away. And when my beautiful wife is in town, she never misses out on her favorite TV shows because I'm able to pay up all my TV subscriptions from the comfort of my mobile phone. Whenever she has to get groceries too, my bank makes it cashless and convenient. And the part my wife loves the most is when my bank makes it possible and easy for her to shop from any part of the world without moving.
Welcome to the smart world of EcoBank. Download EcoBank Mobile from Google Play Store or the App Store and discover the smart way to bank. EcoBank, the Pan-African.
Hello, Kitty Bobs and Kitty Bobs, the yummies and the yummies, and the bitty bobs and the bitty bobs. This Christmas presents the greatest fun for all the bubbly kids in town. Yes, as your super station Love 99.5 FM and Inshra 104.5 FM storms the beautiful Rattray Park for the Christmas Kids Party. It's a party and fun time for all the kids as we enjoy and make merry this Christmas. So parents, come with all the kids and let's have fun. Santa Claus alongside Mickey Mouse will be there with lots of gifts. Remember, there will be bouncy castles, electric trains, trampoline, horse race, a stationary aeroplane, TV games, and many more to play with. And the rate is a cool 10 Ghana cedis per child. And the date is Saturday 24th and Sunday 25th December 2022, 9 a.m. sharp.
For inquiries, call 0245 594425.
Xmas Kids Party! Bonya Baya Dada!
Grateful you could stay on. I am Pius Kojo Baka. Straight up to our very first story. Government has extended the expiration date for the domestic debt exchange program to 30th December 2022 to allow for key concerns raised by stakeholders be accommodated in some form. According to Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, confidence and active participation of all stakeholders are the essential elements for the success of this debt exchange program. Giving an update on the economy today, Ken Ofori-Atta stated that government is committed to laying out a pathway towards attaining debt sustainability informed by sound technical analysis and broad stakeholder engagement.
Economic and structural reforms, the IMF and government signed off a staff-level agreement on 13 December 2022 for a US $3 billion extended credit facility. So far, we have all witnessed the gains of the CD over the past week, as well as the attainment of the staff level agreement in near record time. These are results of our collective efforts. As 1 Samuel 30:19 says, nothing was missing, great or small. We must and we will collectively recover all. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to recover all, we still have a lot of work to do before the end of the year in order to gain the full benefit of the debt exchange program. Following the stakeholder engagement, government has agreed to extend the expiration date for the domestic debt exchange to 30th December 2022 to allow for key concerns raised by stakeholders to be accommodated in some form. The launch of the debt exchange program, coupled with the signing of the staff level agreement of the IMF, have aided our stability efforts and have in particular contributed significantly to the rebound of our currency. While accommodating the inputs of stakeholders, we must do all we can to sustain the gains of these initiatives, keeping in sight the urgency of obtaining IMF board approval in Q1 2023. The cost of this not succeeding will be too huge for our economy.
Well, he also urged Parliament to pass the appropriations bill for the 2023 fiscal year.
And to support us in getting the appropriations bill for the 2023 fiscal year passed. We also urge Parliament to support in particular new revenue measures outlined in the 2023 budget, which aim to improve revenue mobilization. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of 2022. Our end game as a government has always been to achieve a Ghana beyond aid, a wealthy, inclusive, sustainable, empowered, and resilient society, a wiser Ghana. The necessary precondition for this is a stable macroeconomic environment. Viewed within that lens, restructuring our debt is only but a necessary part of our story. The ensuing years will focus on building an entrepreneurial and export-driven economy as we grow the economy to protect and create jobs, tackle inflation, and strengthen our currency. Importation of food should soon be a thing of the past. We cannot afford to lose this essence of forward momentum for our economy as we navigate towards stability, predictability, and growth. 2023 must be our comeback year, a year in which we put in place stronger foundations that will allow us to change our country for the better and in a way that is enduring, inclusive, and transformational. We all have a role to play, and I urge us all to work together with the government and support the various interventions being implemented to kickstart our recovery in a determined, bold, and courageous way. Above all, I urge us all to maintain an unshakable sense of optimism about Ghana in the
Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta there. A while longer on the economy, and a financial analyst has described as a rushed decision the government's announcement of a suspension of all debt service payments. Now, the government announced suspension of all debt service payments under certain categories of external debt pending an orderly restructuring of the affected obligations. Now, the suspension will include the payments of Eurobonds, commercial term loans, and on most bilateral debt. It will, however, not include the payment of multilateral debt, new debts, or whether multilateral or otherwise, contracted after 19th December 2022 or debts related to certain short-term trade facilities. But speaking earlier on the marketplace, financial analyst Dr. Richmond Etuahini said the government should have waited for the implementation of the debt exchange program after extending the deadline for institutional bondholders to sign up to the facility to 30th December.
The institutions that have credit lines, some institutions have credit lines, in terms of credit lines. Immediately you say it, that they will be cut off. They will be cut off. And if they are cut off, it would affect the external trade. So it's the implication is quite big. But I would have thought that we would have try to complete the debt exchange, the domestic debt exchange, and before we go and do the pre-default, so that we could negotiate with them very well for the haircut or whatever they were talking about. You're going to have a tap. There's no two ways about that. And the literature support that you're not going to have a deal. Because you're telling them that I cannot, I don't have. Therefore, wait and let me tell you what you can do. If you're hard pressed for time, you set your time frame. And you should make provision for, especially the domestic. You see, the domestic debt restructuring would have helped in the external restructuring. But now that you're having a problem to do it, people are now beginning to say, oh, there is no confidence. I would have thought that we have a lot of time. We had time from July up to today. The engagement, as I've always been saying, there needs to be a good stakeholders engagement to tell people the reason why we are doing it and the benefit for us. Not only the benefit for physical space, what we do to industry, what we do to the private sector. If all these things we knew from July, we could have programmed ourselves very well that we shouldn't have been hard pressed by time. Now we haven't done that. We are getting hard pressed every day. So we are taking some measures that, for me, in your negotiation, is not going to be easy.
Let's now touch on some energy-related stories. And the Chief Executive for African Energy Consortium, Kwame Jantua, has taken a swipe at the government for not implementing measures to forestall dollarization of the economy. According to him, this is having a toll on the energy sector. Speaking to Joy Business at a workshop on quarterly tariff adjustment and net metering guidelines, he said the energy transition agenda may grind to a halt if the menace is not addressed.
The chicken and egg situation, and as you see, where our electricity is concerned, the dollar plays a huge role in it. And the dollar plays a huge role in it primarily because of the IPPs that we have. Can we extricate that? I don't see how we're going to extricate ourselves off the dollar, not unless we have a policy where we de-dollarize our economy. If we are able to de-dollarize our economy, like some other countries have done, South Africa for that matter, then maybe it will be possible. But the situation we find ourselves in has shown us that we have to de-dollarize. We have to bring inflation down at all points. We have to bring the cost of importation down. These factors contribute to the dollarization of our economy. If we don't de-dollarize our economy, it becomes difficult because it feeds into our electricity generation. So it is something that we need to sit down collectively, not only as a government, but collectively, bring everybody on the table and see how do we start that process of de-dollarization. And where we find ourselves today, is it a huge advantage for us to say we need to do it? Because look, you go to some countries, you try to pay your hotel bill with dollar, they'll tell you it doesn't happen, go and change it. But it's also got to do with mindset. Because even in Parliament, you hear them talk about, and it costs this X dollars, it costs this Y dollars. It doesn't help us. We need to have a conscious effort, and we need to be serious about de-dollarization.
Moving on to some other stories, the Minister for Communications and Digitalization, Ursula Wusu-Ekufo, has indicated that there is the need to strengthen the tech ecosystem to sustain the sector and develop more tech startups in the country. According to her, the government is developing a startup legislation to ensure the development of startups in the country. Here is more.
The National Information Technology Agency organized an ICT stakeholders forum to engage partners and technology entrepreneurs on some regulatory measures to safeguard and build their businesses. The forum was under the theme Regulating ICT Businesses and Practitioners in Ghana. Speaking at the stakeholder forum, Ursula Wusu-Ekufo said, there is the need to develop and support tech entrepreneurs.
We are in the process of developing the digital economy policy for Ghana, which will be the successor to our ICT for accelerated development policy. That policy is also currently undergoing stakeholder consultation, and they've made significant inputs and enriched the process. We need to look at our laws and regulations as well to see if they are fit for purpose. And that legal gap analysis is also being conducted. At the end of the exercise, if we have to amend existing legislation, the proposals for amendment will be laid before Parliament. If we have to craft new laws, we will develop new laws. For starters, we're developing a startup legislation to guide the growth of the startup sector in this country. It wasn't available for us, and we know we have a very vibrant tech scene in this country, and we want to encourage and grow this sector so we can produce more tech entrepreneurs in this sector. So we've already identified that gap and are working to develop a law to guide the tech and startup ecosystem in this country. There may be more, but the gap analysis would let us know once it is completed, and then we'll take it from there.
Head of Corporate Affairs at NITA, Emmanuel James Fiagbenu, added that the ICT sector lacks standardization and needs to be regulated to help build Ghana's digital infrastructure.
The lack of standardization, that is why. So there is definitely a reason why NITA, it got into a time that NITA thought that needed to. You know, the government's agenda is the agenda of digitalization. Is very critical. That informs part of why NITA is doing this. And so the standardization is one of the key things. As I said already, without standards, anybody can just do anything. And we can develop, and the digital economy will not grow if we don't make sure that these things are all in place. So standardization and rules, so regulation is all about observing certain rules that are set within an ecosystem.
The National Information and Technology Agency, in partnership with the Institute of ICT Professionals Ghana, held the forum to interact with ICT professionals on how to regulate their operations to build the sector.
Talking about startups, the Ghana Enterprises Agency has cautioned beneficiaries of various government funding programs to make use of the funds to attract the necessary growth into the economy. According to her, this is the surest way to ensure more funds to be channeled into the revival of the micro, small and medium enterprises in the midst of the harsh economic condition. There's more in the following reports. Speaking at an event to sign another agreement to expand the COVID-19 response grant scheme to micro businesses, Chief Executive of the Ghana Enterprises Agency, Kosi Yankee Aye, advised the beneficiaries to use the funds for its intended purpose. More than 400 people have so far benefited from the first phase of the program, which has been supported by the World Bank and other partners. The CEO also pledged for more support next year for the sector.
Our advice to them is really to utilize the funds, because people assume that they'll never come back for support, but they always come back, right? It's something that we've seen. One, under the cutbacks, those who got the loans, who had come back for the grants, we actually put a hold on giving them funding because they hadn't paid some of their loans. And so you'd see that people actually go and pay it off. They know what they're doing is wrong. There are also those that will say that, oh, I didn't help. There are some who genuinely have challenges with their businesses, so that's fine. But there are those who also might misuse the funds, which we try to stop. And so we advise them, use it, because this project doesn't end here. Next year, like I mentioned, in the second week of January, we're going to roll out a major program. And that intervention would also expand and grow businesses. And if we're going to do that, and you haven't utilized your funds properly, then you're not going to really benefit and support to grow your business. So if you're serious about growing your business, this is a time to take advantage of the various interventions.
She, however, noted that despite challenges in retrieving some loans from the sector, the agency is working to retrieve the monies.
Because some businesses will not do well, some will also do well, and all that comes with it. But we are collecting as much as possible. It's important to know that you gave funding at a time when businesses were struggling. And so you have to put that thought behind you or in front of you in making certain decisions. And we're moving ahead and we're doing collections.
About 100 MSMEs are benefiting from the second phase grant scheme. This is still Business Live with me, Pius Kojobaka, here on the Joy News channel. Let's touch on mining, shall we? The Chamber of Mines has made an appeal to the Ministry of Trade and Industry to take a critical investment in the provision of local content for the mining industry. According to the Chamber, this has become necessary to ensure that Ghana positions itself to take advantage of the investments in the sector. Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Mines, Suleiman Kone, made the call in an interview with Joy Business after addressing members of the Chamber and stakeholders at a local content workshop and exhibition in Accra. There is more in the following report.
Some major multinationals in the mining sector have raised concerns over the inability of skilled labor to take up critical contracts in the industry. According to the Ghana Chamber of Mines, there has been enough progress with regards to getting their members to use the services of local producers. Chief Executive of the Chamber, Suleiman Kone, however, believes that a more conscious effort from the Ministry of Trade and Industry will further boost efforts of the Chamber and the Association of Ghana Industries to get more local firms to operate in the sector.
Our belief is that because this lies within the bosom of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, it is important that they show more interest, in the work of the Ghana Chamber of Mines and its member community, especially when it comes to local content. Of course, it also requires that we do a lot more work. That's why I said that probably working in tandem with the AGI, we should be able to get the Ministry of Trade and Industry showing more interest, because see, what we do through local content ultimately will benefit the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and that's why at the policy level there should be that kind of synergy, that kind of relationship for us to really help build, the fabrication and manufacturing base of our economy.
The annual local content workshop and exhibition is part of the move to create more platform for stakeholders. Speaking at the event, Chief Executive of AGI, Seth Chum Akwabwa, called on the multinational players to access the capacity of the local service providers and support them in meeting their required results.
If you're a local supplier, it is good, you get some margins, but the percentage you make is not enough to turn around the economy. You should actually go into local manufacturing. And here, workshops are important, as I mentioned, seminars are important, coming together is important, but we can move to another step where we actually strike deals and do proper arrangements. Pick companies that are producing some of these items. Sit down with them and say, let's assess your capacity. What volumes can you do within what period? What are the interventions that is needed? Who has to play a role in making you work? And we can still do this on a competitive basis.
The workshop was under the theme, Local Content in the Mining Industry, a Catalyst for Economic Development.
Let's now do something in the downstream petroleum sector, and the National Petroleum Authority is asking private organizations and all other players in the sector to complement the NPA's safety protocols by providing in-service training to haulage drivers and fuel transporters in a bid to forestall adulteration of fuel products in the Ghanaian market. Earlier this year, some groups of petroleum transporters raised concerns over the lack of safety and ill treatment of transport service providers. However, as a company keen on safety, Puma Energy organized a transporters quiz aimed at ensuring drivers and their assistants understand their roles beyond just driving the truck. There's more in the following report.
The Transporter Quiz competition brought together stakeholders in the petroleum sector. The event, organized under the auspices of leading global energy business Puma Energy, is targeted at ensuring that drivers and their assistants understand that their roles go beyond just driving the tracks. Christoph Densiken is Managing Director of Puma Energy Ghana.
We transport, as you know, hazardous products every day on the roads in all the countries. And our purpose is to energize community. And to energize community, we have to keep people safe, environment safe. So that's why safety is paramount for us. That's number one. Second, we use transporters, contractors for transport. But for us, Puma, because it's our product, because it's our service, the contractor safety is as important as our own safety.
For their part, the National Petroleum Authority is asking private organizations and all players in the petroleum sector to complement the effort of the National Petroleum Authority in ensuring safety within the industry. Linda Asari is Deputy Chief Executive Officer for the NPA.
So when it comes to transportation of petroleum products, it's very paramount to our operation because the product should get there with no adulteration or dilution. The drivers should drive at very safe mode and make sure that they get the product to the final consumer without any contaminations. So this program is very good. I mean, in addition to what DVLA is doing, Puma is making sure that the drivers are adhering to all the safety protocols. We also have other players in the industry who are also same as Puma, can also add up their bit to training their drivers in safety protocols, in addition to what NPA is doing to make sure that the quality of petroleum product is not altered.
She also noted that the NPA is strengthening measures to tackle smuggling of fuel in Ghana.
So product smuggling, NPA has a role to play as well as other stakeholders like GRA, customs, immigration. So we are collaborating with the national security to check that these products coming through unapproved routes. We are putting our heads together and we are tracking all this. We've made a lot of arrests. I don't have the numbers here, but there are measures in place to clamp down on this illegal import of petroleum products into the country through unapproved routes. The drivers, we have had engagement with the owners, the tanker owners, as well as the drivers. We have gone far, very far with discussions to make sure that they are well taken care of in terms of remuneration. So that one is still under discussion. So you can see that they've now laid down their tools because they are so much satisfied with what NPA is doing to make sure that they are giving some compensation to the job they are, because the role they are playing is very important. Without them, we can't get the product to very far areas. And it's a very important, and NPA also protects that kind of role they are playing.
And that's it for Business Live for tonight. I am Pius Kojobaka. For more news, log on to myjoyonline.com/business. Always a pleasure serving you. We've got some international business news for you.
Hello there, thanks for staying with us on the JoyNews channel and welcome to The Probe. At long last, the battle has ended And in the end, 25 individuals have been chosen to lead the charge in rallying grassroots support for the opposition National Democratic Congress as the party stages a comeback in the 2024 elections. Electrifying and shocking are by a few words to describe the process before, during, and after the 10th National Delegates Congress of the opposition National Democratic Congress held here in Accra. For close to 24 hours, delegates had to wait their turn to cast ballots and to choose a new crop of leaders who will steer the affairs of the party for the next 4 years. But after that cumbersome exercise, we're asking the big question tonight. Is the NDC truly re-energized for the 2024 elections? And do these new crop of leaders have what it takes to stop the governing party's mantra of breaking the eight? It's live here on The Probe. The Probe, as always, is interactive, so feel free to be a part of it. It's live on Joy 99.7 FM, here on the Joy News channel, and obviously on our outlets across the country. You're welcome to the show. I'll be telling you about my guest when we return after this break. And thanks for staying with us here on the Joy News channel. This is The Probe on the Joy News channel and also on Joy 99.7 FM. For those of you who've been monitoring the space over the past 24 hours, it's been one exercise that we've been carrying out at the election headquarters. And you know that it's all about the NDC's internal reorganization process. And that's why we are reconverging to assess the 10th National Delegates Congress of the NDC after that cumbersome exercise choosing leaders from across the country. Let me tell you about my guest helping us with the conversation tonight. We have Alex Segbefia. He's the chairperson of the planning committee for the NDC's 10th National Delegates Congress. Is joining us via Zoom. We're grateful that you're joining us. Dr. Asa Asante is a political scientist at the University of Ghana. And in studio with us, we have Dr. William Ahaji. He's the immediate past director of research for the National Democratic Congress. We have Elikem Kotoko. Some say he's the new kid on the block, but well, congratulations to Elikem. He's the deputy national youth organizer for the NDC, having won the election last night, well, or should I say today. And Evans Mensah is the head of our political desk here at JoyNews. And I just want to start off with Evans. First of all, congratulations to you for leading such a wonderful team and bringing our viewers a 360 view of what it is that we're now coming to terms with, the NDC having a full set of its leadership going into the 2024 elections. But what was striking to you, Evans? Let me start off with you, of course, in terms of our coverage of the exercise itself. And kindly unmute for me, Evans, so I can hear you.
It is really about how adept the NDC delegates are, how nuanced they are, how intelligent they are in reading the moment and deciding what the NDC really need. What the NDC really need is aggression to win the 2024 elections. If you speak to people within the party before this, there was concern that the team that led the party into the 2020 elections, they were just too soft. They were outmaneuvered, outfought, outtaught at polling centers, at the collation centers in Ashanti region. There was a report that was commissioned by the Council of Elders that found weaknesses in the recruitment, the people that are at the helm, that manage the process. And you see the delegates responding to that. If you look at the field now, the elected officers, they are strong, uncompromising, firm firebrands who will take no nonsense. This is going to be a fight. And for the host of the individuals that have been elected, from General Mosquito, Asiru Nketia, to Fifi Kwete, to Yamin, this is a team that tells you this screaming on top of your lungs, we are ready for a fight. And for me, that is key. The message, and they've laid down a marker now. I think the NPP, they have their work cut out for them.
Did any of the candidates take you by surprise?
Fifi Kwete did. Coming into this, we didn't think that he had a chance, mainly because he had taken a back seat in many minds from frontline politics, after parliament, after propaganda secretary, after setting the record straight. He's been out of the limelight for a while, and we thought it was going to be difficult because in politics, you're as good as your last contribution. And he had to go a bit back to find his last contribution, his last visible. I mean, at least for those of us from the outside, his last visible contribution. But clear, and I made the point in the studio when all my panelists, including Inusa Husseini around me, were saying that they don't seem to see him as the favorite. I warned them that the fact that he comes from the Volta region, the fact that the party in the past, there have been elements like Anita D'Souza that had complained that the party is not rewarding its base enough, its grassroots, it's World Bank enough, that I find that this could be the reason why Fifi Kwete could possibly emerge. That is, if the party acknowledges that they need to galvanize that World Bank for 2024, the party will be nuanced enough to appreciate that and give the nod to him. And so it turned out. So that for me was a major surprise.
Well, here's what we want to do. Let's have on the screens now the full set of leaders who will be taking control now and leading the NDC in the next 4 years. I'm talking about that full list of national leaders for the NDC. So there you have it. The national chairman being Johnson Asiedu Nketia, chairman general, as he's been referred to now, having won that very crucial contest. We also do have the vice chairperson of the parties being Awudu Sofo Azoka, and the first vice chair also being Dr. Sherry Ayite. Then Dr. Sherry Ayite is coming through as the second vice chair, and we have Yakubu Abanga Al-Hassan. He's going to be the third vice chair for the National Democratic Congress. So let's deal with the general secretary position. You have Fifi Kwete, he's on your screens, of course, first on the second role. Then for the deputy general secretary role, you have Barbara Sewa Asamoah, quite known to the party. She was there in that position 4 years ago. She's retained her position. We have Bande Foyo Mustafa as well, coming on board to become one of the deputy general secretaries for the NDC. For the National Youth Organizer position, Joseph Yamin is there, coming through, toppling Joshua Kamba to take that role as the new national organizer for the NDC. Then the deputy national organizer role, you have Kobi Ballon and Elikem Kotoko is on Zoom with us. I'll be taking his thoughts shortly. But you also have the national communications officer going unopposed. So Sami Jemfi is retaining his post as the communications officer for the NDC. For the Deputy National Communications Officer role, you have Malik Basintale and Godwin Akogan, who's worked very closely with Sami Jemfi, retaining that post. The NDC is also going hard on the Zongo Caucus. So you have the National Zongo Caucus coordinator being Mama Koli Younger. So he's going to take that role. For NEC members, and they are adding on to that raft of list that you have on your screens right now, augmenting the number and making it 25. So I'll just go through that very quickly for you. We have Wanda Victor Kuto, we have Arabatego, we have Cecilia Asaga, we have Victoria Kuma Minta, and Ephraim Ni Saki. So those are the NEC members. Then you have National Women's Organizer being Hannah Louisa Bisiwo. She's retained her role. We also have the Deputy National Women's Organizer being Abigail Edem Elom Mensa and Felicia Jifat Tegan. So it appears that for the women's role, most of them have retained their seats. The National Youth Organizer position, George Opereado, he was faced with a court challenge, but it appears the party was able to resolve that challenge for him. So he's gone through. He will now be the National Youth Organizer for the NDC. And when it comes to those assisting Giorgio Pariado, for the deputy role, we have Osman Abdullahi Ayaraga and Ruth Della Sedo. So that's the 25-man squad, if you want to call it that way. They are now leading the NDC for the next 4 years as its new crop of leaders. I would want to hear from the chairperson of the one who organized this entire exercise, Alex Segbefia. But just before we hear from Alex Segbefia, for those of you who missed the action on the JoyNews channel, here's a wrap of how activities unfolded at the Accra Sports Stadium.
The main event started with speeches from the leadership of the NDC to about 9,000 delegates gathered at the Accra Sports Stadium. It was clear from the start that candidates had discarded the bitter rivalry that characterized campaigns in the build-up to the election. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo hit heavily on unity among members.
A snake that you can see does not bite. We can see ourselves as NDC members, so we cannot and must not bite one another. I guess what the proverb forgot to add is that a mosquito that you can see can also not bite. Fellow party members, where there is love, there is no darkness. So our elder says, and how true a statement it is, we should focus on our collective good by extension of the good of Ghana.
Johnson Esiedun Ketia, in his submission, failed to address his controversial viral tape about his party going to court on the 2020 elections without figures. Instead, he sang the praises of his party and ended by apologizing to people he may have offended as General Secretary.
Let me say a word of farewell to you as I step down today as your General Secretary, having served in that position for the past 17 years. I want to thank you for your cooperation, and I want to thank everybody. Those who have offended, may the Lord touch your heart to forgive me.
Well, former President John Dramani Mahama reiterated his unbiased stance towards candidates, stating clearly he didn't have any favorites.
I wish also at this juncture to repeat my position of neutrality in the various contests. Let me say again that I do not have any preferred candidate for any position, and I urge all delegates to vote based on your own appreciation of the messages of aspirants and their conviction about their capacity to work in the larger interest of the party.
After long hours of voting, a major surprise emerged. Former Propaganda Secretary Fifi Fiavi Kwete came up tops against incumbent Deputy General Secretary Peter Boama Otukuno and Elvis Efriye Ankra. But will he return the NDC to IPAC?
I would say that as a party, we clearly must leave every option on the table. We should be able to understand that the fact that we have had one way of doing it does not always mean the same way must continue. So I would say all options must remain on the table, but it's a decision we must collectively come to, not just in terms of the functional executive of the party, but the broader political leadership of the party. I would think that the options must remain very open.
Candidate number 2, Fifi Fiavi Kwete.
And at the crowning moment, Johnson Esiedun Ketia is named chairman of the party.
We are prepared to sacrifice everything, and I mean everything, including our lives, to make sure that this country is delivered.
Delegates are hopeful this new team for the NDC will win the 2024 election.
Also, that's how events unfolded at the Accra Sports Stadium. Let me bring in now Alex Segbefia, chairperson of the Planning Committee for the 10th National Delegate Congress of the NDC. Alex, welcome to the probe. What's your assessment of yesterday's exercise? It was 24 hours. Did you even see that coming in the first place?
First and foremost, can I say a good evening to yourself and to my co-panelists and to the viewers. We planned for shorter but we hope for shorter, but we plan for that type of eventuality. Many things can go wrong with the timing of the Congress. Some you can control, some you're not able to control. I think that all things being equal, we were able to control most of it because we were embarking upon a voting method that was novel in terms of the way the number of polling booths that we put up, in terms of the fact that all the counting and sorting was done at all the separate polling booths, and then subsequently the figure collation was done at the center. It took a little bit longer than we had anticipated, and also the issue of how to get the delegates to the right booths to vote, even though they were clearly set out, meant that there was a little bit of delay with that. But all told, I'm happy to indicate that we feel that we have put together a successful Congress. We are proud of what we've been able to achieve yesterday. And we think that the most important thing is 9,000 delegates or thereabouts have indicated who they want to lead the NDC. They have spoken. More importantly, none of the battles were close. It was clear victories for the winners. And based on that, I think that the party will be satisfied that this is the leadership we want, and we can move forward from this point on to the next phase, which is to pick a flag bearer and then subsequently enter the 2024 elections.
One noticeable factor that made this exercise relatively peaceful was the presence of more security officers, from the Ghana Police Service at the venue. Was this informed by some of the activities that happened during your Women and Youth Wing contest?
Yes. It is correct to say that we looked at the security concerns in a different way. It was always going to be a different security setup, just for the simple reason that we have 5 times the number we had in Cape Coast. We were in an open stadium, but that helped us because it has natural segregation. And we also ensured that we did not sit anybody on the upper terraces, because that also means that they have the ability to launch missiles without being easily identifiable. So we kept everybody within a certain space, and that was on advice from the security agencies. So we collaborated well, we took the advice, we put them in charge of, that is the police. I'll take this opportunity to commend the police and the Electoral Commission. We worked well as a team, and the outcome is there for all to see.
There are questions as to why you proceeded to swear in George Opariado, who is facing some sort of a legal tussle. Is it the case that the party is confident that Broja Jemfi will be withdrawing the case from tomorrow?
Let's watch this space. No comment at this stage.
But then you supervised his swearing in, and that's why I'm asking the question.
I didn't say your question was not right. I just said that let's watch the space. I'll answer that subsequently. We have no problem. We have no problem with the actions we took.
And then the processes leading to the elections itself. Some of the delegates obviously may not have been happy about how the contest went. Some left at the time of the coalition and when the results was being put out. Are you taking steps to reach out to some of these candidates who may not have been victorious after the exercise today?
I think the new chairman made it extremely clear, just as the new youth organizer did at his closing remarks, that they have open arms. We're going to reach out to everybody. This is not a contest to go on your own. And the people who contested are at the top end of our party in terms of they have reached a status where they can be competing for national positions. So nobody's position is left unchallenged, or for that matter, nobody's position is left to be seen as if we don't need. We need everybody. And so we will be reaching out with whatever it takes. We'll try and bring everybody on board. And that has been said by the chairman himself and also reiterated by our new General Secretary, Fifi. So I'm clear that we are looking to still bring about unity. Unity also helps with the way and manner in which the results came out. As I said, they were not that, the gap in terms of the votes indicated that this is what the party delegates wanted. You don't have anybody who's won by 5 or 10 votes for there to be any discrepancy as to whether this person won or didn't win. That's not the case. And therefore, it's important that we take into account the views and the wishes of the people of the NDC, that is the delegates who represent the whole party. And that has worked very well, or it's going to work very well for us moving forward.
Alex, just hold on for us briefly. Let's bring in Dr. William Ahaji, who's in studio with us. And Doc, thank you so much for spending some time with us here on the probe. What's your impression, first of all, of the exercise? Some say it was peaceful, yet the rivalry that we've seen has never been witnessed in the history of the NDC. What do you feel is, first of all, accounting for that?
Incidentally, I was a member of the Central Planning Committee, and I think that we acquitted ourselves very well. As my chairman said, that was a very well complementary exercise. So we can say that it's the reason why we had a successful Congress. On the issue of the intensity of the campaigns and perhaps in some cases the adversarial nature of it, you should expect that because this is a high-stake event. I mean, we are looking for people who lead the party into electoral victory in 2024. And therefore, the decision rested more with the electorate. We've lost 2 elections on the trot. A third one would be disastrous. So the electorate, the voters, the delegates thought that, well, we shouldn't do the same thing and expect a different result. So I guess that's the reason why they made the choices that they made. And we give them credit for doing that. Even the delegates themselves and their composure, what do you have to say about that? Because it appears the process, well, at some point, the EC officials may be overwhelmed with the numbers within the inner perimeter. But I would say that the delegates comported themselves very well. I don't know if you have a contrary view on that. Of course, they did because of the instructions and the processes that we had established for them to have access. And indeed, to have access to a stress-free electoral process. And therefore, they were assured, and as you said, you asked the chairman, we learned from what happened in Cape Coast. It was too confined a space in Cape Coast, and an open space, indeed, a level playing field. You don't need to create situations where there will be congestion. So we actually put up 17 booths. Each region had a booth, and then there was a 17th one for national. So it eased the stress. And indeed, as I said, the stadium was naturally divided, so you could easily walk to your booth and vote. But as you probably know, it was just the excitement, and for some of them, they need to vote early and return to their various constituencies and regions. You were in charge of data and research, so you'd be on the lookout for feedback. Have you done that? Some sort of prelims on what it is that you feel that the grassroots of your party have got to say about this new crop of leaders, and what sense you get from the delegates after the results were announced? Are you confident that giving this new crop of leaders, you're getting a sense that your base is happy about the leadership and that may culminate in your electoral fortunes come 2024? Absolutely. Incidentally, I happen to chair the committee that prepared the guidelines for the entire elections from the branch level to the national level. And indeed, we've seen a lot of improvement in the way we've conducted our elections right there from the branch level. And indeed, we're even amazed by the caliber of people who actually put themselves up to serve at the branch level. It ran through the constituency elections, through the regional elections, and we've seen a lot of it. And people who really offered to serve at the national level. Very interesting congregation of different people of diverse backgrounds. And of course, we are a Congress. So we are more inclusive, not elitist like our colleagues, more inclusive. And so it's open to anybody who feels they are qualified for any position.
And yet, women involvement, women empowerment still remains a challenge for the NDC.
I don't think it's that much of a challenge. We are trying, in fact, that we've introduced programs and policies that are creating the space for women to participate more in the electoral process. Just about 2 weeks ago, we had some training for women, professional women who have been primed for their roles in the party as well. Democracy is not just about elections. Sometimes you have to appoint people into positions. And I wanted to make a point that the list that you showed, the current executives, we still have a number of them to be included as well. There are directors that have to be appointed to get a complete set of functional executive committee members.
Let me bring in Elikem Kotoko. He is one of the newly elected executives of the NDC. Elikem, congratulations, first of all. You're the Deputy National Youth Organizer for the NDC, correct? Elikem?
Thank you, my brother. Good evening. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good evening to everybody. I am the newly elected Deputy National Organizer, not the National Youth Organizer.
Yes, I was just asking about how you feel now, knowing that, of course, you have this new role. What are you bringing on board to support your party? Your party says they're rallying for Victory 2024. Organization, putting everyone together will be very key in that process.
You are very right. The party requires a very effective mobilizer and an efficient communicator. You would agree with me that the new media also has a role to play in our political dispensation of today. And hundreds of thousands of young men and women who have now found themselves on social media also makes it another platform where we must adopt new strategies and approach in trying to reach these people, making sure we harvest them for our political fortunes. Not only because of that, but also to make them know that the NDC is the most viable alternative. And so, yes, my strong presence on social media, my effective mobilizing skills, my efficient communication skills, and the fact that I'm youthful and very energetic means that I'm coming on board not only as a deputy organizer, but I also be leaning support towards the youth and equally be providing that steam or verve that is required by the communications department, since I still remain a communications.
Right. I can tell from your voice that, of course, your energy is drained as a result of the competition. But how tough or otherwise was it for you having to emerge victorious?
I would say that with preparation, you don't have to struggle that much. It is not because of the stress that I lost my voice. It will interest you to know that I have learned some very interesting things about our delegates at the just ended Congress. Take, for instance, that I didn't have a single poster pasted around the premise at the stadium. Not a single poster. Apart from 2 banners that were erected at the entrance. And I still got what the big sweet victory I had. The bottom line is that the delegates want to listen to the message you have. But most importantly, using myself as an example, I think it is also because before yesterday, I have always been on the move, always doing party work. So everybody sort of know what Elikem is made of. Oh, Elikem has always been doing this. He's here today, he's there tomorrow. And so if there's anything, then I only needed to be clothed in that authority so I can do more. And so that was just what I witnessed yesterday. I was not jittery, I was just very calm, and I was even having some fun with my friends when collation and sorting was being done.
There's the question about the political cost
Are you willing to put that out as to how much, for instance, it cost you to become the deputy national organizer for the NDC? Some say that money is beginning to play a role in the party.
Money definitely will play a role, and the role it plays is dependent on what you mean. Because in moving or crisscrossing the country, you would have to fuel your vehicle, you would have to feed your team, you would have to accommodate them. And when you aggregate people from to one converging point, you would need to actually be responsible for their transportation. In my case, for instance, I did more of going directly to the constituents themselves in order to engage them. And it also made me realize the strength of social media. It will interest you to know that out of 16 constituencies, I visited only 5. I was not able to reach them remotely, and they understood my message. It went down well with them. These other 5, for instance, became missionaries of my message. And so it got to the others as well too. And within just less than 2 weeks, I was content with what I had done, even if I would have wished to do more, like for instance, reaching more of them. So when it comes to cost, yeah, there is cost, but I do not think that there are other hidden costs associated with the campaign. In my case, for instance, where I know that you would have to fuel your car, you would have to feed your team, accommodate them, be on the move. And apart from that, and I had another interesting way of raising funds for my campaign, which was more of a crowdfunding. So I had my friends and admirers on social media throw in £1 or $1, euro, CD. And so my Momo alert kept ringing or making noise, sounding every now and then. And it was just enough to keep me running and myself and my team running. And it did the magic.
Since you're talking about fund raising, I want to bring in Alex just before I go to Dr. Asante. For one key reason, before the exercise, we saw the former President John Mahama ask for, the general public and supporters of the NDC to come out and donate at least, is it 10 Ghana cedis to support the exercise? Would you say that that process has been helpful?
Extremely helpful. And it's something that I think we should never let go of. We should continue with in future projects that we want to do. Increasingly, politics is becoming expensive. And it's like, as they say in our local parlance, one man doesn't bury his loved one. You family sits down, they bring in contributions, and the funeral takes place, and then after that, the money is dispersed and spent. And if there's contributions, that mean people get their money back fine. But in the case of politics, we always want to be relying on just a few leaders or these things to provide the funding. And therefore, we are a political party. We should all be involved in the future and how our party grows. And we need money to do that. So I think this was a very fantastic initiative on his part for the benefit of the party. He actually indicated how much we have raised as of the last night when we were involved in the actual exercise. And I'm sure there's still some money still going to be coming in over the next week because it hasn't yet hit the account for various reasons. The reason I say that is we have monies from foreign diaspora chapters also actually contributing to this event. Canada was present, US, Germany, all of them came for the Congress. We had no less than, I think, 15 different countries who were represented in one shape, form, or fashion at the Congress. And so when you put all that together, it was a good fundraiser. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the former president for doing so, and then to also ask others who are able to help to also contribute at times like this directly to the fund, to the party, to assist us to actually get things like this off the ground. Thank you.
Okay then, let's go into the elections proper and the fallouts. I'll start off with Dr. Asante. You made some predictions. You were on the lookout for Fifi Fiavikwete. You claimed that he was the best man for the job, at least in the eyes of the delegates. He's emerged victorious. We have Johnson Asiedu Nketia leaving his post for the very first time after 17 years to now become the chairperson of the NDC. What do you make of the outcome of this very internal elections? Dr. Santi, if you can just make the point for us. Dr. Santi, if you can just hear me, I was just asking about the outcome and your take. I mean, what it is that you feel about the outcome. Of course, you had predicted some persons to emerge victorious. Now they are, the likes of Fifi Kwete and some other names you put out here on JoyNews when we were covering the exercise. Dr. Asante is having a bit of a challenge. So let's bring in Evans now. And Evans, of course, you were there when Dr. Asante was making the point about those who would emerge victorious. He talked about Fifi Kwete. You claimed that obviously you were not on the lookout for his victory. And just take a look at the gap. So let's start off from the chairperson position and what it is that we have. Johnson Asiedu Nketia emerging victorious with over 4,000 votes. Did you see this coming?
No, that gap was quite significant. If you look at it, it's in excess of 5,000. He clearly whipped his main rival, Fusam Popo. I didn't see this prior to the actual votes that it will be that the gap will be that wide. And I said, I mean, planning on Fusam Popo's own speech there when he said that, well, a mosquito you can see is one that can bite, that he saw the mosquito and the mosquito bit him. Not only did he bit him, it devoured him completely. And that shows you how popular Joseph Nketia is in the party. In fact, somebody remarked during our coverage, I think it was Inus of Hussein who said that within the NDC now, if you take away the former flag bearer, John Mahama, Nketia is possibly the next most popular person in the party. And anything he does touches turns into gold. He has a marvelous touch, and he's shown it again here. The key thing, though, is he's now risen to the peak. And many people will say he's self-actualized now. Because when you get to the chairmanship slot, that's it. Hardly do you see chairmen make a transition to run for the flag bearership contest. Even when they do, they fail. So you see this as his pinnacle now. He's self-actualized. This is where he would survey everything else that the NDC has to offer.
Yeah, what do you feel may be his next move? Do you see anything else beyond chairmanship?
No, I doubt very much. I think that's it for the Asiedu Nketia. If he was in the general secretary position, it was rumored that he was vying for the running mate position the last time they went to the election in 2020. If you vie to the chairmanship position, pretty much that's it for you. I don't see him, because this tenure will end in 2026, the next 4 years. I don't see him leaving that position in the 2024 election, for example, to want to become a running mate, or it's not possible. Thereafter, in 2026, again, I don't see him, leaving that position to say when Joe Mahama is still in and about possibly to leave. That is, if they win the election in 2024, running for president. So I pretty much see this. But in politics, there are no absolutes. Who knows? As we've seen, he's beating Ofusam Pofu, who thought once upon a time that the two gentlemen would be vying for the same position, and that he would give him this significant beating in terms of the margin. So there are no absolutes.
Yeah. Dr. Asante is with us. Let's try one more time. Doc, I was just asking about your take on the outcome. Of course, you had predicted some persons to become the officers of the NDC, such as Fifi Fiavikwete that I was referring to. But then we're just taking off with the chairmanship race, talking about that contest between Johnson Asiedu Nketia and
Samuel Ofosu Ampofo. The gap is quite wide, something that many of us did not see coming. What do you feel may have accounted for that? Dr. Asante, can you hear me? We've lost him. Dr. William Haji is still here, the beauty of technology. But the trend of the votes, almost all candidates that won, you see that they're leading with a margin of over 1,000 votes. Yeah. Do you suspect something fishy happening?
No, I don't think so. I think it's I guess that's the messages that they put across resonated with the delegates, because we had cautioned that they should focus on selling themselves out as capable candidates for the position that they're vying for, and indeed assuring the voters that they can help the party win 2024. And so, depending on how you present that, you probably would attract the interest and the votes from the delegates. And I think that that's what played out. And so, those who sold better messages, I mean, that's what it means essentially. Electoral results reflect, apart from attempts to tamper with results, they typically reflect acceptance of the message that you put across. And indeed, we also cautioned that don't make it too acrimonious, because then voters are discerning. Indeed, they are the kingmakers.
But as for that rule, it wasn't respected. You know that.
Well, to a large extent, it was. To a large extent, it was. I mean, that's why Elikem Kotoko, for instance, he just sold a message, and he was elected. And many others did the same thing. Akugan, Kobe Ballon, and a number of them.
But you cannot say the same thing when it comes to Johnson Asiedu Nketia, Samuel Ofosu Ampofo, and the rivalry, the kind of rivalry that we saw between them.
Mean, as I said,
I mean, you know quite well that degenerated.
Not to an extent where it would cause a crisis. I mean, yes, that's the top position of the party, and if elections actually enhance people's political career, as indeed they offer the electorate choices, and therefore, the incumbent claimed, and indeed that's perhaps true, that he's improved the electoral fortunes of the party. The contestants, the General Secretary feels that, well, yes, you've done well, but it's time for you to give way for others to continue the work you've done. I guess that's what it is. Yeah. Where the acrimony came is what the team members of their particular campaign teams were doing. I mean, obviously, everybody would want this candidate to win, and they can raise the pitch of the way they campaign. And sometimes you have a go at your political enemy or your opponent. Some campaign on issues. Some decided to go rather on an attack into an attack mode. Yeah. Attacking the personality of the one they are contesting against. That's what created the degeneration.
Since you're talking about the fortunes in the 2020 elections, let's bring that up, because in the lead up to that internal race, we saw some sort of shocking revelations coming up with regard to how the NDC managed the 2020 election figures, for instance. You're in charge of research. Is it the case that the NDC was clueless absolutely about what it is that your figures were, what you had after the 2020 general elections?
We were never clueless. We introduced a system that got jammed when it was supposed to collect the data. And indeed, so we switched quickly to the alternative, which is manual collation. But the speed with which you had to collate that data is important if you want to go to court. As you know, electoral disputes are allowed, but then within a certain period, you need to get that information.
So your system was jammed?
The system, from what we got jammed, or failed to continue working, if you want me to put it that way. And therefore, we couldn't depend on electronic data. So we had to switch to the manual collation, and it takes a lot of time in doing that. And indeed, it wasn't complete before we had to meet the constitutional time limit for going to court. That, I think basically that's the
So at the time the NDC was in court, did you have the full complement of the 2020 election results?
If you had our outgoing chairman, we had some information. It wasn't 100%, but we had quite a lot of information collected, electoral results collected and collated. And therefore, yes, we had something, but it needed to be completed for us to make a case. But then, as has been explained, of course, the Electoral Commission itself was presenting different figures. And so we wanted to probe whether they actually, were very competent in producing those figures that they kept changing. And so they needed to present their information to us in court.
Do you take responsibility as the immediate past director of research, together with your other colleagues who were executives of the party, for failing your grassroots in terms of the coalition of the results?
No, that's a systems problem. It's not a research problem. It's a systems problem because you needed to introduce processes and systems that would bring in data. Election day data management is completely different, as you do in your election management processes. Because you need to get the information in as quickly as possible so you can call the elections for those who you think have made it. And that's a very fast process. Indeed, I know Joy FM tries to outdo many of the other stations. So that requires systems that are efficient and competent to generate the data that you need so you can then call the elections. That was the problem we have. It wasn't that we didn't know. Of course, we had mapped the entire country. We had the data on voter population, voter size, and then even we had information on the voting process itself, because then we had people collating.
But what you were not confident about was the fact that you had either won the election or there was supposed to be a runoff.
From the data that we saw, it was clear that we were in the lead.
With which figures?
With figures that were collected, because
which you didn't do independently.
Listen, in collecting electoral data, you can make conclusive statements. If you collect a certain ratio, a certain threshold, you can do that. You can. If the remaining, if it's not significant, you can determine whether you won or not, because you're not going to get 100%. It depends on the margin of error and indeed the
I don't intend to dwell on this because we're looking at the way forward shortly, but going forward, what do you have to say about who brought in that system, and should the NDC be changing the system in the first place?
Well, if you listen to the the former General
Secretary, now chairperson of the party,
he had indicated that we probably didn't do a lot of groundwork in terms of preventing the crash of the system. And indeed, don't also forget that your political opponents would do anything to jam your system of course, obviously for the fact that they want to win the elections as well. So there could be a number of factors that can frustrate the data collection and that impede your system working. You try to make it as robust as you can. You can encrypt at different levels of encryption, so nobody can then decrypt and then access your data. But if you are running on a public service providers networks, for instance, perhaps the bandwidth is not sufficient or the speed is not sufficient, they can easily jam your system. They can hack into your system. They can, and indeed some people can even sell the codes out, and then your system collapses.
Now, you seem to be opening, a lot of doors for us to try and get some questions to. So I'll take it step by step. Right. Let's deal with, first of all, the issue about the manual collation that you did. What figures did you get as the NDC?
I can say that on top of my head. But I think that, as I said, the figures largely reflected the electoral outcomes of each of the constituencies that we
You went to court for your presidential candidate. What figures did you get?
Oh, as I said, that's off limits. I can't give the details now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the next point, are you claiming that government or the NPP side had jammed your system?
I didn't say anybody jammed it, but it's possible it can be jammed. Or it can even self-jam because the volume of data that's running through.
Oh wow, you look beautiful in person. Oh.
I think you're more, and you look handsomer than your DM pictures.
Hey, your room is very kama pow. My room is your room. Feel it free.
Oh, sir. I am feeling at home.
Anyway, where's Siapa?
Yemre.
You flow naturally when you are yourself. Frutally, the all-natural fruit juice. This advert is FDA.
Hey, Charlie, dreams come true. Just a while back, movement was not easy at all. But today, I did drive my own car. All thanks to the amazing EcoBank Auto Finance package. See, I heard the ad on the radio and did exactly as it said. I found one of EcoBank's car partners and spotted the sweet ride. When they discovered I was buying with EcoBank Auto Finance package, I automatically got an extra discount. Now, EcoBank offered me the coolest interest rates ever for my car. And that was it. Right now, I dey pay small and enjoying a happy life.
So don't just dream about that car. Call toll-free 0800 003 225 or walk into any EcoBank branch and ask about the EcoBank Auto Finance package. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
This is the place where you step up and walk away with big cash. Don't you love that? Who's gonna step up? Who's gonna walk away with 5,800 Ghana cedis cash and even more? You could also fly to Dubai. Let's step up. You are wearing white shoes.
I'm in the prophetic realm.
If you win the 5,800 Ghana cedis cash, what you gonna do with it?
I'll chop up.
Are you married?
My mother said I'm not grown, so I don't talk about this.
Girlfriend?
Please, I don't understand your question.
5 seconds. 4, 3, and she's chosen. And he's right! On this show, you step up, you play, you keep stepping up, and you keep winning.
Step Up airs Sundays at 7:30 p.m. Step Up is sponsored by Glovo. Order anything, we deliver in minutes. And Adansa Travels, feel life's beauty.
The bandwidth.
Did you test run the system?
Well, the director of IT said he did. And of course, there were demonstrations. But anything can happen in this environment, particularly when networks can get so crowded. It's just like Christmas. When you're sending text messages around Christmas, sometimes because of the volume, the system gets slow and then you can complain. We have cells around the country that can just stop working because they are beyond mountains or that there's weather changes. So there are several reasons why your system can crash.
I'll come back to all of you so we look at the next step, especially Alexa, who managed this process. We'll look at the next phase, which is obviously for the election of the presidential candidate. But for you, Dr. Asante, what do you make of the figures? The claim is that the NDC is becoming monotonous. Just look at the line of election. Johnson Asiedu Nkicha was there 17 years ago as General Secretary. He's becoming the chairperson of the NDC. Is that a good omen for the party?
I think I have no doubt in my mind that the NDC is poised for action. If you look at the people that they have assembled through the election and that those who won the seat, there is no doubt in my mind that it's a clear manifestation of the pain and anger within the party and the burning desire of the party to change the status quo and win the 2024 election. I have no doubt about that at all. And it played out throughout the process as we went through. Certain specific issues came to the fore, and that also changed the dynamics. For instance, you look at the issue of accusation that were leveled against, some of the contenders. For instance, there were the accusation that Mr. Ofusiampofo and then, Mr. Elvis Afriyanka had compromised themselves in the last election. If you follow that conversation, you realize that we did not get very serious rebuttal on these things. And that also went a long way to affect the voters in a manner that they decided to give their vote to General Mosquito and Fifi Kwete. There was also the issue of lack of trust. If you are close to the party, which I'm a student of politics, I'm very close to all the parties in this country, just to get an inkling of the goings on within the party, you realize that there was a lack of trust on the part of, if you take Ofosu, for instance, people had lost trust in him. They thought that he was compromised in the last election and all that, and so was Elvis. So you realize that they were prepared to vote for people like General Mosquito, Fifi Kwete. So for Fifi, it didn't come to me as a surprise.
But are we suggesting on that point that these new crop of leaders cannot be compromised?
Yes. If you look at their track record, and this election was also nothing but a referendum of the work of some of these gentlemen. For instance, General Mosquito, for the past 17 years, we have seen him as a non-corruptible person, a very bold person, somebody who walked the talk all the time. They've seen somebody like Fifi Kwete as fearless, very honest, and that very determined to support his party through thick and thin. And, the work that they've done over the years. For Fifi Kwete, it is true that he had back out for some time now, but his work remained indelible in the minds of some members or section of the people within the NDC and all that. So all these things played out, and it gave them the support that they were able to garner more votes, and then they became victorious in the election. For me, as a student of politics, what it tells me is that the NDC will not want to leave any stone unturned, and for which reason they have assembled this team. If you look at this team, I can say it on top of my head that, look, the MPP must put their acts together, because this type of team is not going to be easy at all. In terms of, you cannot win any meaningful election without what I call the RSM, the resource, your message, and your strategy. If you look at the things that work against those who lost the election, some of the message that they churn out did not resonate with the people, and the people did not give their vote to that. Take, for instance, the issue about Ofusiampofo, the message of unity and all that. They are fine. But at this point in time, that's not the message that NDC people wanted to hear. You hear a Stephen Ketien's message that, yes, we are prepared to build a solid political system that is fearless, that is very determined to win power and all that. These are the language of the AFRC, PNDC, that found expression in the in the preamble of the Constitution: probity, accountability, transparency, and all that. So people who have been associated with the party for a very long time, once they get these things, they get excited, they move into action, and they are prepared to support whoever these things is coming. And if you listen to, General Mosquito, Fifi Kwete, and all that, you realize that they did not mince words as to what they really want to do for the party and all that. So these things got the electorate excited, and then they decided that they would give them their votes.
And I need to announce at this point that the probe will be going off radio in the next 3 minutes. For those of you who are listening to us on radio, you can switch on to social media and here on the Joy News channel to get the very latest, as we have a bit of an extension so we can deal with the matters unfolding. Let me bring in Alex Segwefia at this point. Alex, is not fair to assume that because you are chair of the Delegates Congress, you do not have your personal opinion on what's happened. What do you make of the outcome? Some say that many of you saw some of the results coming through, and that's why you chose the theme, Rallying for Victory 2024, giving the lineup of executives that you have, persons who are fearless and bold to take on the NPP. Is that the case? Kindly unmute for me so I can hear the point you're making.
I do apologize. I think that the point that people are making is accurate up to a point. I look at it differently. What I see is a mixture of old and new, experience and freshness, fighting spirit and tact. So you have a blend, depending on how you wish to see it, of what constitutes our executive. And you need experience going into a battle of this nature. Clearly, you have our chairman in that role, and you also have Fifi in that role, both coming from different styles, but we have the historical context. You have young people like Elikem coming in. You have a firebrand, high-octane person like Yamin coming in. So, but at the same time, you have the experience of actually running party issues like Kobi Ballon and Akugan. And then you have some stability in the secretariat because you still maintain Barbara Sawa. So there is some stability in the area of the secretariat as to how things worked under the now chairman, who's the general secretary. So when you look at it across board in that way, yes, it is for me a blend of experience as well as youthful exuberance, which is positive in this way, not in a negative fashion, because it's controlled. They have experience. All these people. Elikem Kotoko has been on social media for years. He's known as a good communicator. It's manifested in the votes that he got. And more importantly, this is the choice of the people, because nobody won by a small margin. They won because that is what the electorate thought was what the party needed. So I'm quietly confident that this is actually good for the party. We've done the right thing. If we brought in all old people, it wouldn't have been right. Key positions have changed. You have a new chairman completely. You have a new general secretary. You have one new deputy general secretary. You have a new organizer completely. You keep your youth organizer. You keep your women's organizer. Two of their deputies have changed. Communication officer unopposed, new deputy over there. It's a fantastic blend. If you break it down that way, you will realize, as you said, we are ready for battle.
But then I also want to deal with the rumors that went round. You were there when the vetting process started. Did you receive any complaints that, for instance, Chairman Ampofo, just as Dr. Asante is indicating, that some of your party members had that feeling that Chairman Ampofo and some other elements who were running for office were compromised?
The problem with our system is that many a time, rumor and perceptions have more weight than reality. And the reality is that these are allegations which border on criminality, but nobody's ever put anybody in court. So why believe the rumor if nobody has been charged? But it is useful for political purposes. And I always use myself as an example. At one point in this country, I was the biggest car thief in town. The only way I was able to clear my name was I went for a vetting. And when I went for a vetting at Parliament, I said, this is a house of record. Bring one person who's actually his car I'm supposed to have taken or not. Nobody was able to do it. And the story died. And that's how my name was cleared. Prior to that, that was not the situation. So we live with rumor and, so I'm one of the last people to condemn anybody on what cannot or has not been in any way substantiated. But it carries weight in the general public. So if you allow the tag to stay with you and you're not able to clean it off, then there's that problem. And that is the reality of politics. I'm not saying it's right, but that's the reality of politics. So yes, to a certain extent, some of these things carry weight. And all you can say is that it's not true. Nobody ever confronts you with it. And what then happens is it just goes round and round. And if you raise it, then it looks like you have something to say about it. So unless you're given a forum like the vetting that I went for, where the rumor had reached the state where now, and I said, your house of record. So just give me one case and I'll answer. And there wasn't a single case. So these are what rumor is. So I don't buy into it. But yes, some of the electorate will. And therefore, people have to move out to find a way to discern what their image is in the public sector in terms of delegates and see a way of cleaning it up as you go along. Because that is part of the case.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking if some of your party members raised that or perhaps brought petitions to you, to the committee at the time you were vetting some of the candidates.
No, none. That I'm aware. I wasn't part of the vetting committee, but none of those issues were ever raised that I'm aware of. In fact, everybody who went through the vetting went through. There was only one case of somebody being disqualified. And that was based on his documents that he presented. Nothing to do with the person's credibility. So none of the credibility issues were actually ever put forward. And for me, that's where it stopped. But when people go out campaigning based on what they say, and you see, even campaigning, everything people say in campaign, I take with a pinch of salt. Because I know in politics that even on a single decision, your perception of what the decision is not always the full picture. Because you have been allowed to see what you need to see, and others have other pictures and other things. So you sometimes don't have the full picture. And that happens quite often at the top level. It's a very interesting thing I'm saying, but another day we'll have that conversation. And that is how sometimes these things work. So when people speak, when they are campaigning and they say various things, I tend to, people trying to respond to them, and I always say, okay, when the dust settles, give the person the opportunity to maybe explain himself further. Right. The only other issue I want to raise for you is the issue we're raising with Dr. Haji. I think there's a misconception, and Evans might like to comment, about what people expect us to take to court and what we took to court. There's a difference. We didn't go to court on our figures. We went to court challenging what the figures were from the EC. And that is very important because what we think are our figures and what MPP figures are or any other political party is not the issue. The issue is that we must have confidence in the figures that come from the EC itself. And we were challenging those. That is my understanding of our case. And that I'm just being very closing it out as narrowly as I can. So continuously asking about our figures. Yes, we should have figures to be able to challenge. But if I told you, for example, that in our looking at our pink sheets, we had a pink sheet from the same polling station that is saying all signed with different figures. What does that tell you about how many pink sheets were in circulation? Whose pink sheets were you going to rely on and what does it mean? So it's a rough. We'll have that discussion again another time. Call me and I'm happy to do that. But I'm saying that the case we took to court was not about our figures. The case we took to court was about the EC's figures. And people tried to say that is not the way it should go. The court agreed with those people and said they wanted us to. That's different from saying that we should bring figures to show. No, that was never our case. Our case was based on.
Is it not indicting on the leadership of the party when you hold an election and you're not able to collect the figures independently? At least we've seen your opponents, if I should refer to them as such, the New Patriotic Party, in fact, invites the media into their coalition center.
Yes, I don't dispute that. That is a point you can make. But as you've heard from Dr. Haji, it wasn't the case that we didn't have figures. And even with figures, which the EC did, if you are missing two and you give your opponent all the figures that that person has to have, and you are still in the lead, then you can assume safely that you will win. That happened with the EC. So the lack of 3 or 4 pink sheets or 10 pink sheets, whatever it was, does not mean you cannot surmise or come to a conclusion, which the EC also did. But that was not our case. So don't mix the two things. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Evans, I'm sure that you'd want to have a take on that.
I mean, as far as the issue with the elections and figures are concerned, I think this matter, for me, was settled with what Athedo Ketia said in the private meeting. He's owned it now. Alex hasn't disputed the fact that the system collapsed, as Edenketia said. So that is a failure on the part of the party to collate. I believe they've learned their lessons for 2024. And then, of course, you also look at the situation with when they went to court. They were on the able. Edenketia himself said so, that they had taken their numbers to Tachikata said, if this is what you have, I cannot go to court with it. And so let's shift the strategy onto the Electoral Commission, which I guess is what Alex Abesha has been saying. So that is the strategy they went into the court with, knowing that they don't have their own numbers. It's to shift the focus onto the Electoral Commission's own numbers and challenge that. It is why they were hoping that the EC will be put in the dock so they can question the EC and expose the EC's own flawed figures in quota, because that's what the NDC believed. Of course, that didn't pan out because strategy-wise, I guess it was obvious to the NPP that that's what the NDC wanted, and they fought that. So I think on all sides, as far as the party is concerned, they've learned their lessons going forward. They lost. I think the overriding point is they lost that Supreme Court decision, and they lost it fairly and squarely. At least now we know that now from the revelations in Asiedu own thought. I mean, the point is maybe if they've collated, and maybe if they had their own figures, maybe they would have been in a position to point out the flaws in a more convincing manner to the court than they did. But nobody knows now because they themselves could not produce those figures.
And I'll come to the Dr. Santi and, of course, the newly elected Deputy National Organizer of the NDC. But let me bring in Dr. William Ahaji, who's with us, just on that point that Evans was raising, that indeed, if you had the figures, it would have changed the situation. Have you compared notes now? Have you taken stock of what transpired in the 2020 elections, and what recommendations are you putting across going forward?
Okay, it looks like Evans has an entrenched position about this particular one, thinking that because statements were made, that's why we didn't go to the court. Now that they know that we didn't have data, perhaps when we backtrack into what happened during the electoral dispute, NDC is basically accepting that we didn't have figures. That's why we did. We want to still maintain the position that
you had the figures.
That we actually went to court on because you see, even if we had put our data or our electoral figures out there, the EC's data kept changing. Which one were we going to take eventually? So it was a strategy that was adopted by the party. For the comments that the chairman made, I think it's been taken out of context. But as one of our legal experts said, we don't want to stretch this matter any further. But we want to demonstrate the next time around. We've learned lessons from that. The next time around, we establish systems, and then we'll also use a different approach to it.
It's been more than 2 years. You used the manual approach. Do you have the figures now?
Oh, we do. We have everything.
And if we're to go by the figures that you now have, would that have changed anything about the 2020 elections?
It would change.
What would that mean?
Well, I mean, I can't say that here, but it would change a lot of things.
There's some sort of a difficulty in you admitting that you lost the 2020 elections.
Because you see, I'm saying, principally, after we've done all the collation, and then we looked, it wasn't just the collations. There were issues about padding, overvoting, and then when we do all the mathematics about it, it was quite clear that there was some improper collation by the system and not us. When we did all the checks, and there are officers who have collected information and collated that and looked at all of those things. When we did the maths, it was. But you see, we can't raise that now. The courts have ruled. We are a very obedient party, and we don't want to raise the dead. And so we've accepted that. We are going to give the MPP a better thrashing in 2024, and there will be no dispute again.
Okay, let's talk about the way forward. Elikem Kotoko, let me start off with your pledge. Of course, you are telling delegates that you would work in their interest, rally support, so that in 2024 you get more numbers, so the difference will be clear. What are you bringing on board, and how do you feel your party should be approaching things this time around?
Yeah, thank you. Like I said earlier, my strong presence on social media is one key element that will play a
I'm having a bit of a difficulty hearing you, so if you could just manage that for us,
yeah,
I understand.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me? What I'm saying is that my strong presence on social media is a key element that I'm bringing on board as an influencer to reach out to the hundreds and thousands of young men and women out there. Some are undecided. Many are first-time voters. Others are disgruntled party members. And we also have disappointed NPP sympathizers who we all need to reach out to. Don't forget the fact that as an organizer, you need to be an effective mobilizer. But at the same time, too, you must be an efficient communicator. That notwithstanding, I come across as one of those very courageous, bold, and fearless men who inspire many young men and women in the party to make sure that we take battle to the doorstep of the elephant.
Right, and from our demographics, we know that more young persons will be participating in the exercise, electoral exercise, by 2024. Do you feel that the NDC is attractive to the youth?
The NDC is. If you look at even the newly elected executives, it tells you the verve and energy that is being brought on board. And I'm sure that without mixing words or sounding as being boastful, you look at the kind of energy we bring on board and the kind of followers we have. Many of them look up to us and would actually opt for the NDC, especially even within this particular dispensation where it has become just very evident that the NPP has run out of ideas, has run us into a ditch, and has put us into the quagmire we find ourselves. I'm not sure any young man, even at the secondary school level, will not have an appreciation for the current mess we find ourselves in. So yes, moving forward as a political party, we ought to just put our acts together and do the right things, which I have no doubt that with the newly elected crop of leaders, we shall make sure that we secure victory for the party.
Let's talk about the way forward. I'll start off with you, Alex. The next phase will be the election of your presidential candidate. But even before that, the name of John Dramani Mahama featured throughout this contest of reorganization, right from the grassroots to the national contest, where it became a case that some candidates were accusing others of being anti-Mahama. What role did John Dramani Mahama play in this reorganization process for you?
Well, he helped tremendously in raising funds to help us conduct this exercise. And one of the main issues about our exercise is that we continue to increase the numbers that are allowed to vote for democratic reasons and for transparency reasons, and to try and diminish the potential for monetization when you have fewer numbers. And as a result of that, it means that the conversion in one place becomes more expensive each time. Hotel accommodation, feeding accommodation, transport accommodation, etc. is a major factor. So talking about looking forward, one of the things we would be looking is to see how to decentralize and begin to be able to carry out voting congresses of this nature in a situation where, or in a system where we can vote either at the regional or even further down at the constituency level. That means constitutional change, we believe, and so we have to look at that. In terms of the part that John Mahama played, he has been continuously active in party activity right through. People forget that he's also a former president and also the former leader of the party. So when it comes to experience at that level and what it requires, looking at his background, he's not exactly the person that you leave on on the back burner. And he has not stayed on the back burner himself. He's been, when we've called upon him, he's come to the plate. And literally, like you see, when you have an extremely expensive project like a Congress of this nature, he has been at the forefront of it. So we must give him that credit for it. And I think that if we hadn't had him, we would have had very serious difficulties in being able to put this thing together successfully at this stage. Not that it couldn't have been done, but in the way. And you saw how it went. It was a very successful Congress. Our delegates came in their numbers. The atmosphere was good. There were others who provided food and stuff subsequently, but getting the people there, sorting it all out, John Mahama was at the forefront.
Yes, but then I was asking the question about how some candidates were using his name for their campaigns. The belief is some who lost the elections may be estranged from John Dramani Mahama. And the feeling also is that you're projecting him ahead of those who may be running for office when you open the floodgates for the presidential race.
I think that there's a big distinction between people who are deemed to be associated with John Mahama and John Mahama himself. And that distinction has to be drawn. Beyond saying, I'm not behind any candidate, go and campaign. There is nothing more you can do. The perception will come from perhaps people who are deemed to be in and around him. But if you go person by person with the people who are around him, they all had choices of people they wanted to support, but there was not just one candidate. That is not the case. Different people who were in and around president had different people that they felt should win, even for a particular position. So it cannot be the case that he, as a person, had a choice. He kept out of it. But like I said, this game is perception. So if you feel that this person is close to John, and therefore that person has shown a preference, it's very easy to then conclude that he is against me or he's for me, when that is not the case. And as I said, it's perception, so you try and do your best. But he's come out. Why do you think he came out on the day and made that statement again? Because he's alive to that perception. And so I do not believe he was behind anyone, but I do accept that people who are in and around his office or his those that work with him had preferences and demonstrated their preferences openly.
Do you have a clear date now as to when the presidential race may take off?
No, but we are trying to get it in before March. And I think that's technically what we have to do. Whether or not that will succeed, NEC can change that date depending on the dynamics. We have other issues we want to consider in that process. So I'm sure when the party meets and the new executive meets, they will have talks with the leadership, including the Council of Elders of the party, as to where and how we should go about it. And then that is when a date will be chosen. Okay. Technically, at this point, we want to do it.
Dr. Asante, your quick thoughts on John Dramani Mahama and how he's featured in the reorganization process.
So the speech that he gave, for me, I really worked the magic that don't use my name for anything. Contest on your own strength. If you win for yourself and all that. For me, that brought a lot of, restraint on the part of those who were out there to use his name for whatever means, all right? And it set the ground plane for everybody to have an equal playing field to compete for the election. But going forward, we believe that what we have seen in this recent election, the way and manner Mr. Sylvia and his team organize the thing, so amazing. It's my hope and prayer that they will continue to maintain the status quo and improve upon it. And then anytime there is election, we are going to be have a free, fair election, devoid of violence and all that. I applaud them for that. It was a good work that they did. But now that they have their team in place, there are a few things that they have to take into consideration if they are going into the 2024 and they want to win the election. One is they should begin to trigger the process of reconciling all those who contested and lost the election. It's the necessary evil that they need to do that. When they are able to do that, they will bring a lot of people in to support their cause. Issue of messaging, if you look at what transpired, all right, some of them were not effective. And the last election, taking a cue from them, we realized that some of their messages, you were just open-ended message, you could attack and all that. They need to work on that. Another thing that is worth mentioning here is issue of what ICT. They need to build capacity there. Because now, look at the banter you have had with them with regard to manual versus computerized things that will go past manual issues. So even if they have something and it's not working, it's about time that they improve that system to give them the result that they want. Because now everything is on ICT. They know better than I do, and they need to work towards that. Issue of mobilization of people who are dedicated for work, not people who would be assigned responsibility and then be taken out to do other things that do not work in their interest.
Right.
They have to work at that very effectively. And of course, policing the balance, it is one of the things that really costs them a lot. And I'm sure they are not oblivious of this fact. If they're able to put all these things together, we are going to have a very interesting contest 2024.
All right. Dr. Sasanti is political scientist at the University of Ghana, and Dr. William Haji is still here in studio with us. He was talking about the issue of mobilizing and trying to get the numbers. The party was in the Ashanti region earlier this year as part of your mobilization drive. Are you getting more numbers? It's your, let me say, fan base increasing by the day.
Yes, it's on account of that we actually chose the theme rallying for victory in 2024, and implicit in that phrase is the fact that we need to go out there and bring on board as many people as possible that would share in our vision and that will participate in our effort to regain political power. So we'll continue that process because in this game, the two big parties are virtually equally divided, and there's that middle group that we need to cut into our and then indeed buy people over from the other side. Not
necessarily with money, I guess.
With money, but
that would be a crime.
Attract them to join us because they feel the hardships as well, and so we want to do everything and make them an offer that look, we have a better approach to governance.
Do you have a plan for that, or say a target of how many people you want to bring on board this time around within the NDC?
We have developed a strategy that we're going to use to win 2024. So included in that are these issues about how do we get, in some, you see, the way it works is that in some constituencies, you probably need, just to flip it over, you will need a certain ratio, a certain number of members. And we've done all that for every single constituency. We are looking at every polling station as well. So we can then work with the numbers and then win the
and that's why I'm asking about the target, because if you say, well, we want to show up our numbers by over 1 million supporters,
yes,
then you work towards that.
We did that
plan
for 2020, and we are doing that.
What's the target for 2020, and what do you want to show?
Our strategy?
Well, it's not necessarily a strategy, but I guess you have a target.
Yeah, but I'm telling you the details that we set overarching goals about the numbers that we think we can use for the presidential, the parliamentary, and indeed numbers that we need to mobilize on the ground to win a different. We have it all worked out, and so we will use that. But unfortunately, I can't disclose that in public.
Okay, maybe you're scared the president is watching us now.
Well, we did that in 2020 when we introduced a policy about Okada people, when we went public with it. And people could run to go and talk to Okada and offer them some frog.
So now you're hiding yourself.
It's political gamesmanship, and so we need to play the work game very well.
So Evans, let's also talk about election headquarters. What's next? The NDC said
JoyNews Prime is brought to you by
Mala 2 is suitable for adults and children.
Pella, purity comes from nature.
Organized labor to embark on an indefinite strike on December 27.
Be on strike until our demand has been granted. And the demand is simple, that all pension funds must be exempted from the debt exchange program.
Newly elected General Secretary of the NDC warns most within the party will face severe sanctions as he vows to fish them out.
It's anybody who is in what you call a mole within, that person clearly is going to be in danger. Because with the kind of leadership we have at the moment, if you are a mole, you are soon going to be in trouble.
And what is Christmas carols without, well, Christmas without carols will be in the Ashanti regional capital to hear from radio presenters who explained why they are reluctant to play Christmas carols.
Mary born the Jesus Christ, yes, and so say no more. Oh, and she nipa adwene enko so say bibi eba.
Organized labor has declared its intention to embark on an indefinite strike December 27. We'll bring you those details and hear from the General Secretary coming up in business.
Financial analyst has described as hasty government's decision to suspend payment of its debt service.
I would have thought that we would have tried to complete the debt exchange, the domestic debt exchange, and before we go and do the pre-default, so that we could negotiate with them very well.
Beverly Broom will bring us details at 8 p.m. At 8:15, Razak has the latest in sports.
Well, we'll bring you all the review relative to the 2022 World Cup, which just ended in Qatar with Argentina being crowned champions.
This is JoyNews Prime with me, Ernest Bin. We are coming to you live from our studios here at Kukumlemle. We are live on DSTV, channel 421, Go TV 144. Please stay for details.
JoyNews Prime was brought to you by
Mala 2 is suitable for adults and children.
Pella, purity comes from nature.
Hello again, many thanks for choosing us. I'm Ernest Minu. This is JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible. Now, organized labor has declared its intention to embark on an indefinite strike from December 27, 2022. This was made known by the General Secretary General of the Trades Union Congress, TUC, Dr. Yaobam, during a press briefing on Monday. He explained that the strike is due to government's decision to introduce a debt exchange program. According to him, the strike will be enforced until government exempts pension funds from the planned debt exchange program. Labor unions present at the briefing were the Ghana National Association of Teachers, that's NAT, the Ghana Medical Association, the University Teachers Association of Ghana, UTAG, and the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association of Ghana, as well as the Teachers and Educational Workers Union, TEU.
You may recall that exactly 1 week ago, we said we were asking government to exempt us from the debt exchange program. We sent the letter and we told the whole world that if government doesn't do that, we will advise ourselves. Today, we are here to tell you the advice we have given to ourselves. Yes. And that advice is very simple. We have decided, all of us together, that because government has refused until today, by midday of today, to grant us our request that all pension funds, and we are not exempting anything, all pension funds must be exempted from the
domestic debt exchange program, we have decided firmly that all workers of Ghana are going to strike on the 27th of December, and we will be on strike until our demand has been granted. And the demand is simple, that all pension funds must be exempted from the debt exchange program. And what it means is that all workers of Ghana should stay at home on the 27th of, starting from 27th. Don't go to work, stay at home. And we will stay at home until we hear publicly that government has exempted all pension funds from the domestic exchange program. That is straightforward and very simple. Between now and 27th, we have a few days to Christmas. From tomorrow, in fact, we have started today. Every worker in this country must signal to government and to their employers that we are not sitting down for our pension funds for the most vulnerable people in this country to suffer because somebody has made mistakes. We are going to be in our red band, red t-shirt until we hear on the 27th. And we are not meeting here again. 27th, if we haven't heard anything, we start a strike. If we hear anything positive, we organize another press conference and tell the whole world that the strike is over. But that is when the exemption has been announced.
Let's go to the phone lines now and speak to Angel Kabonu. He's president of NAGAT. Mr. Kabonu, so I just heard the TEC Secretary General say that they're hoping that you are actually hoping that between now and the 27th of December, you hear something positive from government. I'm wondering if you've officially written to government about your displeasure with pension funds being included in the debt exchange program.
Well, let me state quickly that this intended industrial action to commence on the 27th, that is if government remains intransigent, covers both public sector and private sector workers. Because all public sector and private sector workers, including you, pay tier 2. And all our pensions will be affected if the debt exchange program covers our pensions. Secondly, 1 full week is enough time for government to review or revise the situation, not including pension funds. Because, my brother, from 2018 to date, Ghanaian workers, or Ghanaians in general, have lost their investment as a result of financial decisions taken by government. Don't forget the infamous bank rationalization program, the financial sector restructuring program, where thousands and thousands of Ghanaians lost money on their investment. I don't want to mention the name of any company on your platform. Yet people who are responsible for this economic and financial ills walk the length and breadth of this country as if nothing has happened. Thousands of people, thousands, workers and non-workers alike, from 2018 to date. And on top of that, government again wants to touch the pension investment of the Ghanaian worker, pension investment that is already inadequate. In fact, this is too much for the Ghanaian worker to bear.
Yeah, Mr. Kabonu, we have had your justification for this action that you have declared, and we'll get into that a bit more shortly. But I just want to know whether you follow due process in declaring the strike. As you may know, the National Labour Commission will take interest in this. And that is why I want to find out if you have followed process in resolving to strike.
The action is being announced. Let any agency of state that feels offended or that feels slighted take whatever action it deems fit. This is an industrial action of destiny. It's an industrial action of our future. We have announced the action. Let any institution of state take whatever action. And don't forget, this action is not by NAGRAT. This action is not by NAT. This action covers the entirety of public and private sectors, including those who are supposed to take decisions in the various institutions of state.
Since you registered your displeasure with the inclusion of pension funds in this debt exchange program, have you been engaged by government? And especially because today was supposed to be the deadline for the fund managers and the institutions that are affected by this to sign on to the program. Today we've heard officially from the finance minister that has been extended to the 30th of December. Have you been engaged? If not, do you know of any pending meeting with organized labor to address your concerns?
Well, the futility of any engagement is to the extent that the worker will not allow his pension fund or his or her pension fund to be taxed or to be used as a mortgage for financial impropriety of state. That is an uncompromising situation because we don't think that it is the right thing to do, and we think that it affects the poor Ghanaian worker whose money so invested by the various fund managers is nothing to write home about in the first place. Number two, the fund managers are working for the various fund boards. They take instruction from the various trustees of the various funds. The fund manager do not have any power or authority to via any decisions imposed on it by the various fund boards and trustees. So when you engage a fund manager, you are not even engaging the right person because the fund manager ought to seek permission from the fund board where the various unions are represented before you can take any action. So when the minister cannot direct any fund manager to take any action with regards to pension funds.
Right. Mr. Kabonu, I'm grateful for your time on this issue. We'll see how this pans out, but we are joined by Madame Perpetual Ofoyampofo, who is president of the Ghana Registered Nurses Association of Ghana. Madam, thank you very much for your time. You are an essential service provider. Is this enough basis? And that's not to discount that issues regarding your pensions are very important, but this is something that can be resolved. Why do you need to embark on this strike action to further worsen the plight of the Ghanaian who is already reeling under the harsh economic condition?
Thank you very much, my brother. But before I say anything, my union is Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. I think you left the midwives out.
The midwives out. Thank you.
All right. So to answer your question, let me say that you know the struggle we've been on since this issue was announced. Even before the announcement, there was a period where we heard so much, oh, there will be haircuts, there will be no haircuts, and all of that. And we have said it. My union, other health unions, the forum, organized labor has now issued a statement. It all tells you that the issue at stake is there. We are working now. Now we have the strength to work. We are working. We are taking our salary. But we are fighting for our future. A future where, by which time, we will not be too strong to even fight. By which time we will no more be working. That is the future we are fighting for. So when we say that pension funds should be exempted from this debt exchange program, we are only looking at the fact that as workers, we need to safeguard our future. And to be frank, yes, we are essential workers. And that is why when some of us are also speaking about these issues, it should be taken seriously. When we go on strike, we are never too happy about it. We are never happy about it because whatever strike it is or whatever industrial action it is, sometimes it comes back to hurt we ourselves. We have families. They also seek medical help from the hospital. But this is something we have to do. It is very necessary because if we leave things the way they are and pension funds are not exempted, talking about our Tier 2 funds, talking about our Provident funds, right, and all of that, if we are not exempted from this program, our future is dire. We have looked at the various portfolios and their analysis within the scheme. And in fact, we are going to lose millions of cedis that when you break it down, it would have gone to the ordinary worker who is sacrificing and working for Ghana, hoping for something good in the future. And mind you, already pensions are not the best in Ghana. They are not the best.
So come the 27th, you and your members will not be at post to take care of the people of Ghana. Come the 27th, you and your members all across the country will not be at post to deliver health care to the people of Ghana.
From the look of things, yes, exactly that is what is going to happen. If we don't get government coming out to pronounce that they are exempting pension funds from this program, then that is where we are going to get to.
Well, we do hope that government will engage you before the 27th, and we'll be back here to talk about it. I'm grateful for your time. That's President of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association of Ghana, Perpetual Foriampofo. You are in danger and will face real cases. Ominous warning to NPP moles within the opposition National Democratic Congress as newly elected General Secretary Fifi Kwete warns his administration will launch a mole onslaught.
It's a view that one of the things you also need to do, that the NPP has somehow managed to infiltrate your ranks to the point where they now are able to control some of the outcomes, even within the NDC. Is this something that you're concerned about, or something that you believe it's exaggerated or doesn't exist? And how do you want to tackle it?
You know, it's always the case that as you run for elections, your opponents also want to do whatever they can, and one of it is to see whether they can infiltrate your ranks. But you know, I've always believed in one thing, that those who really do the decision, those who take the ultimate decision are the masses. I mean, those who call the millions of supporters that you have. They more than anyone. So the leadership is important, but the voice and the will of the team and supporters of the party, and those who are sympathizers who want to change, for example, will be the much more important thing. Now, if there's anybody who is in what you call a mole within, that person clearly is going to be in danger, because with the kind of leadership we have at the moment, if you're a mole, you're soon going to be in trouble. You definitely are going to be in trouble. So, to be honest, it's something I will not underplay. I will not think it's unimportant. But I will say that the collective will of those of us who want the right thing to be done, and supported by the millions of the supporters, is going to make sure, even if you're an infiltrator for the NPP, you're going to be in trouble.
What you just said there must send shivers down the spine of moles in your party. You say you're going to be found out very soon because of the current crop you have.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, my own belief is that with the suffering the people of Ghana are going through, I mean, I don't want to go into the details of the economy, but if you see this kind of massive suffering, I mean, the kind of suffering hardship that is going through, if you can still see all that, and because of your stomach, you decide to be a mole to stop the change that is absolutely important for the millions of people, you are going to have a lot of curses on you. And that curse is not even coming from me. Even the suffering of the people alone will be the curse that you carry. And that curse can actually affect you and affect generations to come. So if you are one of those, I think you better be thinking.
Away from that, and of course, that interview, the full interview airs at 9 p.m. here on the JoyNews channel, PM Express, with Evans Mensah. You don't want to miss it. Passengers at the Tema Bus Terminal here in Accra are angry as some drivers refuse to reduce their fares despite a directive from the Ghana Private Road Transport Union to its members to reduce fares. On Friday, after a consultative meeting, GPRTU directed all of its members to reduce fares by 15.3%, effective today, Monday, December 19, 2022. Our checks at some bus terminals show that many drivers continue to charge old fares against the orders of the GPRTU. Some passengers are unhappy about the situation. My colleague Samuel Kojo Brace has spent some time at the Tema station here in Accra and has come through with this.
So we are in the Tema station to try and interact with the people here to find out whether there's compliance with the reduction in transport fares. Let's try and speak to passengers who are traveling to get their mood fares, and then we can speak to some of the drivers here as well.
When I was coming, I paid the same fare as they are taking, 7 cedi 20 pesos. But I've heard they have reduced the transportation, but still yet they are not reducing it. I don't know why.
So what's your expectation once you are going back? Are you expecting to pay same or you see some reduction?
I'm not sure I will pay the same thing because they are saying now that they will reduce it. So let's see.
So that's it. Let me try and engage the young man as well.
I don't know what is going on. When the price goes up, they quickly increase it. But when it comes down, when the drivers, they have that kind of, they don't want to reduce it. When the price comes down, when the petrols come down, they don't want to reduce it. But when it goes up, they quickly, effect the increase. You understand? It's not fair. It's not fair. I don't know. Maybe from tomorrow going, they will reduce it. But up until now, they haven't reduced it.
This morning whilst coming, did you witness any fight between a passenger and a driver, a mate, because of that?
Oh yeah. There was an incident. The mate and the passenger, they were exchanging words here and there. So I don't know. But as for me, I've calmed down and I just want to see from tomorrow going what's going to happen.
They are thieves. They don't want to reduce things. When they increase prices, their time will not even read, then they will increase it. But when it's reduced, they don't want to reduce it. I don't know why. They are all thieves. I exchanged words with a mate this morning, seriously.
720 muji how much? Yeah, kasa how much? Yeah, about 720. Yeah, kasa mo pene o musi yeah. This next week ombe yusu. Asa o yusu ansa na ombe yu petrol. Amasi really fanisu. Yeah, kasa sa how much ni sa wa ha. How much na toko kwa nkanum. Nti ye mo for police bla, soldiers bla. Yeah, bo mo pa na mo tututu.
So she's saying that this morning they had to fight with mate because they were charging the same fare as they were before the announcement of the reduction. And she's saying that left to her alone, she would wish that the government will bring military men to come and force them to charge the new fares.
And new transport fares have been implemented in Kumasi with most intercity minibuses, reducing fares by 50 pesos. Love FM's Nana Boache Dankwa Yadom has been speaking with some passengers and drivers on the new fares in this report.
So the new transportation fares takes effect today as fuel prices keeps on dropping. Today we are engaging drivers and passengers on how they are coping with the new transportation fares.
Be a 5 cities. You call them a Viltec code 5 cities. Is 45.
Some of the fares have been reduced. From Tech Junction to Ejiso used to be 5 cedis, but now 4 cedis 50 pesos. Some complain about the 50 pesos reduction. We only face some difficulties with passengers in the morning, but right after we got introduced to the new prices, everything seems okay. At the moment, the fares has seen a significant reduction. We are very okay with the new prices. We haven't had any challenges with drivers so far. We are coping very well as prices drop by 50 pesos.
Take to Kenya, say 5 cities, and at Asaba so 50 pesos. And from take to Ejiso, first is 5 cities, so number for 50 pesos. First from take to our maso, a promise, 5 cities, and also Yatiates one number for 50 pesos. So all prices in 50 pesos and a free so.
Oh, they say the 24 kano, yeah, they are Juma. Yeah, to say for 15%. 15%, you know.
We've been told to reduce it by 15%, and we have done so. Our fares from Tech Junction to Santase now stands at 9 cedis instead of the initial 10 cedis.
So flying to Masukwa, we used to pay 6 cedis, but right now it's 5 cedis. So I think there's a change. And one cedi reduction, I think is okay, and it's good for me.
I
am happy in the new prices looking at how times are hard. Not really what I was expecting, but it is enough for as long as everybody is okay. I think the prices should be reduced more. It seems expensive for me.
Right here at Tech Junction, drivers and passengers are cooperating very, very well.
You're watching JoyNews Prime with me, and Asmino. Still to come, what is Christmas without carols? We'll be back to the Ashanti regional capital to hear from radio presenters why they are refusing or reluctant to play Christmas carols.
But Mary born that the Jesus Christ, yes, and say no anymore, Momo. Oh, and a manipa adrenaline uncle to say, baby, eba.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh? Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu. You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment. Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet. And the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
A great journey lies ahead of us all. And we all have different paths carved out for us. No matter who you are and the path you're on, make sure you choose a partner you can trust. A partner with integrity who will always give you the support you need when you need it. No matter what you do and where you are in your journey in life, you are very significant, and so is the path you're on.
Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG, cherishes security as much as you do and shares the same values as you. That is why we are the right financial partner to stand with you. We are now one of the largest banks in Ghana, and we are ready to partner and work with you. CBG, we stand with you.
on New Year's Day, January 1st, 2023 at 7 p.m. For the first time in over 30 years, two brothers will step on one stage and thrill the nation with non-stop hits. Anticipate. It's the Cat Farm Legends Night. It's the showdown on one stage. For the first time in 30 years, the Lumba Brothers. Yes, Daddy Lumba and Nana Achampon on stage, supported by the ever-talented Ohenebakisi. Also performing live, other surprise acts that will blow your mind. It's the Cat Farm Legends Night, New Year's Day, 7 p.m. on the Grand Arena, Accra International Conference Center. Anticipate. Dial star 713 star 33 star 30 hash for VIP single ticket. For VVIP table reservation, call or WhatsApp 0200 220202 or visit Cat Farm Dancing Mall, East Legon, or visit legendsnightgh.com. The Lumba Brothers on Hinebakisi on one stage. This is it. It's the legendary showdown.
Hello, my name is Abeku Agri Santana. If there's anything that makes my life so easy, it is my bank. I love hanging out with my boys at our usual fufu joint. But even without cash, we still dey chop better with EcoBank Mobile. No matter the time of day, my bank helps me stay in touch with my beautiful wife whenever she's away. And when my beautiful wife is in town, she never misses out on her favorite TV shows because I'm able to pay up all my TV subscriptions from the comfort of my mobile phone. Whenever she has to get groceries too, my bank makes it cashless and convenient. And the part my wife loves the most is when my bank makes it possible and easy for her to shop from any part of the world without moving.
Welcome to the smart world of EcoBank. Download EcoBank Mobile from Google Play Store or the App Store and discover the smart way to bank. EcoBank, the Pan-African.
Welcome to Magdan Aviation. Our world-class terminal, located at the Kotoka International Airport, is a fixed-base operation that offers total aviation services in Ghana's private sector space. Magdan Aviation offers convenient access to a wide variety of destinations. Just sit at the comfort of your homes or offices and book a flight to any country of your choice, and a luxurious car will be available to pick you up to the FBO, where all arrangements, including hotel bookings, transport services, among others, will be made available even in the country of destination. The FBO features an elegant lobby, business center, and a catering area to make your flight experience a memorable one. We have a very spacious terminal which houses 3 modern private jets and a helicopter for your tours, intercity transport, air ambulance services, cash carriage, and a bullion movement. Wherever you need to travel, Magdan Aviation has got you. Safety is a hallmark at Magdan. From our dedicated customer service team to the flight staff, every employee puts the safety and security of our clients first. We are here to make conducting business across the world easy and convenient.
See, let me tell you something. I'm large and in charge. You see this life, they say follow who know road. I'm the road and I'm in control. I drive my own life and nobody can tell me what to do.
Nobody?
Absolutely no one. I'm large and in charge.
Please, stop here.
Sure, honey.
Oh, that.
Yes, we won't. Be our master.
I think you know that.
Calico, the natural fruit juice drink.
This advert is FDA approved.
Getting together for the first time in years was a little bit awkward. Grandpa still tried to entertain us. Mom was always stealing the spotlight from the kids. It wasn't until Grandma cracked a joke
That's my favorite prayer.
that we got back into our groove. In this festive, DSTV is making family time even better with an upgrade.
Stay connected to DSTV and we'll upgrade you to the next package for free.
Thank you for staying with us here on Joy News Prime. Now, Ghana will head into this Christmas season healthier and better prepared for COVID-19 since its outbreak in 2020. The Ghana Health Service says there are just 4 people with the virus in Ghana. All of them are without symptoms. Now, hospital beds are completely free. No one is currently in a critical condition or receiving treatment for severe COVID-19. But the Ghana Health Service says we must, however, be vigilant as cases are rising in other countries, while tourists also prepare to arrive in Ghana. We'll hear from them shortly. But first, how will the country fare as there are no mandatory protocols in place this Christmas?
At the height of the COVID-19 outbreak in Ghana, President Akufo-Addo announced Ghana's first partial lockdown on Friday, March 27, 2020. At the time, Ghana had recorded 137 cases and 4 deaths. The lockdown, according to the president, was to help curb the spread of the virus. At the time, the number of passengers in public transport was reduced, nose mask wearing became mandatory, as well as social distancing at public gatherings. As cases began to surge, the president, in his third address to the nation, directed the closure of land, sea, and air borders to human traffic. By the end of 2020, schools were closed, churches had moved online, and funeral attendance was limited to 25 persons. Although this last restriction was mostly defied. As cases began to decline, the president, in his 28th address, announced a gradual lifting of the COVID-19 protocols. Borders as well as schools were reopened. Currently, the public has returned to full life as almost all restrictions have been lifted. According to data available to the Ghana Health Service, Ghana has a total of 171,023 confirmed cases, 9 active, and 1,461 deaths. But the question is, amid fears of a possible rise in cases after the festive season due to travels in and out of Ghana, can the current relaxed state of protocols help keep the numbers where they are?
Well, we can now hear from the Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Patrick Kumar-Boaje, who is urging the public to observe all the protocols.
So for Christmas season, we want to reinforce the response to the anticipated surge. And we are providing more reagents for testing. We are reviewing our logistics to ensure that we are ready as part of our capacity building and ongoing engagements with the religious organizations ongoing. So for key recommendations for churches, mosques, and other revenues, irrespective of their size, the use of air conditioning, otherwise, these are the recommendations as follows. Face masks by all worshippers is recommended. And persons using shared microphones, in particular, are encouraged to ensure that they all mask all the time, especially when you are passing the mic from one person to another. It's important that such people wear their mask. Hand hygiene facilities should be available at such venues by the leaders and advised to encourage members to appropriately use such facilities. Sometimes it's there, nobody's using it. Social distancing, where practicable, should be practiced. And of course, we need to remind ourselves about the cough etiquette so that you don't transmit it to someone else. Nightclubs, given the closed nature of nightclubs and the high humidity in such venues, the spread is quite common. So in as much as possible, we follow through with these measures, such as maintaining social distancing and then should be observed in those places. Club owners are encouraged to provide hygiene facilities, preferably alcohol, hand rubs, out of these venues, and encourage patrons to use them. And patrons of these venues are advised that to ensure that they are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, and also encourage people that please get vaccinated so that you can protect yourself. Whether it's vigil, concerts, watch night, crossover, we are encouraging that these large gatherings be held in the open, where ventilation is good and that the risk of transmission is significantly reduced.
Let me now take you to Parliament because the minority say government cannot continue to feed prison inmates with 1 cedi 80 pesos, a figure they describe as woefully inadequate, contributing to debate to approve the allocation to the Interior Ministry. Ranking member on the Defense and Interior Committee, James Agaga, said the current rate does not take into consideration the inflation trends.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the feeding rate for inmates in our country is 1 Ghana cedi 80 pesos. 1 Ghana cedi 80 pesos. Now, this translates into 60 Ghana pesos. 60 Ghana pesos, Mr. Speaker, per meal for an inmate. Mr. Speaker, without mincing words, I can say that we are violating the rights of our inmates with these figures when it comes to their feeding. And so I'd like to make a special request to the Ministry of Finance. It's unfortunate the minister walked in and left. Something urgently needs to be done about the feeding rates for prison inmates. Mr. Speaker, at this moment, inflation in respect of food items is over 100%. It's over 100%. And yet the figures allocated for the feeding of our inmates simply does not reflect the inflationary trend in respect of food stuffs in our country.
And still in Parliament, the Speaker, Alban Babin, is furious with the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, for failing to release the entire budgetary allocation made to the security ministries in 2022. The Speaker spoke when Parliament was considering the budget estimates for the Ministry for Defence. According to the Speaker, it is unacceptable that the Finance Ministry will release less than 20% of goods and services allocation to the Defence Ministry. Parliamentary Affairs Correspondent Kweku Asante has more.
One notable refrain as Parliament considers estimates for the various MDs is the inability of the Finance Ministry to release all allocations made in the 2022 budget. The Defence Ministry has been no exception. This has left the Speaker of Parliament livid.
The security agencies are one of the priority areas of government. But this is not what is reflected in the performance of 2022. It's sad when I really read and saw that approximately 81% of the budget on goods and services have not been released to the Ministry of Defense. And I agree totally with Honorable Dafiamako. It is not for this House to continue to be appealing to the Ministry to release. We are in charge. We legislate. We pass the laws on taxation. They are to implement. If they are failing to do it, we have to take them on.
Alban Babin has tasked the Ministers for Interior and Defense to liaise with their colleague Finance Minister to fix these issues, warning the development could impact negatively on the country's peace and security.
After increasing the budget on compensation, the others have been reduced for 2023. So you are employing people. I'm not going to give them the tools to work with. look at the budget for 2023. It has been reduced, both for goods and services and what? CAPEX. So we are going to recruit them, employ many hands, and let them sit in the houses. Meanwhile, we know what is happening. I think there have to be a second look. And the ministers, I'm happy both of you are in. Minister for Interior, Minister for Defense. I can see both of you. I think that you will take this up with the ministry.
5 years ago, she almost died, but for the timely intervention of a JoyNews vehicle, which was used as an ambulance to carry her from a deprived town of Tandando in the Pandai district to a health facility to deliver. JoyNews team found her riding dangerously on a motorbike while bleeding. After transporting her for safe delivery, Idonker's husband named their son Kwabna Joy to honor JoyNews. Jojo Kwabna reports that Kwabna Joy is doing very well and has started schooling.
Years ago, a lady from Tadando in the Pandai district of the northern region went into labor at night. But because of the terrible nature of the road linking the hospital, which is about 10 kilometers away, her family decided to try home delivery. But the baby would not come out. So the young lady, named Idonker, started bleeding profusely throughout the night. On her journey to the hospital during the day on a motorbike, we found them. She could not balance properly on the motorbike, and Idonker winched in agonizing pain. Confronted with a moral duty, we abandoned our journalism exploits and transported her to the hospital. The road was riddled with potholes, and anytime our vehicle slammed into a pothole, Idonker scowled in pain. She successfully delivered a baby boy after a cesarean section.
Kwabna Joy.
A family named the boy Kwabna Joy to honor JoyNews. Kwabna Joy is now 5 years and currently in kindergarten. He actively plays in class, but recalled when he saw the news team. The boy's father, named Jagri, was excited and said he never dreamt would visit him again.
Oh, I am happy. Very happy. I was really in trouble and in hot waters when I was sending my wife to deliver 5 years ago. But when I saw your team with a vehicle, I told myself that I have met my God who is here to rescue me. I named my boy Joy, and indeed my boy has brought me indescribable joy.
Idonker now has a daughter. She said without JoyNews, she may have lost her child and even died.
This is the boy and the girl. By God's grace, I'll add more. It wasn't easy 5 years ago. I was not conscious of what was happening around me. I was in pain. I don't know what would have happened if you guys had not come to our rescue. I am very grateful.
The single story of Kwabna Joy has brought multiple impacts to the Pandai district. The Evangelical Church of Ghana Hospital, where Idonker delivered, and now has an anesthetic machine. The machine was donated after JoyNews highlighted what Idonker went through to deliver through cesarean section without using an anesthetic machine. Idonker is grateful to government for constructing roads in the town, but also wants other arterial roads such as the Pandai-Salaga Road constructed.
We want government to construct more roads, and also we want a health center close to our community so we can easily commute.
This is indeed the power of a single story. Jojo Kwabna, JoyNews.
So some radio presenters say they will not be playing Christmas carols this year. Why? Well, Some say they're tired of playing the same tunes over and over again. Some traders in the Shanti regional capital, Kumasi, however, say this is affecting their sales. Love FM's Abigail Osubonsu explores the situation in this report read to you.
And you're listening to Love 99.5 FM.
Love FM's DJ Ruben is a lover of Christmas carols. He would have started playing carols from the first week of December, and he's yet to drop a Christmas beat on his drive time show. Interestingly, he reveals his listeners have expressed displeasure towards the carols. They believe they are not suitable under the current economic conditions.
Though we try as much as possible to chip in some Christmas carols along the line. Monday, for instance, I started my show with Christmas carols, and I asked whether or not people are ready for Christmas, and they told me they are not ready. There's no money in their pockets for Christmas, and so what is the essence of playing the Christmas carols? Back then, right from 1st of December, you get that feel. I mean, we give them that feel on radio. I mean, almost every program playing a Christmas carol or two, you know, doing back-to-back Christmas carols. But due to the economic hardship, it feels a bit awkward.
For Akan radio stations, they would normally depend on Christmas song releases from popular musicians to spice up the season. This is, however, missing nowadays. Israel FM's DJ Asanka de Boyosman explained the zeal for the season has dampened due to the lack of new Christmas songs to kindle the moment.
For the past 22 years that I've been in the media industry, at first the zeal was there, but nowadays it's dipping. But at first there were some of these artists, high-life artists, playing music for the festive, like Kechi Kwame Apa. Every year he release a song so that we the presenters would like to play, but nowadays it's not like that. And apart from that, you know how things are going nowadays, so it's not easy. And once you don't have it, you can't play. Someone may even say that you have to play the old one, but most of you the presenters, we want new music or new songs so that you can play.
The Christmas season is often characterized by heightened sales and purchases in the central business district of Kumasi. The situation has impacted the Christmas market. Madam Esther is worried.
First, Pano, ye bedi bronya, ye see bronya busumine, mobate se Christmas chorus ne bossa, bebe fabia, uti Christmas chorus, mobate, Mary born the Jesus Christ, yes, and say no anyho, momo.
Other traders are, however, hopeful patronage will pick up in the latter days to Christmas.
The park has from 17 Fukon, and I am near Tonicacra and my but now the Umbusa, a bonnet say, welcome, and this also price no a cost in Jamanotono, I Icacra, but you're heading a me. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Abigail Osubonsu's report for JoyNews.
Let's now find out what's happening in showbiz, and Becky's here as always to bring us up to speed. Hello, Bex, how are you doing?
Hello to you. I'm a bit down.
Why? What happened on the weekend?
On the 23rd, I don't get to go to Kiss Daniel's.
Yeah. We'll talk about that.
Oh, well,
we should talk about it.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about.
Well, unfortunately, the event has been postponed.
Yeah, so they had actually a release. It says that Pepperdam Worldwide Entertainment and Play Network Africa, organizers of the Kiss Daniel Live in Ghana concert, wishes to announce the postponement of the event to a later date to be announced. This, they say, is due to circumstances beyond their control. And they said, thank you very much.
Well, this doesn't augur well for events this Christmas.
Yeah.
And especially for our Nigerian brothers as well. There's a lot of talk about it. I think that Kiers Daniel is just suffering from the Wizkid effect.
Yeah.
You know, what happened with the Wizkid event.
Yeah.
And people are just skeptical. But of course, he himself, I mean, the Tanzanian thing, people have not gotten over it.
Yeah. So
and interestingly, Wizkid, after watching his own show here, did same in Cote d'Ivoire, I'm told.
But he actually performed in Cote d'Ivoire.
He came late?
Yeah, he performed. But people said that he didn't.
At a later, because he didn't show up on the day.
He did?
He didn't show up. So this is really bad. For Ghana, I don't know what's happening. Maybe event organizers have to look at the ticketing.
Yeah.
Because if they are not connecting the economic situation to, you know, people's ability to spend and all of that, it will affect events. Yeah.
But, well, there are other programs coming up, like Nights with the Stars, put together by our very own Love FM. And it's coming on the 26th. And here's something you should expect.
Yes, people. On the 26th of December is the Night with the Stars inside Kumasi.
Osaikum is certainly the place to be this Christmas. The legendary night with your favorite superstars.
I'm coming with my band. It's going to be massive. Tell a friend to tell a friend.
Let's meet and have fun this festive season at the Kumasi Ratri Park.
Are you ready for all the exhilarations on the 26th of December as Love FM and Insure FM comes to you with the most exciting moment you can ever have with your family? It's a night with the stars. I have with me DJ Ruben as he tells us the preparations so far.
All right, so as you can see, we're in a preparatory mood for 26th December, Boxing Day, Night with the Stars right here in Kumasi. I tell you what, there's nothing like it. Set up for the stage is ongoing. Hopefully by end of week, we should be done with that. And then we'll put together a few touches here at the Ratri Park. There are ongoing renovations just to put the place in shape. Very serene environment. The place to be on 26th December. In fact, you go all around town. It's the talk of town. Everybody's talking about Night with the Stars.
We're definitely looking.
This is our own.
So
they will be there.
So
let's go and jam. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are things that you know, some of the events that happen at the weekend that didn't draw your attention to. I want to draw your attention to it.
Please
at
do.
Dome TV 9 lessons and carols also happen. We have excerpts from that event.
As waters to cover the sea. This is the end of the fourth reading. Thanks be to God.
Concerned lawyer, we are fact checker. We fact checker. One wabo concern with degree, a more masters, a more PhD. Into a summer work, meaning say no correct. Nampa on a fire by a year dying, and I only marry Joseph.
All right, let's move straight to La Palm Royal Beach Hotel because Party Live with Jackie happened with surprise performances from R2B, Samini, Sistefia, and others.
I mean, we have listened to the legendary Lumba brothers to when they went apart, and then we heard Lumba, we heard Daddy Lumba, and then we heard Nana Champong. We've heard his songs, and then I got the privilege to be featured on one of his songs way back in past, and then years down the line to see his daughter come on stage like this, like how if you put it in the sports settings, you have Abedi Pele's sons playing world stage football. This is world stage music, and his daughter is doing that, and I'm still here on stage doing it with her. It's like, you know, because when I did it with her dad, I mean, I was young, and I felt like working with a legend is like something that every working artist dreams of.
But Ernest, before we go, Afrobeat superstar Davido has made his much anticipated performance at the closing ceremony of the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. The performance was Davido's first since the demise of his son. The singer performed the World Cup theme song, Haya Haya, along with other artists on the track.
Good to see him back.
Good, very. I am so. Very happy.
Right.
I mean,
Thank you very much, Becky, for bringing us showbiz. That's our show for tonight. Many thanks for your company.
We'll be
More
back
stories
tomorrow.
on myjoyonline.com. Tomorrow we have great stuff for you.
We get to see manifestivities also. There are so many things that you get to see. So please join us tomorrow.
Thank you. Beverly has business. Don't go away.
As a young mom, you're not always sure that you're doing it right. Choosing a baby care product for your child can sometimes be difficult. I choose BabyMed hypoallergenic skincare products, specially formulated to suit my baby's fragile and sensitive skin. A complete range of products that makes every bath time a moment of tenderness and well-being. BabyMed, baby-specific care products.
Charlie can't see. Today we dey watch like you see the Jomesa feel you. Oh, uncle, why are you crying? It's a tear of joy. I'm on my kind 92. I'm because stadium crab the pen feel. Need the second time I measure match or make them feel. Oh, 80 plus. How? What pictures no? 5 times better clear than the others. You can record your favorite shows, rewind, pause, and control your viewing experience anyhow you want it. Wow! World-class TV viewing at Bagana. Wow, watching HD Plus is like you did a Philly. You can get HD Plus decoder from any multi-TV dealer or all electronic shop nationwide, and the price is affordable.
Did you know that laser can be used to help diagnose and treat your glaucoma?
You can have modern cataract surgery like those done in Europe and America right here at the St. Thomas Eye Hospital. You can have modern phaco cataract surgery, retina detachment surgery, macular hole, and all kinds of laser surgeries done right here in Ghana. TMC or SUSU. But it's just to tell you, St. Thomas Eye Hospital provides total eye care for you and your family in a serene environment with world-class equipment.
Visit St. Thomas Eye Hospital's Surgical Center at Mathaheko or their Oxford Street branch.
I say, Eniwawe Yentong, St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
You know, in Ghana, when someone passes, we need to celebrate a week.
You're putting up a billboard?
I wanted to give my mother the best of the best in everything.
If there's no plus pallbearers, I think they will rate you as a poor funeral.
$1 million pallbearers.
When you are coming,
you prepare.
You have to go to the bank and take a loan that I'm going to finish.
Dummy dribbles to the right. He's got an opportunity on the edge of the penalty box. He's gone past the defense. This must surely be it. It's in. It's a goal.
With only 1 cedi 50 pesos, you can win up to 16.5 million Ghana cedis in the Betway Atina Ketia Jackpot. Jackpot Muhine. Bet responsibly, not for persons under the age of 18. This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana.
And it's time for the business segment here on JoyNews Prime with me, Beverly Broom. Now to our first story, a financial analyst has described as a rash decision the government's announcement of suspension of all debt service payments. The government announced suspension of all debt service payments under certain categories of external debts pending an orderly restructuring of the affected obligations. The suspension will include the payment of Eurobonds, commercial term loans, and on most bilateral debt. But speaking earlier on the marketplace, financial analyst Dr. Richmond Etuahene said the government should have waited for the implementation of the domestic debt exchange program after extending the deadline for institutional bondholders to sign up to the facility to December 30.
The institutions that have credit lines, some institutions have credit lines, in terms of credit lines. Immediately you say it, that they will be cut off. They will be cut off, and if they are cut off, it would affect the external trade. So it's the implication is quite big. But I would have thought that we would have tried to complete the debt exchange, the domestic debt exchange, and before we go and do the pre-default, so that we could negotiate with them very well for the haircut or whatever they were talking about. I don't have a tap. There's no two ways about that. And the literature support that you're not going to have to do, because you're telling them that I cannot, I don't have. Therefore, wait and let me tell you what you can do. If you're hard pressed for time, you set your time frame, and you should make provision for, especially the domestic. You see, the domestic debt restructuring would have helped in the external restructuring. But now that you're having a problem to do it, people are now beginning to say, oh, there is no confidence. I would have thought that we have a lot of time. We had time from July up to today. The engagement, as I've always been saying, there needs to be a good stakeholders engagement to tell people the reason why we are doing it and the benefit for us. Not only the benefit for physical space, what we do to industry, what we do to the private sector. If all these things we knew from July, we could have programmed ourselves very well that we shouldn't have been hard pressed by time. Now we haven't done that. We are getting hard pressed every day, every day. So we are taking some measures that, for me, in your negotiation, is not going to be easy.
Now, away from that, Chief Executive for African Energy Consortium, Kwame Jantua, has taken a swipe at the government for not implementing measures to forestall dollarization of the economy. According to him, this is having a toll on the energy sector. Speaking to Joy Business at a workshop on quarterly tariff adjustment and net metering guidelines, he said the energy transition agenda may grind to a halt if the menace is not addressed.
It's a chicken and egg situation, and as you see, where our electricity is concerned, the dollar plays a huge role in it. And the dollar plays a huge role in it primarily because of the IPPs that we have. Can we extricate that? I don't see how we're going to extricate ourselves off the dollar, not unless we have a policy where we de-dollarize our economy. If we are able to de-dollarize our economy, like some other countries have done, South Africa for that matter, then maybe it will be possible. But the situation we find ourselves in has shown us that we have to de-dollarize. We have to bring inflation down at all points. We have to bring the cost of importation down. These factors contribute to the dollarization of our economy. If we don't de-dollarize our economy, it becomes difficult because it feeds into our electricity generation. So it is something that we need to sit down collectively, not only as a government, but collectively, bring everybody on the table and see how do we start that process of de-dollarization. And where we find ourselves today, is it a huge advantage for us to say, we need to do it. Because look, you go to some countries, you try to pay your hotel bill with dollar, they'll tell you it doesn't happen. Go and change it. But it's also got to do with mindset. Because even in Parliament, you hear them talk about, and it costs this X dollars, it costs this Y dollars. It doesn't help us. We need to have a conscious effort, and we need to be serious about de-dollarization.
Now, the Ghana Enterprises Agency has cautioned beneficiaries of its COVID-19 funding programs to make use of the funds to attract the necessary growth in the economy. According to the agency, this is the surest way to ensure more funds to be channeled into the revival of the medium, small and large enterprises in the midst of the harsh economic conditions. There's more in the following report.
Speaking at an event to sign another agreement to expand the COVID-19 response grant scheme to micro businesses, Chief Executive of the Ghana Enterprises Agency, Kosi Yankee Aye, advised the beneficiaries to use the funds for its intended purpose. More than 400 people have so far benefited from the first phase of the program, which has been supported by the World Bank and other partners. The CEO also pledged for more support next year for the sector.
Our advice to them is really to utilize the funds, because people assume that they'll never come back for support, but they always come back. Right? It's something that we've seen. One, under the cutbacks, those who got the loans, who had come back for the grants, we actually put a hold on giving them funding because they hadn't paid some of their loans. And so you'd see that people actually go and pay it off because they know what they're doing is wrong. There are also those that will say that, oh, me I didn't help. There are some who genuinely have challenges with their businesses, so that's fine. But there are those who also might misuse the funds, which we try to stop. And so we advise them, use it, because this project doesn't end here. Next year, like I mentioned, in the second week of January, we're going to roll out a major program, and that intervention would also expand and grow businesses. And if we're going to do that and you haven't utilized your funds properly, then you're not going to really benefit and support to grow your business. So if you're serious about growing your business, this is a time to take advantage of the various interventions.
She, however, noted that despite challenges in retrieving some loans from the sector, the agency is working to retrieve the monies.
Because some businesses will not do well, some will also do well, and all that comes with it. But we are collecting as much as possible. It's important to know that you gave funding at a time when businesses were struggling. And so you have to put that thought behind you or in front of you in making certain decisions. And we're moving ahead and we're doing collections.
About 100 MSMEs are benefiting from the second phase grant scheme.
And that's all for Business Tonight. For more business news, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Beverly Broom, and I leave you with news making headlines on the international front.
Get your authentic Woodin replica jerseys at any Woodin store today.
Are you looking for a home to buy in Kumasi? Prabon Greenfield is a private luxury gated community located in the heart of Kumasi with elegant homes starting from just $149,000. Move into our already built 3, 4 and 5 bedrooms at just 20% down payment and pay the remainder on a payment plan. Contact us on 0546 022 306 or 0200 056 865. Prabon.
Welcome to Magdan Aviation, our world-class terminal
located at the Kotoka International Airport, is a fixed-base operation that offers total aviation services in Ghana's private sector space. Magdan Aviation offers convenient access to a wide variety of destinations. Just sit at the comfort of your homes or offices and book a flight to any country of your choice, and a luxurious car will be available to pick you up to the FBO, where all arrangements, including hotel bookings, transport services, among others, will be made available even in the country of destination. The FBO features an elegant lobby, business center, and a catering area to make your flight experience a memorable one. We have a very spacious terminal which houses 3 modern private jets and a helicopter for your tours, intercity transport, air ambulance services, cash carriage, and a bullion movement. Wherever you need to travel, Magdan Aviation has got you. Safety is a hallmark at Magdan. From our dedicated customer service team to the flight staff, every employee puts the safety and security of our clients first. We are here to make conducting business across the world easy and convenient.
Melcom Big Discount Promo. Melcom is giving you extra cheers this Christmas season. Shop for a wide variety of discounted products including groceries, supermarkets, furniture, home decor, electronics, and many more. Keep the joy of Christmas alive with Melcom's big discount offers. Terms and conditions apply. Melcom, where Ghana shops.
Personal. I think you're more, and you look handsomer than your DM pictures. Hey, your room is very kama pow.
My room is your room. Feel it free.
Oh, sir. I am feeling at home.
Anyway, where's Yapa?
You flow naturally when you are yourself. Frutally, the all-natural fruit juice. This advert is FDA.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
You feel adrift as you transition into a new stage of your life. The future seems like a blank space until you discover the passion within. The canvas of the future is yours to paint. Welcome to a world of opportunities. Heritage Christian College, a university educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders.
Bank of Ghana has upgraded the One Ghana Cedi coin with enhanced security features. The coin will be put into circulation from 12th December 2022. It is similar to the existing One Ghana Cedi coin in shape, form and images. The coat of arms in front and the scale of justice at the back. The upgraded One Ghana Cedi coin is bimetallic with outer gold and inner silver. The coin has a pronounced rough edge and incorporates a latent image which appears in a rectangular form below the scale of justice at the back. The latent image changes from a radiating star to a 1 Ghana cedi symbol sandwiched between 2 stars when tilted. The existing and the upgraded 1 Ghana cedi coins will co-circulate until the existing coin is gradually withdrawn. The general public is encouraged to accept the coins and use them.
Hello there, welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Musbah. Well, the 2022 World Cup in Qatar has finally come to an end with Argentina being crowned champions. But we have data relative to all that has happened in the game. Before we get to that, let's just take a bit of flashback to the best moment in this tournament.
Feet. Oh, it must be! France surely now have their date with destiny.
Yes, his first ever World Cup trophy, and what a way to do it in grand style. But what a game that was on Sunday between France and Argentina. Bringing an end to a pulsating, exciting World Cup 2022. But what does the numbers look like as far as the entirety of the World Cup is concerned? Well, in terms of goals, we saw quite a number of goals scored in this tournament. And guess what? 172 goals. And that is the highest we have ever seen in the World Cup. 172. In terms of the number of braces we saw in the tournament, 18 of them, and hat-tricks. 2 hat-tricks were scored by Gonzalo Ramos, and of course Kylian Mbappe scoring the second ever hat-trick in a World Cup final. Impressive, absolutely impressive. Kylian Mbappe and Gonzalo Ramos. Penalty kicks, we saw 23 penalty kicks awarded in the tournament, and of course we're going to talk about the number of them that were scored. 17 of them were scored, and 6 of them were missed or saved. Among the players who were victims of missing penalties, I mean, you talk about Salem Al-Dawsari of Saudi Arabia, Andre Ayew, Alphonso Davies, Harry Kane, Robert Lewandowski, and Lionel Messi himself also missed the penalty. But so the penalty success rate is something around 73.91%, and that's quite interesting. I mean, 7 out of 10 penalties were scored in the tournament, and in terms of own goals that were conceded in the tournament, just two were considered in this tournament. It just means that quite a number of the defenders were quite, up to task and ensure that they were able to deliver. But when you look at the teams, the most goals scored by a team in this tournament was France, and they scored 16 goals in this tournament. And of course, 3 of those were added on Sunday, all from Kylian Mbappe. Now, Belgium, Denmark, Qatar, Tunisia, and Wales were the only teams to have scored 1 goal in the tournament. 1 goal, just one they scored in the tournament. Now, in terms of the goals that were considered, the team that considered the most goals is Costa Rica, 11. They considered 11 in the tournament. And in terms of the teams that considered the least number of goals, Tunisia, they considered just 1 and also exited in the group stages. Now, let's stay on the teams because England versus Iran was the game that scored the most goals scored in a match. 6-2 it ended. 8-goal thriller. Of course, that was fun. Then in terms of the most goals scored in a match by one team, Spain against Costa Rica in the group stage. Very, very impressive performance. The biggest margin of victory is 7 goals. That game between Spain and Costa Rica. In terms of clean sheet also, very interesting. Morocco, they did very well. They had great defensive solidity there and had 4 clean sheets in the tournament. And that clearly is very impressive as far as the tournament is concerned. And they ended up 4th there. Now, the individual laurels. And this is where we got to see the best players in the tournament. Kylian Mbappe, 8 goals. Now, the record in terms of the highest number of goals scored in the tournament stands at 13. And guess what? It's a French player, Justin Fontaine, is the one with 13 goals all the way in 1958 when he scored 13 goals there in the tournament. In terms of the assists that were provided, 3 assists were provided in the entirety of the tournament. The highest were 3, and Bruno Fernandes was in there, Antoine Griezmann was in there, Harry Kane, Lionel Messi, and Ivan Perisic, all of them provided 3 assists apiece. Most goals and assists produced, and even at this stage, Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe were at parity. And that's interesting because Kylian Mbappe scored 8 goals and gave 2 assists. Lionel Messi scored 7 goals and gave 3 assists, and that's 10 apiece. Very interesting, isn't it? That in terms of clean sheets by goalkeepers, Yassine Bono of Morocco, 3 clean sheets. Emiliano Martinez of Argentina, 3 clean sheets. And Jordan Pickford of England also having 3 clean sheets there. Very impressive, very impressive. All right. So what does the table look like as far as World Cup winners by country is concerned? Brazil are still top, and they've won it a record 5 times, 1958, 1962, 1970, 1994, 2002. But that's what is interesting. The last time Brazil actually won the World Cup was in 2002. The generation of Ronaldinho, Kaká, name them. To think they actually were not able to, keep a certain momentum of winning the World Cup is quite surprising. They've been runners-up twice, 38 and 78. Now, Germany comes second with 4 World Cup titles. 54 they won it, 74 they won it, 1990 they won it, and 2014 they won it. There's quite an interesting thing about the 4 numbers there where they've won it. And they've come up runners time 4 times also, 66, 82, 86, and 2002. Now, Italy comes closely in 3rd place, still at par with Germany. 4 titles, 34, 38, 82, and 2006. In 1970 and 1994, they came runners-up. But this is where Lionel Messi's nation, Argentina, comes in. Because all the while, they've had just 2 trophies. But on Sunday, yesterday, they made it 3. 78, they won it. 86, they won it. And since then, since 1986, that's over how many years? That's over 30, 50 years, right? Or over 40 years, thereabout. They were only able to win it in 2002. They came close quite a number of times. 2014, they came close. And of course, Uruguay also in the mix there, won the first ever World Cup in 1930, and 1950 also won it. But since then, they've gone missing. France 1998 and 2018 there. And of course, England 66 and Spain 2010. Will an African country ever be able to win the World Cup? We wait to see. And history will be made one day, definitely. My name is Razak Musbao, and thank you so much for being a part of this.
Hey, Cracky! Hey! Bro,
Charlie, the way my landlord they chase me up and down. 3 days this I don't feel enter the house inside.
You guys are still dealing with rent issues. Haven't you heard about Lakeside Estate's end of year promotion?
Lakeside Estate.
Your time has come to become a homeowner. Where you live matters to you and matters to us at Lakeside Estate. This holiday season, we offer you the chance to own your own home at Lakeside Hills Phase 2 Lifestyle Community with a 2-year interest-free repayments plan or 10% discount for outright purchases. No more rent. You can choose from our 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedroom homes with spacious compound, multi-purpose court, community center, football pitch, clubhouse, children playgrounds, and other interesting amenities. To end your landlord worries, call the following numbers to assist you with your home acquisition journey.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
This is supposed to be the party in disarray.
Nathaniel was in the will of God. So the atmosphere have to change for NDC.
Na bibia why the day you use school fees there to be
2016 election, Muntieme.
Now listen to this. About 2016
Safuano Kutanana Kufuado.
The major opposition party in Ghana. Who is Kufuor? Is my younger brother. He's after me. I said, go and tell him that he's going to be the president. The current president, which is JJ, is going to lead
Samir
the keys
is the national organizer of the government,
NDC.
narrating how politicians,
all the
often
prevailing
encounter religious
circumstances
leaders
today
during an
proves to
election.
the fact that
Mr.
the Lord is
Okoye
against
contends
his government and
that
Ghana should
some
bring
of these
back the
visitations
NDC led
are
by
not
Kwame
sanctioned
Dramani.
at the party.
I was one of those people. I just knew another will come to power. He will win.
Said your Papa Kufuor, Papa Ron is intimate president to be mono. So na Papa John Dramani, Mama ne dey anything. Na konyo si baby a ex phone konyo sisi.
The NDC man will win. Others say the MPP man will win. And then the ordinary man now tells us that Bishop, is God confused?
7 December no ewia ene ebehu nea nyame kasa kire.
For the NDC's Director of Elections, Arizefri Yankra, a prayer team rather intercedes on behalf of the party and seeks the face of God going into an election.
What we have, and I'm sure you are aware, is that we have a prayer team that prays regularly and constantly. Remember, before the primaries, after our first set of primaries, you came here and you said, why am I so relaxed and why is the place so calm and there's primaries and we are supposed to be under? I said, no, we've been praying and praying and praying for us to have a peaceful primary. So I'm here. I'm not, they feed me the information. Everything will be fine. And everything went on well. So we pray and seek the face of God. We trust God and we believe in Him. And other people, and again, you have to put this in proper context. We have people of diverse faiths. You must respect other people's faiths and allow them to also believe in what they believe in. The party is not a church. Okay, so you must allow people to express their faith in whichever way they want.
Ghana saw an increase in the incidence of prophecies that predict presidential results during the 2012 and 2016 elections, and most of these prophecies are declared at watch night service.
There are a number of parties in the ministry of Jesus. You don't see Jesus prophesying about a Herod or a Pilate. You don't see any of the leaders, the apostles in the Acts of the Apostles, prophesying publicly about any government that was to come into power. And so as much as prophecy, it's important, and God shows and God gives, because by all means, the Bible says that God will not do anything until first of all he reveals it to his servants, the prophets. But does it mean that everything God shows the prophets, they must stand on the streets and blow it up? Now, King David took somebody's wife, killed the man. God sent the prophet to him and said, David, this is what you did. You think if David had stood in the temple, if the prophet had stood in the temple and said, David, you took somebody's wife and you killed a man, that prophet wouldn't be killed. He would have been killed. God gives prophecies, but those prophecies, if they are to individuals, go to the individual and tell the individual so that the nation will not be thrown into confusion and chaos.
But founder and leader of Glorious Wave International, Prophet Badukobi, disagrees.
You see, when people don't understand things, they say it will create confusion. God is a public God. Everything we see made was made and never hidden. You see the sea. Why didn't God hide it? You see the air, you feel it. Why didn't God hide it? Why is it that God made everything plain and man wants us to hide things? 2, if we don't say what God is saying, then what work are we doing? You can go to the person directly to tell him. Sometimes it's best to say it public for the person and other people to confirm. You can tell somebody something. He may not later say what you said.
Whatever prophecy you have, it must be judged. The Apostle Paul said, if the prophets will prophesy, let them be 2 or 3, and let the others sit down and let them judge. So every prophecy can go through scrutiny. Unfortunately, in this nation, when people have a prophecy and you say that this prophecy shouldn't have been like this, they get offended. But prophecy, matured prophets know that their prophecy can be judged, and we can disagree with your prophecy if it's not in line with Scripture, because every prophecy must be in line with Scripture. In the book of Isaiah, he says that if they speak not according to the word, then it is because there is no light in them.
The 2020 election has been prophesied about by many of these prophets, conflicting and sharply contradicting prophecies. Reverend Osu and Prophet Salih Famwakon predicting for the NPP, whilst Prophet Nigel Gazy and Prophet Badukobi foretelling for the NDC.
Mamin can't say Minchro. Mehu jubilation. Our Montana so I MPP car. And MPP for wave Ghana flag, any MPP flag, any white flag. Nana Kufuor wa win election no. Me who say yisi maame no obobo aba no. No declare Nana Kufuor president. Na Mahama Afra Nanado Akachen say congrats.
I saw 2 angels who moved from eternity into time. And when they came into time, they were holding the banner of MPP. And I saw them stretching the banner of MPP. And he told me that MPP shall come in the second time. And the vision left me, and I predicted it. That's it. That's what I saw. And so far as I am concerned as a prophet, the Lord told me that MPP will come back to power. They will retain their power.
Prophet Nigel Gazy is emphatic John Mahama would win the 2020 election. But Badukobi says the NDC can only win the elections if they are extra vigilant. He's alleging the NPP will rig the upcoming polls.
So 4 months into Nana Akufo-Addo's presidency, I was there. I was waiting on the Lord, and the Lord told me that I should tell the nation that they should bring back Kwame Dramani Mahama. I didn't even know that he was called Kwame. And it is, we're almost there. All the prevailing circumstances today proves to the fact that the Lord is against this government, and Ghana should bring back the NDC led by Kwame Dramani for the purpose of God to come to pass. One thing that the Lord told me that I'm very scared of is that the Lord told me that if we don't listen to this, Ghana will go back to 1983. Ghana will go back to the days, the dark, infamous days of 1983. So let every believer, let everybody who have Ghana at stake in the interest of Ghana, as it were, listen to this and let's bring back the man.
I said, and I won't change my words. I said on 31st December, Reagan. I said it again when I got to EC, and that's where people in NDC never understood me. When I got to one of the prophecies and I said EC, when I hit EC, I said something is happening now. Then I saw MPP win. I never said MPP won. I saw what I saw. The opposition must use prayer and vigilance. That opposition must be vigilant about EC, vigilant prayer.
Even though Reverend Owusu Bempah and Prophet Salif Omako agree that Nana Addo will go for a second term, they are however sharply divided over the return of former President Mahama. Whilst Reverend Owusu Bempah is convinced former President Mahama has ended his term and would never return to the presidency, Prophet Salif Omako also says the angel of the Lord has revealed to him that former President Mahama would return to the presidency after Nana Addo completes his 2 terms.
On to be a president, 2024, or Samba will be loose, 2028 will be loose, 2000 will be loose. On to the presidential, see, and only mistake NDC for a year. Now, question come to be for Froba. When I'm a can of grow for Dimatem. Papa, not to be a president, beam. We ain't Najuma as a president. Me kasache obi also be at you. Yaman pen na do say me kasache no so ti. On me kasache no ti. E papa ko for kram kasa. O mu nyina me kasache mo. We nko me kasache no mfa.
He will not win this election, but after 4 years he will come back. Yes, people think he has finished and he can never be a president again. MPP has 8 years. And when they finish, NDC will come back. And it will happen that John Mahama will lead them. Watch my word. He will lead them and you emerge.
God revealed this to you?
Of course. I don't see things that I've not seen.
Meanwhile, Prophet Nigel Gacy says he holds the key to John Mahama's victory in the upcoming December poll.
For me, I'm a young man of few years. They should do the needful. And like I said, no man of God has the key to their 2020. No man of God. They can try. But it's me, Prophet Nigel Gacy, that the Lord used me to say that they will come. So I have the keys. So I went to the wise now. But let the nation listen and bring back the man. I'll vote for the NDC this time.
There is confusion. As a man of God, from where I sit, and as a prophet too, there's confusion. There's confusion. We are not operating the way we should operate.
These attempts by some prophets to predict winners of impending presidential election sometimes create anxieties and unnecessary tension and debates among Christians. President of the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council, Reverend Paul Frimpong Manso, has consistently spoken against the phenomenon. Bishop Ajenasari agrees with him.
There are souls that are perishing. The assignment God gave us was to win souls. Jesus said we should go into all the world and preach the gospel and to every creature. There are souls that must be saved. Let us go and save the souls and stop prophesying NDC and MPP. Prophesying NDC and MPP doesn't add any souls to what we are doing. And so let's avoid all this confusion. And so instead of prophesying NDC and NPP, let's ask for divine wisdom as to what the church must do after the coronavirus.
But founder and overseer of Alive Chapel International, Bishop Salif Omako, disagrees.
You see, prophets has been part of our day-to-day activities from Genesis to now. So we cannot do anything about it. You can criticize him, you can condemn prophet, you can kill them. They are part of the system. You can do anything about it. Their job is to predict, and they will continue to predict, whether we hate it or not.
Reverend Osu Bempa, Prophet Salifo Mwako, Prophet Nigel Gacy, and Reverend Imono Badukobi may have had inconsistencies in their respective prophecies, but all four claim there was clarity in the messages received from God.
Me can say nyame mo nyam say nyame disappointed me da e election mu e bin see da any time ya so nyame icha na me can challenges ba ho said ya be ya, but papa 7 December no ewia e na ebehu me a nyame kasa kire no.
And this is something I've been consistent about it 3.5 years ago. And I'm a leader of a great church. I'm a prophet. Anybody, even my worst critic, even the devil knows that the hand of God is on me without any blemish. This one will not fail. I've been telling myself that the only person who will let this prophecy fail is John Mahama himself and the greater NDC.
For Prophet Salifo Mwako, some of the prophets may be hearing from a different God apart from the Supreme Being.
God is not the author of confusion. The possibility is that one did not hear God clearly. It's simple as that. That is the interpretation I can give it to you. Because God is not the author of confusion. But it can happen that one did not hear God clearly. And the one who heard God clearly, his prediction shall come to pass.
Prophet Imono Badukobi has a different view. He argues that God changes his mind, and so prophets cannot be held liable for the conflicting prophecies.
Does God change his mind? He changes his mind. If God doesn't change his mind, everything through scripture would have fulfilled as it was said. God said that the children of Israel will go through captivity for 400 years, but they came out for 30 years. God changes his mind. You see, these things have not been explained. What I've come to see is that the church we have now lacks a whole lot of explanation. God said, Abraham, I'll take your people into captivity for 400 years. After, I'll take them out. 400 years came. Do you know, at 390, Moses went and fought. The deliverer went and fought. The deliverer killed somebody. He was being pursued. He ran away. Went and spent 40 years. So the deliverer even messed up the prophecy. Can I shock you today? When God is dealing with man, nothing is fixed. Except he says it's fixed. Because man can change.
I think that it creates more tension. It creates animosity. And it creates challenges. Because you hear some say that the NDC man will win. Others say the MPP man will win. And then the ordinary man now tells us that, Bishop, is God confused? And recently I heard, a prophet said he saw a team or something going to win and the team lost or something. And he said the Holy Spirit misled him. In the Old Testament, even before King David, they had a theocracy. In a theocracy is the rule of God. So God has somebody he calls a judge, and he rules through him. And God says, and Israel was a theocratic nation. And so God says, we are in a democratic nation. You go and vote. Your vote is supposed to be the mind of God for who should be. So whoever comes to sit on there, whether it's the will of God or the will of the people, well, the Bible says that we should be subject to those in authority. And so to avoid the confusion, we chose democracy. If we chose democracy, let's make our thumbs speak.
But what could be the motivation for these prophecies? Is it for fame, popularity, or sympathy towards political party?
Me, I have a fame. God has made fame for me. Okay, Salifo Mwako is a household name all over the world. those who are saying it, where my name has reached, their name has not been there. My name is in the corridors of power. I cannot put my finger on any political party, not MPP, not NDC, who has given me 1 cedi for my life. Never in my life. I don't even meet them. I don't even know where they live. So I don't prophesy for favors. I am blessed man. I'm a blessed man.
Nobody has been a president in the land that I went to Castle of Flagstaff. Like sometimes I hear them peddle falsehood that John Mahama, President Mahama, I was with him and that he gave me. It's all not true. I've never stepped to Castle, never stepped to Flagstaff or Jubilee House. Never. I won't. You know why? I don't want any politician to think I depend on him or her.
I've spent no less than $1.5 million in raising this auditorium for God. Which money again? At my age. Which money again? I have my own TV station that beams to the whole of Africa. So which fame again? Some of us are kingdom-minded. Jeremiah chapter 9 says that if anybody glories, he should glory that he knows the Lord, that his name is written in the book of the Lamb. That is my joy. I want to die one day and make it to heaven. It's not about material things. I don't believe in that. But anybody that says that some of us prophesy because of fame, money, they are ignorant. They don't know what it is.
You can't say a politicians who come here, mammy. MPP ba power. Ubian to Fian Chairman. Ubian Tokan Chairman. Ubian mammy millions of dollars. It can't crash your papa.
You've not received any favors from the NPP?
I'm telling you the truth. But I know any hammy because me show being come and find physical free in ho. And I mean, if you are a political party, be smart, will be so on my country, so more money $1 million. Any school building project, me can't say me pay. Me say me pay. Me poi, I don't like it. Any land cruiser, me say me pay. And you know, and yet sikenti and the yeshem come sending crofobia general.
The biggest beneficiary of these prophecies are politicians. What do political parties make of the inconsistencies or the conflicting reports? Sami Oku is the national organizer of the governing NPP.
Sometimes you can hear both sides of it. You can have men of God who can tell you this election you will win. At the same time, you have men of God who tell you you will not win. And that is what can also confuse you as a Christian. And even though I am not well versed in religious affairs or spirituality, but I've known this God through my darkest days, from my infancy. And this is the same God of Abraham and Isaac. This God doesn't blow hot and cold. And so it makes us, as today's Christians, sometimes we don't know whether this message is even coming from God or not.
He also believes the prophecies have the potential to worsen the existing mistrust in the electoral process and also impact negatively on the political stability of the country if not managed properly.
My only fear is that if it's not well managed, it can prepare the grounds for agitations after elections. Because if you predict for a party B to win over party A, and the party B does not win, the party B goes into the elections without campaigning and without solid effort and without being vigilant. And the party B loses that election. But those that there was a prophecy that that party was going to win. You're only preparing the grounds for agitations and for needless bloodshed.
But the NDC is not perturbed by the contradicting prophecies. The party rather thinks that it's proper and prudent for the prophets to rather send a direct message to the candidate instead of making their predictions public.
I'm saying it is possible because, okay, so you belong to a congregation, a pastor says this is what is going to happen, you believe in him, you know, the likelihood, and I'm choosing my words carefully, the likelihood that you will be influenced by that is there. On the other hand, nobody can tell me that if you go into a congregation and a particular pastor prophesies, all the people 100% will vote in that direction. I personally wish that if you have a prophecy that concerns an entity, perhaps the best way will be to inform the entity.
However, Both parties believe such prophecies influence the voting pattern of the congregant, but the prophets disagrees.
You see, that's where loyalty comes in. Loyalty. It doesn't matter what prediction we give. If somebody is NDC, there are NDC people in my church. There are MPP people in my church. There are other parties, they are in my church. It's about loyalty. My prediction cannot change them. Do you understand? It's about the heart and the love they have for their party. So my prediction cannot change somebody from NDC to MPP.
Oh no, I have NDCs, I have MPPs, I have people that are floating voters. And it's not even my congregant. I'm speaking as a prophet of God, as a prophet that has a national voice, that in every given time, those who are spiritually led will listen to the voice of God through a prophet.
Is one thing being prophesied about, and another thing for the prophecies to come true. It is difficult to understand how one God can cause different prophets to make contradicting declarations about one election. A few things are sure, though, that in the next few days, one of these prophecies will be fulfilled.
The electorate should concentrate on the word of God. And you see, as goes the shepherd, so goes the sheep.
But for Prophet Nigel Gazy, though Nanado never visited him,
so
Communications Director at the Presidency, Eugene Ayes, Media Relations Officer at the Presidency, Jefferson Saki, and Chief Executive Officer of the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, Lawyer John Kuma, were constantly at his church for prayers for the victory for candidate Nanado.
Say that since then, the building had not had any renovation of that sort. And so as of 2015, it got to deteriorating. So part of the roof started falling down. And so we decided to work on. And so by God's grace, this is what we've been able to do.
The exhibition is titled Unity in Diversity. And as diverse as we are, we have several ethnic groups with different cultural practices and ways of living. The museum seeks to promote who we are, bring us together as one, so that when someone comes in, the person will first understand who we are as Ghanaians, our heritage, our history, where we've come from and where we aspire to be in the nearest future.
Ghana, we now have freedom. Ghana, land of freedom. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labors. Toils of the brave which have brought results. Star of Ghana, Nkrumah, Star of Ghana, everybody toils of the brave and the sweat of their labors, toils of the brave which have brought results.
Thank you very much for joining us on PM Express. Tonight, we are going to talk to a man who surprised a lot of people. I bet he himself wasn't surprised, but many watching the NDC National Delegates Congress and its outcome. He possibly was the biggest surprise of the day. And he's a man who is known for being one of the most witty politicians you can find. He was the propaganda secretary once of the party, and then he really made a name for himself by leading the very famous Setting the Record Straight Forum, which really gave the MPP a good run for its money. He went to Parliament, and then for some reason, we lost touch with him for a while, only to show up on the ballot on Delegates Day, when the delegate decided for who really becomes the General Secretary of the NDC. He emerged victorious, and it wasn't a close fight. He really led the field, took a commanding lead, and never looked back. He was the first person we all saw emerging victorious on the night, and everybody was wondering what in God's name was happening. I'm delighted to say that Fifi Avikwete is my guest on PM Express tonight, just coming off the back of that tremendous victory at the NDC National Delegates Conference. Fifi, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Evans. Happy to be here.
And congratulations are in order.
Thank you so much.
When I say we're surprised, you understand why many would have been surprised, would you?
I can understand. I can understand.
But you weren't surprised.
Yeah, but Evans, let me begin first by thanking God for this beautiful victory, and also thanking the wonderful delegates who reposed that trust in me, and of course the teaming supporters of the party. For me, that was the most humbling experience. Asking them whether I'm surprised, to be honest with you, no, I'm not surprised.
Okay.
I'm not surprised at all. Even the truth is that I don't undertake a journey without having taken a very deep introspection and weighing my chances. Even before I started this journey of running for the General Secretary position, I had already commissioned what I call a very scientific survey. So I had a clear idea of what my chances are even before beginning. So one of the things I've said about politicians is I can understand why some people can be so delusional as to, for example, undertake a journey without even knowing what their chances are. Okay. I can appreciate if you go in a fight and you lose very closely, but the situation where you actually invest everything you got, resources, energy, everything you got, and actually only to discover that you really had no chance at all. For me, it's an unforgivable sin, and politically, I never will be guilty of that. So there's no way I would have gone into this race except knowing that I have a very, very good chance of winning.
So there was research that backed this. So the outcome of the research convinced you to join the race?
Because, even the truth is that I was competing with two people who I would say clearly have had almost 4 years to work in the system. The Deputy General Secretary in charge of operations, Dr. Peter Otokuno, had been in charge for 4 years, and of course built relationships, worked with the party structures. Clearly, when you have a 4-year relationship with any group of people, you naturally have a certain big advantage. I was contending also with Visa Friankra, my own brother and friend, for a very long time, was the director of election. Clearly built a lot of networks and relationships as well. So if I come in now, and of course I've been out of the party structure since 2009 when I became Deputy Minister for Finance. So even though I was still a party person, you wouldn't call it directly in touch with, for example, regional chairmen, regional executives, constituency executives, branch executives. I was not directly doing that. Of course, I was still a party person. So if I'm going to go into a journey, I needed to first be sure what the chances are. And I did my very quiet scientific survey, which proved to me that even without any campaigning, I had a fighting chance.
But you made a very important point there. Let me just expand on. Yeah. Even without campaigning, you were convinced that. What was it that gave you that confidence? Of course, the research told you can do that. Yeah. But what was it that made a difference?
I would say that was the beginning of it. Because as I said, I always think that it's important not to simply believe your own hype. And I think that really has been the fatal flaw for not just many politicians, but many people in general. You need not to believe your own hype. So you need to have some evaluation in order to know exactly what are the chances. So I did that. And that told me that even though I had been not directly involved in what you call the party issues for quite a number of years now, even though I was still pretty much a party man and all. My chances still were very good.
Why?
And I need.
Why was that? I'm trying to narrow down to the elements, the characteristics that would still give you an advantage, although you've not been at the center of things for a while.
I think it boils down to what I would call track record. Track record. I think a lot of people still pretty much remember setting a record straight. Basically, they feel this is somebody who had paid a price for this party, who not only helped to secure power the last time we took MPP out of power, also felt that this was somebody who went through the most grueling vetting in the history of our party, simply because of the job I had done for the party in terms of winning that victory. I think they also feel that they have an individual who is difficult to compromise. And I think this party wanted somebody like that, somebody that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt, that you can go and sleep. Clearly, this person clearly cannot be compromised. This is somebody who will fight for this party, and if need be, die for this party. So I think these are already attributes that people were looking for. But of course, if you are fighting, you definitely also have to weigh some of the issues, some of the disadvantages that I was coming with. And one of them, of course, is the fact that I was not in the field for quite a bit, and I was dealing with opponents. And also, a certain disadvantage also because I was taking over from Johnson Asiedu Nketia, who after 17 years had really turned this into an institution. Yeah. And some way, somehow, over the 17 years, there's a certain unspoken belief that you needed, for example, to be extremely fluent in Twi before you can become a general secretary.
You didn't have that, did you?
Which never had been the case in the NDC in particular, which was quite, for me, it was like, what is going on? Because the NDC has had 3 general secretaries before Asiedu Nketia. In Alaji Hoduyaya, who actually never spoke any Twi at all. In Dr. Josiah, who never spoke any Twi at all. And Bid Zidin, who acted as general secretary until we went to Congress in 2005, who never spoke any Twi at all. So I couldn't understand how suddenly it has now become a norm that you needed to speak Twi before you became general secretary. So clearly my opponents were using that a lot. Oh, the guy doesn't speak any Twi. In fact, the media, the guy doesn't speak any local language. Which are funny. Because, what do you mean? I speak actually my local language. I speak very well. He said, no, it's not good enough. You have to speak Twi. Anyway, long and short.
Your English is too fluent. They couldn't imagine you speaking local language.
I know, right? So that clearly was one Herculean obstacle that we needed to deal with. So we used the opportunity to be able to, first of all, try to disabuse the minds of people. That even MPP, that is known to be an Akan party, has had a brilliant chairman who was Jacob Echibilamte, who is a gunman, who incidentally does not speak Ghana at all, and also never spoke Twi, but he was still a great chairman even for MPP. So a party like NDC that is much more known to multicultural, bringing together everybody, you can actually be making a case that the only way you can become a general secretary is to speak one particular language. So we try to disabuse the minds of people and say, I was in charge of communication for the NDC. I spoke English for the most part, and we still won power. So for you to say that now a general secretary, when I'm not in charge of communication, I need to speak Twi before I can become a general secretary, I think was not a very good thing my opponents were standing on. So I think we were able to work on that and convince the delegate that no, they did not need to think of that as a major requirement.
You just made a point there that emphasizes how important Asiedu Nketia's dominance in that space was. I wonder, before you decided, of course you had your research, but before you decided to actually pick up forms, did you know that he was not going to contest that position again? At what point did you have a conversation with him? Okay. Would you have done it if he was still running?
Okay, all right. In truth, I had actually publicly stated that if Asiedu was minded to continue as general secretary, I was not going to run. Okay. In fact, the reason why my announcement delayed was also because I wanted to be respectful of that position. If you recall, my other 2 contenders also had said something similar, but they basically gave up very quickly and then started actually campaigning. But I wanted to keep my word. So I waited until when finally Asiedu came to announce that he was not going to.
So you wanted to be absolutely setting, he's moved on to the other position.
Yeah. For me, I look at it, no, it's not, for me, it's never been like a personal project. I just feel we needed to make sure that we had a good replacement for the general secretary if he's not ready. if he's not ready to go again. So if he was ready, my feeling was that he's done a good job. We can always help.
Did you speak to him? Did you seek his blessing, so to speak?
Let's say that we spoke to him from. I did not want it to appear as if I was stampeding him, pushing him to make a decision. So I was respectful of that. But somehow we found informal ways of communicating. And when it was that he was preparing to finally announce that he was not running again, I mean, clearly, I got information in time in order for, because of course he also knew that I was quite respectful of him, and I think he was very grateful for that. It's always good to have people who respect your position and therefore do not act as if whether or not you make a decision, they are ready to do what they want to do. And I think he was quite
So once he declared that he's no longer interested in the General Secretary position and declared his intention to run for the chairmanship, did you at any point speak to him at all?
Yeah, we spoke.
You spoke to him?
Yeah, we spoke.
Did you say, I need your blessing, and what did he tell you? Because the view out there was that obviously he's worked with Otokono as a deputy. He would possibly then normally and would support Otokono. And not you. Did you get his blessing?
No, I didn't look at it in terms of seeking your blessing. No, I didn't look at it that way at all. But let's say it this way: he and I have had a wonderful relationship for all the years that we've been together. In fact, I've actually been almost like his #1 fan, and he always knew that. Very respectful of his view, very respectful of his opinion. Naturally, in this party, I've always loved people who are very, first of all, people who are filled with courage, people who clearly, like myself, are really trustworthy. I love people like that. And of course, I like him also because he's got the capacity to be very forthright and also the gift of the gab. He can think on his feet and be able to as it were, maneuver out on any situation. And so it's very great. So that, and of course, he's got something that I don't have. He's got a great sense of humor. And I love to have a good laugh. So that's, I mean, I'm always the first to call him when I hear him. I'm always the first to call him whenever he does his thing and kills it with the humor. I call him and say, wow, today you just killed all of us again with this and that. So it's been always a very healthy, beautiful relationship. Even in cabinet. He and I have had instances where we took a position together against the whole cabinet. So we've had those very, should I call it, very aligned position for the most part. So I wouldn't say call it a blessing, but I would say it was an informal blessing. Because sometimes, you know what, if you are, it's just like how when I was National Propaganda Secretary, and which is now the National Communication Officer. When I was exiting that position, I clearly have a clear idea who I think would have been a very, very worthy successor. I knew. I mean, when you've been in a position for a while, you do know. And to be honest with you, it's not so much I want to downplay my two contenders, Otokono and Elvis. But I think deep down in Otiedu's heart, of the three, he knew who actually had the pedigree to be able to step in there and get a job done.
There's something you said you picked up why the delegates gave you the nod. And you picked up in your research that convinced you to run. Like the delegates were convinced that they wanted somebody at the helm, at the General Secretary, who is the Chief Executive of the party, who can be compromised. Was that because of all that we know now happened in 2020? In fact, your party's own research in Ashanti region, commissioned by the Council of Elders there, found that to be an issue. In the lead up to this Congress, again, it was an issue. The suspicion and the belief that a certain category of people who led the party then were not above board. They didn't show integrity enough. When the delegates told you that, was it coming from a certain reality that they've had to confront over the last 4 years as far as party leadership that they wanted to correct by putting you up?
I can't say so much about others, but I do think that in this party, delegates and also party supporters have a clear idea who are the people that can be trusted 100%. It doesn't mean others cannot be trusted, but I think they have a fair idea who can be trusted 100%. And so instead of just saying that it's a question of dark versus light, or it's a question of good versus bad, let me just say it this way, that it might be an issue of good versus very good and versus excellent. So in that category, I think they do know that some of us are very much on top of that bill when it comes to capacity to remain without any manipulation and fight for what we know to be the truth, fight for what is good for the party and also what is good for our country. So that's all I can say. I'm not yet in having been outside of what you call the direct things that are happening. I'm not in a position to make too many comments as to what the situation has been in what you mentioned, the report in Ashanti and so on. I'm sure moving into the position now, we'll be able to, as it will take time and go through all that in order to have an idea. Because remember, in this game of politics, there are also situations where individuals for their own agenda can sometimes also, should I call it, have biases. I mean, as you will understand, for example, when my good friend Inusa Fuseni on your channel was, as it were, underrating my chances in this election. I mean, let's be, he's my very good brother and friend, but he was clearly exhibiting his bias. That's all it was. It was nothing in the middle or nothing impartial. He clearly had a candidate and was pushing for that candidate and creating the impression that some of us didn't have a chance. But that's fine. In this game, it's allowed. It's allowed.
What would you say, among all the reasons that the delegates gave you, what would you say was the one most important pivotal reason that made you stand tall in the delegates' mind?
I think it's difficult to just isolate one. I think it's a combination of things. Let me just mention them. In the first place, I was able to let delegates appreciate that one of the biggest problems we had as a party was our inability to collate results early. And that has been historical. It happened to us in 2004. We simply were not able to collate our results very early. And remember, Jacob Echibilamte in 2004 went to the council and he literally declared the NPP had won power, even before the Electoral Commission did so. 2016, we had the same problem. Effectively, like a whole coalition center, crashing on the night of election. And that also did not really stand as well. I'm not saying that's why we lost, but that clearly was a major problem, because at least you must have a clear idea where you stand. In 2020, truth be told, that's exactly what happened again. Now, so there is a clear history of this party having had issues as far as result collation was concerned. Now, I was able to let the delegate appreciate that the last 2 times this party collated results very early in order to, for example, stop any attempt by our opponent from taking the power from us was in 2008, first round and second round, and 2012. Evans, you remember, because I was with you in the strong room in 2008. I mean, you were there. The main reason why we managed to stop anything that MPP wanted to do in that 2008 was because we had our result very early. By the second night, we had our result, both in the first round and the second round. And the one who was in charge of that process, even though I was then the communication officer or national propaganda secretary, the person who took charge of that coalition was myself. And we had a coalition center at Kanda. We were able to do a great job at that. In 2012, I was then Deputy Finance Minister, but still and actually running for Parliament for the first time. So that night of election, I won my seat in Ketu South and drove back to Accra by I think 1 a.m. I was back in town, headed straight to the coalition center, headed again the coalition of our party result, and we were able to get our result in time. And remember, the late Sir John, who was then the General Secretary, kept boasting about how MPP guys should wear their white and go to church for celebration. We stopped all that because we were able to show through early coalitional result that had no substance. We had won power. So I've had a track record of showing that we can stop this problem of not being the collateral result. And I gave them assurance that as General Secretary, they can be sure that this problem is a thing of the past, not under my watch. It's not happening. That was important to them. I also was able to clearly let the delegate know that I've got ideas that when implemented, will be able to, as it were, create what I call a much fair situation that can empower a lot of them at the grassroots level. I believe there are what you call synergies in both party and government that if properly harmonized, will be able to, as it were, help a lot of our people in the constituencies. And that's an issue that was quite important to them. As well, I was able to show clearly that we can do that. The details I may not be able to disclose now. I was also able to let them know that the campaign for 2024 is largely going to be a campaign on the economy. Because as you know what's happening in Ghana now, it's all about the economy. Now, if you have a general secretary who actually is coming from that subject area, a former deputy finance minister, a man who clearly is prolific when it comes to discussing issues of the economy, a man who has got the facts, has got the figures, and of course has got the fire to back the facts and figures, that's beautiful opportunity. And I told them clearly that our opponents, like Baomi and so on, clearly are not looking forward to having a general secretary who can be that prolific and who can set the record straight on the economy, marshal all the key powers that we have, both in parliament and outside of parliament, together with the party, in order for us to do a brilliant job at dealing with the MPP on the matter of economy, which will be the subject, the central theme of the campaign. I mean, that's a beautiful opportunity to have. Of course, the final thing I also told them was that as a party that's known to be, should I call it, Congress, that brings together, all the forces of our country, we need to be looking also at the very important issue of regional balance. That issue of regional balance, as far as the leadership of our party, has to be addressed. And if you look at the party leadership now, there's clearly, should I call it, in terms of the substantive position, you see, the World Bank of the party voter region clearly missing. And of the three people who are contending, there's one who is working with a 100% son from that region. So I would say these are 4 important pillars that I was able to lay out every constituency. I spoke heart to heart with them, listened to their concern, and told them why I represented the best deal as far as the party is concerned, occupying that key position in order to enhance our chances for 2024.
Obviously, the delegates believed him. When we return from this quick break, I'm going to zero in on the last point he put before the delegates, something I had highlighted in our analysis of him, which is his origins from the Volta region. That had been an issue for many people in the party before this election, that you can't have a party that drew its origin, drew its life, its spirit, its soul from the Volta region when it comes to the voting and the outcome of national elections, and not have one person from there in the executives. I'll ask him how significant that is for the party going forward, and how the Volta region might play a role in the 2024 elections, and what he brings to the ticket, whoever emerges a flag bearer in helping the party guide the base in the Volta region to vote and come and vote, considering what the MPP had done, also electing somebody as a general secretary from its stronghold in the Ashanti region. How important would that dynamic be in 2024? And then the subject of economics is what he's raised. It's going to be the major issue for 2024. I'll pick his thoughts on what he brings to the table. Are we going to see a return to the setting the record straight from him on the economy? We'll talk about all that, plus the chances of the NDC going into the 2024 elections with him. And then how does he work to help unite the party? This has been very acrimonious leading into this delegates congress. At the top, we had 2 giants who were fighting. The party may be fractured. They have to unite before they can look forward. What is his role in that? Stay with me.
Charlie, dreams come true. Just a while back, movement was not easy at all. But today, I did drive my own car. All thanks to the amazing EcoBank Auto Finance package. See, I heard the ad on the radio and did exactly as it said. I found one of EcoBank's car partners and spotted the sweet ride. When they discovered I was buying with EcoBank Auto Finance package, I automatically got an extra discount. Now, EcoBank offered me the coolest interest rates ever for my car. And that was it. Right now, I dey pay small and enjoying a happy life.
So don't just dream about that car. Call toll-free 0800 003 225 or walk into any EcoBank branch and ask about the EcoBank Auto Finance package. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Smooth, refreshing, and made with real apples. Mantis Refreshing Apple Cider. Drink responsibly. Not for sale to persons under 18 and recommended to pregnant women. This advert is FDA approved.
Kumasi Oseko, get ready for the biggest concert on the music calendar. It's the Night with the Stars 2022. Rattray Park in partnership with your superstation Love 99.5 FM brings you the biggest jam. Boxing Day 26 December 2022 featuring Amachidede, Kofi Kinata, Samini, Jackie. And that's not all. Get ready to meet the powerful high life icons Hakobwa and Kwabena. It's one big stage featuring all these legends: Amachidede, Kofi Kinata, Samini, Jackie, Akwabwa, and Kwabena. Boxing Day, 26 December 2022. Evergreen and most spacious Rattray Pack. Be there for 100 cities regular and 150 cities VIP. Limited reservations for tables of 5 and 10.
Call 020-601-8820.
Night with the Stars 2022. Come shake the troubles away.
This is the place where you step up and walk away with big cash. Don't you love that? Who's going to step up? Who's going to walk away with 5,800 Ghana cedis cash and even more? You could also fly to Dubai. Let's step up. You are wearing white shoes.
I'm in the prophetic realm.
If you win the 5,800 Ghana cedis cash, what you gonna do with it?
I'll chop up.
Are you married?
My mother said I'm not grown, so I don't talk about this thing.
Girlfriend?
Please, I don't understand your question.
5 seconds. 4, 3, and she's chosen. And he's right! On this show, you step up, you play, you keep stepping up, and you keep winning.
Step Up airs Sundays at 7:30 p.m. Step Up is sponsored by Glovo. Order anything, we deliver in minutes. And Adansa Travels, feel life's beauty.
And thanks for staying with us. My guest is still the newly elected General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Kwete. Mr. Kwete, so let's zone in on your roots.
Okay.
The NDC has been known to be a party that draws its soul from the Volta region. Mm-hmm. It's the place that gives you the most votes. Mm-hmm. It is your World Bank. Mm-hmm. But of late, in the last two elections, when it comes to the party's internal national elections, there's been a concern that the party was gradually not rewarding that loyalty with the people that you elect in your executives. Don't take my word for it. One of your own, Anita D'Souza, the last time he lost, and he wasn't the only person who lost from the Volta region, publicly stated that the party should be very careful, that they should be careful not to take the Volta region for granted. You've mentioned that in your campaigning, you mentioned that to the delegates. They voted for you, obviously, because they believed that you were right. How important will this be? Now you've been elected, right? So people then will be expecting you to deliver the Volta region. We've been analyzing the data. Anytime you fall from 19 to the 80s, in terms of percentage votes in the vote, you lose the national elections. So you need at least to aim to get 95% plus 10 out in the Volta region to win. Anytime you've done that, you won the elections. How important would this be in the eventual outcome because you're there now?
Okay. All right. I think that's a very good question. Firstly, let's clarify it. In terms of voter region has clearly been, shall I call it, the bastion of the NDC, and that's normal. In every political calculation, you always have places where you can believe there's going to be your biggest support base. Even in America, even in England, in the advanced democracies, you have clear strongholds that you just know is always going to be red or it's always going to be blue. The same in Ghana. So it is what it is. Voter region is not simply about the geographical voter region. Voter region also has what you call huge, so I call it the ambassadors of the voter region. You find them in Greater Accra, huge.
So
if you go through
the voter diaspora.
Absolutely. If you go to Greater Accra, massive numbers. You go to Eastern region, huge numbers. Ashanti, huge numbers. Brongahafo, the three regions in original Brongahafo. In the northern part of Ghana, the same. So Western, Central, Western North. So you see a huge congregation of them in everywhere you go. So it's a much bigger than simply just one region. So that is something that every political party needs to be able to, if you have such a rich bed of people who clearly have a certain natural support for you. Just as, for example, if you go to America, New York will always be a bastion for the Democratic Party. LA, Los Angeles will always, California will always be for the Democrats and so on. The same way it is in Ghana. So the voter region thing clearly is an important consideration. What happened in recent times, has been an issue of concern. So a political party must be smart to make sure you don't have a repetition of that problem. Will voter be able to rally? I believe voter definitely will rally.
Will they rally because Fifi is there?
You know, let's say it this way. Voter has traditionally stood for the party. But no matter how great you've been, a time comes when you start feeling as though you are being taken for granted, and no one would like to be taken for granted.
Is that feeling real or perceived? I need to clarify that. Is that perceived or real? You know it better, so tell us.
It's a combination of both.
Okay.
There's some perception that voter has been neglected, but at a certain level, perception gets into reality when people start feeling that this is the case actually with us. And of course, when you look at the permutation as far as the leadership of the party was concerned, voter felt that this is not right. This is not right. Especially when you look at what's happening in the MPP. When you see, for example, that key executives of the party, MPP, are coming from the stronghold of the MPP Ashanti region, and voter looks at the top of the ticket, it says nothing. You understand? So it's a genuine concern. So it's not just perception, it also become a reality. So I believe the region clearly will be very, very, very willing to want to do everything it can for us to get power. Not simply because it is about the voter region, but because voter want NDC to come back to power. That's always number one. And voters always shown that through thick and thin, that no matter what happens, you want to fight for the party. Because as a party, it's just like football team. This is your team. It's almost like family. It's almost religion. You always want to work hard for it. I believe there'll be even much greater work that voter will do, because this time again, it's like this is an opportunity for us to do whatever we can to make sure that our son, who is now the general secretary of the party, is able to at least see victory. So it's a collective thing. And voters showed it through even you saw the numbers that came from the voter region as far as the general secretary position. You can see it was massive. That tells you the region is ready. It's ready to want to do extra work that will be able to deliver power. Not just work within the region, but also with the diaspora. And that becomes important in terms of helping the party. I believe we'll be able to claw back that seat that we lost. It will be to also work on our numbers, not just in terms of getting good numbers, but also getting higher turnout. I believe we can achieve that.
So you're talking about the railways minister's constituency in question, John Peter Amewu.
Yeah, actually that's where I was born myself, Hokwe. So that's basically like my own, shall I call it a natal constituency. I was born there, so we're going to make sure, and Amewu knows us, we're going to make sure we take our seat back.
No,
we've loaned it to him for 4 years, and that's 4 years too long. So we take our seat back from him.
So obviously you have your work cut. This is going to be one of your primary objectives, to deliver that seat and also the voter region massive numbers for the NDC.
Absolutely.
Having said that though, in your campaigning, was there a point where the kingmakers in the party came around to agree that let's help make Fifi Kwete get this nod, because they recognize that voter needs that to galvanize the base? Was there a certain agreement at that level?
I wouldn't say I sat with any kingmakers and there was a decision made that we wanted to make sure you win.
Okay.
You know, when it comes to this business, you can never be too sure. You can have different people having different preferences, isn't it? Somebody likes A, somebody likes B, somebody likes C. So I think I would just say that as far as I'm concerned, I had what I'm calling an army of invisible soldiers that I don't know about. I go to constituencies and I'm told, oh God, before you arrived, this former MP had called, this former minister had called, this former MCE had called, or this man actually called and said, you are the one that they should go for. I mean, these are people that I hadn't spoken with. I hadn't even, you couldn't call everybody and ask for everybody blessing. And these are mighty people who were working, I mean, really for my cause. So I can only be grateful, and I call some of them to thank them. But a lot of them, maybe now, I still don't know what they've done. So I would say that was quite a lot of that support base.
You said that in your research before, found out that you could actually win with minimal campaigning. Mm-hmm. In reality, is that what happened?
No, I didn't say I could win with minimum campaigning. What I say is that I had a fighting chance. Okay. My research showed I had a fighting chance that I could actually, even with no campaigning, I still had a good chance. Okay. So then I knew that with that, if I give it everything I got, I'll guarantee my chances.
So the campaign was extensive, regardless of that research.
The campaign was grueling. Okay. And I told you, I mean, I had to do that because having been out of what you call the direct, should I call it, party structure, I mean, politicking for quite a bit, and fighting with two people who have been there. And of course, they took clear opportunities. That's called the advantage of incumbency. Mm-hmm. During the reorganization, for example, they basically took advantage and went to virtually every region to be able to, under the guise of reorganizing, they were basically doing campaigning anyhow. I didn't have that privilege, you understand? So I clearly was coming from a very disadvantageous position. But I trusted that once I had the opportunity to start speaking heart to heart with the constituents, talking to them, I'll be able to get my message across. That was always my hope. Because the research told me that you had a good chance, but I believe that my message will make a difference.
What was the level of support within the voter caucus in Parliament?
I would say massive support. Okay. Massive support. Don't forget, it's not just the voter caucus, it's actually Parliament. I'm coming from Parliament. Yeah. And the only candidate out of the three who is a former MP. Okay. So naturally, if there is anyone who can understand the issues that are in Parliament, who has a certain affinity with them, who can appreciate where they are coming from and the difficulties they go through, it will be me. I have the advantage. Asiedun Ketia, as a what's the name, General Secretary, was also a former member of Parliament. Yeah. And so naturally, the parliamentarians do appreciate that if you have an MP who is a General Secretary who has been a previous MP, I mean, it becomes a much more advantageous position. So I believe.
So you have their complete support in this country?
A lot of those who actually were working for me even without knowing were the MPs. They worked super hard for me, super hard for me.
So this is, for me, a personal curiosity. Mm-hmm. Where did you disappear to?
It's a question I've been asked many times. Yeah. It's a question I've been asked many times. Even the truth is that I hadn't really disappeared. Let's say it this way. You know, I worked hard for this party as a chief communicator for the party until we won power in 2009. Now, so when we won power in 2009, I became deputy finance minister. I made what you call a transition into speaking only on the economy. Mm-hmm. So the real frontline politicking took backstage. I felt I needed to allow those who took over from me, as far as what you call the national propaganda secretary or national communication, to be able to do that for the party. So I focused just on talking economy. So if you notice, between 2013 to 2016, my voice was heard extensively on the economy. Mm-hmm. I did almost every debate on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, mm-hmm. on your platform and so many other platforms. So that became the first transition, purely economics and finance, because that was my job. I wanted to make sure I do that. Now, 2013, I moved now into first I started as minister at the presidency, and for that period I was no more in charge of finance, so you couldn't hear my voice on finance anymore, because again I needed to be respectful to Setekpe, who then became the finance minister, Atufosun, Monakwati and the rest who were deputies. I couldn't now be talking about finance, so I naturally went through a period where you wouldn't hear my voice on finance anymore. I couldn't be talking about the politics, because there were people at the party office who should do the same. Mm-hmm. I eventually moved into a Greek ministry. I will speak about agri for the most part. Then I moved in transport ministry. I will speak about transport for the most part. In Parliament, mostly will hear me during the budget debate, because that was still an area of passion. So people heard my voice strongly on the budget debate. I was very, very much into committee work as well. But the day-to-day legislation was never been my passion. In fact, that's the reason why I couldn't even stay in Parliament for too long, because my interest in Parliament tended to be a bit narrow. I wanted a few things. I wanted, for example, the ability to leverage development for my people, which I did, in terms of what you call development infrastructure and the things that MPs could lobby for. I did that there. But the day-to-day legislation has never been a passion. So that was not something I intended to stay in Parliament for too long about. So after I came out of Parliament for 8 years, so 2021 to now, largely I've played a massive role for the party, but much more from the background. So for example, Sami Jemfi's outfit, the communication outfit, is a group that I've actually worked very closely with, but working much more from the background, basically supporting that group, supporting the whole communication. From time to time, they will assign me to a responsive. So you see me sometimes I appear, maybe on Joy, come and do some debate or go to bed.
Those are very brief.
Those are minimal. Yeah. Those are minimal. Because really, even the truth is this, for me, I look at this more as a collective rather than an individual thing. As long as a good job is being done by the collective, I'm happy. I don't have a problem at all being in the background and supporting people. I never had. In fact,
why
most people don't know, but I actually would not even have become propaganda secretary if it were not for the personal insistence of Jerry Rollins.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I didn't have an interest. I remember when we were traveling to Bolga for the youth conference, when Haruna Idrisu emerged as a youth organizer. I mean, he won again as a youth organizer. That was on that trip that Rollins managed to convince me. I kept telling them, sir, I'm doing a good job for the party. I can help from the background. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem being in the background and helping the communication of the party. I never had a problem at all with that. I was helping you as well, Rollins. I can continue doing it. Say, no. You need to run to become a national officer of the party. It's important. I took that decision purely for that. So I'm somebody, I don't have a problem moving into the background to help. It's never been about that at all. And when I need to come into the forefront, you can trust that when I appear in the forefront, I'm coming to do a super job. I can do both. Yeah. So basically, I can do the two. I can be on the bench and do a great job at the bench by inspiring and motivating. I can come on the field when I'm needed to do a great job.
So now you've answered the question, where did you disappear to? You didn't disappear, you were in the background helping the comms team. So why did you decide to take a backseat?
I wouldn't call it taking a backseat. Let's say it this way, that over the period of many years, a number of things have been of concern to me. I've been, for example, a bit disappointed by what I call very entrenched position, which I felt were too partisan and were not in the interest of the nation. That has been a concern to me. I believe we need to appreciate that the reason why we have political parties is to first and foremost fight to win power. But there's much more than that. It's to fight to bring empowerment to people, fight to bring transformation to our country. And to a certain extent, I think sometimes we get so enmeshed in what you call the raw politicking that it almost becomes as if the only reason why political parties are there is to simply just win power for the sake of winning power. And I have been concerned about that. I've been concerned that both parties need to become much more patriotic, much more loving our nation, much more desirous of making sure that the aim of the parties is not simply about winning power, but doing what it is that can actually inure to the greatest benefit of our party. I would say over the last 6 years, I've had issues to be very, very, very sad concerning Ghana. And it's not because ADC is a party of angels at all, but I've seen in what MPP has done to be such a massive letdown. And I feel the young people are becoming increasingly alarmed and almost losing hope in the two parties because of the extreme to which things have gone bad in the country. And those for me have been a massive concern. I've had that concern also when I've heard some people in the NDC express the view that, listen, some of what I call the plain lack of love for nation and just pure love for partisanship should actually become the norm in the NDC. And some of us have fought that with everything we've got. We said, no, we can never reduce ourselves to becoming like MPP that's thinking primarily about itself and doesn't really care whether it's good for country or not. I wanted to build a party that is a party in alignment with our anthem. And our anthem, Evans, if you listen to the NDC anthem, the first lines go, "Arise, arise for Ghana, ye patriots of the land." That tells you who we are supposed to be. A group of patriots, people who love, and I always say that we came out, NDC was formed on 10th June 1992, MPP subsequently in August. And as at that 10th June 1992, we already had an anthem that's talking about "Arise, arise, ye patriot of the land." So if there's actually a party that's supposed to be a real patriotic party, that's us, and not them. And they have shown through their history that they seem to care far more for themselves as a party than they do care for us as a nation. So I kept saying that NDC must be thinking seriously about how we can, as it were, increase our level of love for our nation, how we can do whatever it is that can lift this nation and make it a better nation. And when the nation gets better, members of the NDC also get better. It's not been easy being able to convince everybody, because some people see what I call the complete decadence and degeneration across the other side. And people almost start to feel as if that's how it ought to be. Take over power and think only about himself. It doesn't matter about Ghana. Just build something for yourself. And some of us have been in the middle and say, no, we can't do that. The moment we do that, this nation is gone. The soul of this nation is gone. So I would say a lot of that contributed to some amount of quietness on my part. I became pretty concerned about what I call the fast decline in our politicking, where people were increasingly just thinking about party, nation, secondary. I said, no, we can do that. This is a party that was formed by patriots. No matter, they were no perfect human beings, but these were people who played a massive role between 1982 to 1992, and that saw a period of what you call reconstruction of our country from a verge of collapse into setting the stage for what I'll call a much more stable democracy today. Regardless of whatever imperfection they had, they showed to have a real passion. And this party therefore must continue to carry aloft that banner of patriotism, of love for nation. And so this position that some of us are incubating is one that clearly we are going to fight for this party to make it a party that it ought to be, but also a party that is rededicating itself to its original principles of love for country, of patriotism. I'm looking at this party becoming greater and better in terms of values, a party that cares about its members, finds ways with which we can unleash opportunity and unleash creativity, but also a party that is setting a bar so that MPP will look at the competition and say, you know what, let's also lift the bar, and becomes better for Ghana. I look for a competition that is beautiful between two parties seeking for excellence, as opposed to what we have today, which is simply a lethal battle as to who can destroy the other first. I get power and all I want to do is to totally annihilate the other party. I want to destroy the other party. I want to destroy businesses that support it. I want to persecute and even people who are innocent. I call it a primitive kind of politicking, and we must transcend that politicking.
So is it fair to say that over the last 6 years, you got to a place where you almost lost faith in partisan politics? In the ways that
you'll be right. You'll be right to say that. I started really, for me, I would say I started really fearing for this country. I started fearing for this country, and I started feeling for especially the young people of this country. This must not continue. Politicking is wonderful. We must do everything. It's a competitive situation. We must do everything to make our party stronger. But we should never lose sight of the fact that the ultimate aim of the party is to be a means by which we can bring greater things to our country, especially for the young generation. And that young generation, it does not even happen to be one party. For example, there are young people today who may be holding our future. And some of those young people may be NDC. Some of them may be MPP. Some of them may actually not be any political party at all. Our business is to build a nation that can create opportunity for these young people to emerge in order to make our country.
You ever decided to come back? Is it because you got to a place again now where you thought, well, you can't just check out? You have to create the party and the country you want.
Absolutely.
So you jump in now and see if we can make change. Is that a consideration or what changed now? What changed between the last 6 years and maybe the last 1 year when you now decided to come? What switched?
No, I think it's the same thing. I mean, whether I was off or on what you call on a day-to-day level, I mean, the love for the nation has always been strong. The love for party has actually always been strong, because that's who I've been. I've been what you call a core NDC man from 1992. I was branch chairman of this party in 1992. So I used to smile when I saw my contender Elvis and my younger contender Otokun. I'm like, you're younger guys. I've been here from 1992. I've been right there from the beginning. In fact, I was on campus, University of Ghana campus, and because of my love for NDC, I never showed an interest in any of this student leadership. The two of them would play the convenient role of playing student leadership when it suited them, and then after that come and don the garb of the NDC. I never did that. I told everyone in plain language right from the very first week at the University of Ghana campus that I am a core person who believes in Rawlings and believes in the cause of that party, and I'm not going to take any of that student leadership, because that would mean I was going to work against Rawlings, and I was never interested. That's me. So mine has never been politics or convenience. No, it's been pure conviction for me from the word go. Now, so I felt that as a party, there was a need for a certain capacity to find our route again, to rededicate ourselves to those principles again. I would say that actually the departure of Rollins has also been a part of that. After Rollins eventually moved, some of us started feeling very deep that listen, we needed to find a way in which people have to emerge in that leadership to see what we can do to ensure that our original principles are restored again. We find ways of restoring the original principles again.
So that is why you came back.
They've always been there, but we need to find ways we can fund those principles to get to a higher level for the sake of our country. For the sake of our country, I would say yes.
So you came back. Rollins is no more there. Rollins was almost the pivot around which drags you back to probate accountability and all those values. Yeah. He's not there anymore. Yeah. Somebody like Matamidu just gave up and says now Rollins is no more there. He just doesn't want to participate. You say somebody needs to step into the Rollins role, I guess. To sort of pull the party back to its core.
Okay,
is that what it is?
Yeah, let me not call it Rollins' role. Let me just say this way, that we needed to find ways in which, because it happens to groups, it happens to even religious institutions, that there are moments where along the line you can start drifting away from some of the very core beliefs.
There was a party drifting.
Generally, I think no party is perfect, as you know. No party is perfect at all, because it's a party of human beings. So there could be imperfections here and there. But as a group, as an organization, you always have to have situations where there are individuals who will be able to say, you know what, these are core principles and we need to find ways in which we can rededicate ourselves to them. I would say that I want to be one of the individuals who can help play that role in order to be able to help us to reach the next level we ought to go. Because I feel we actually have levels we can go again. I don't think we have exhausted our capacity at all, and we need to work towards achieving that.
We're going to take another quick break. When I return, we'll wrap up, but now talk about big national issues, but also how the party can now retain and regain power in 2024, which is the ultimate. The reason why he's been elected is simply to deliver victory for the NDC in 2024. All the things he said about patriotism, changing the way the party, the government is run and the nation won't happen if they are in opposition. So when we come back, how does he plan to work with the rest of the team to deliver that? But the face on the ballot will be somebody else, not his. You have to help the person. Either it's John Mahama or the other individuals who are interested. That's going to be the big next fight for the NDC. How does he find himself in the midst of all that will happen next year towards victory in 2024, if indeed they put their act together? Stay with me.
Can he tee up someone in red? And it goes towards...
Do not say!
That's who goal for.
What 5 Champions League? You want to know? I be the real goat. Chairman. I be the real goat. The left magician. The left magician.
Who is the goat? Ghana Jollof or Nigerian Jollof?
Ghana Jollof has no co-equal. The smell alone. Oh my God.
No, that shift. You two they lie, eh? Now the same stew when they use cook the rice and then they go put them for top.
Chanto, you are lying. Ghana Jollof.
I do this here. Forget everybody. Yeah. My guy. Put your papa in the jar. Put some respect on the goat.
On the goat. The only goat I know lives in Tama.
Every year we dey give to you back to back. We are talking about BET. I want some Yaji face. Except be the goat, huh?
My guy, him be the goat.
Though our choice of goats may differ in football, music, and jollof, Alomo Bitters always brings us together. Alomo, experience greatness in every moment.
Drink responsibly. Not for sale to persons under 18, nor recommended to pregnant women. This advert is FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have
I've done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
This is the place where you step up and walk away with big cash. Don't you love that? Who's gonna step up? Who's gonna walk away with 5,800 Ghana cedis cash and even more? You could also fly to Dubai. Let's step up. You are wearing white shoes.
I'm in the prophetic realm.
If you win the 5,800 Ghana cedis cash, what you gonna do with it?
I'll chop up.
Are you married?
My mother said I'm not grown, so I don't talk about those things.
Girlfriend?
Please, I don't understand your question.
5 seconds. 4, 3, and she's chosen. And he's right. On this show, you step up, you play, you keep stepping up, and you keep winning.
Step Up airs Sundays at 7:30 p.m. Step Up is sponsored by Glovo. Order anything, we deliver in minutes. And Adansa Travels, feel life's beauty.
Kumasi Osego, get ready for the biggest concert on the music calendar. It's the Night with the Stars 2022. Rattray Park in partnership with your superstation Love 99.5 FM brings you the biggest jam. Boxing Day 26 December 2022 featuring Amachidede, Kofi Kinata, Samini, Jackie. And that's not all. Get ready to meet the powerful high life icons Hakobwa and Kwabena. It's one big stage featuring all these legends: Amachidede, Kofi Kinata, Samini, Jackie, Akwabwa, and Kwabena. Boxing Day, 26 December 2022. Evergreen and most spacious Rattray Pack. Be there for 100 cedis regular and 150 cedis VIP. Limited reservations for tables of 5 and 10.
Call 020-601-8820.
Night with the Stars 2022. Come shake the troubles away.
And thanks for staying with us. My guest is still the newly elected General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Kwete. Mr. Kwete, so the party needs power in 2024. Sure. You now are the helm. The party's had some, challenges in the last 2 years. You talked about that in this interview. You have to work with the rest of your colleagues to do it. How do you deliver
that? We basically just have to look at the last time we took the MPP out of power. And that was actually the emergence of a group of us out of Congress in 2005. That happened in Koforido. That was a group that saw the emergence of Dr. Kobinaje as chairman of the party, Honorable Johnson Asidin-Kete as the general secretary, Ama Benyiwadu as women organizer, Haruna Idrisu, youth organizer, myself, communication officer, national propaganda secretary. So that group emerged. And that group was a group that worked very hard. In fact, I forgot, a national organizer, Officer Ampofo, was also in that group as well. And we worked super hard, work as a very close-knit unit, very committed to making sure we deliver. I believe this group, as I see it, is a group that clearly is capable of doing, if not more. It's a group that I actually have a lot of confidence in. Johnson Asidu Nketiah as chairman, myself general secretary, Sami Jemfia National Communication Officer, Yabin as national organizer, what's the name, Giorgio Pariado as youth organizer, Hannah Bisiu as a women organizer. I mean, that's a very loaded team. I believe we can actually give MPP a good run for the money. I ultimately believe that at the end of the day, the choice lies with the millions of Ghanaians. They make that choice. But we have to make it very difficult for them not to choose us. We have to work super hard, but not just about taking on the NPP, but also, offering a clear and very credible alternative. And I think the greatest alternative you offer is not so much about policies necessarily, it's also about character. Because I think this is a nation that is crying for what I call leadership of character. Because ultimately, no matter how brilliant your policies may be, when people feel you have no character, you cannot be trusted. You are not truthful. You take them for granted. You lie to them. You play games with them. Naturally, there's a loss of faith. And I think this party has to place character and credibility at the very center of everything we do. If we do that, I believe we will start by getting a lot more young people starting to have faith in us again. And I've always been someone who is extremely passionate about young people. So I believe as a party, in terms of the leadership, and whoever emerges as flag bearer, we will be making character and credibility.
You talk about the flag bearer. Many have said within your party and outside the party, as far as the arrowhead is concerned, John Mahama represents your most viable option. You agree?
I would say that if you check the history of our country pretty well, it always tended to favor candidates who have had a certain history. That happened with Rawlings. Rawlings won the first 2 elections automatically because he had been known for 10 years of PNDC. And then President Kufuor, having had quite a history himself in terms of working the grounds, being known, emerged subsequently. Prof. Mills, having worked the ground himself for many years, emerged subsequently. And of course, John Mahama came as a vice to Prof. Mills, so got the opportunity. But subsequently, Nana Akufo-Addo, having himself worked many on the ground for so many years, also had an opportunity. So off the top, I would say, based on the history, you see John Mahama starts clearly as a big favorite, but it doesn't stop anything. People said I was not favorite, but I came, so you never know. But in the interest
of the party, you believe that will be the best possible choice for you? Just stand a better chance.
I feel the delegates of this party are brilliant people. They know what they want. And the same way you can see, in spite of the very nature of the campaigning that went on for this national executive position, you saw the choice of the delegate. They went actually for people that they believe 100% will be able to deliver victory. I think they will do exactly the same thing. They want to win power, and they're not going to gamble.
There's a view that one of the things you also need to do, that the NPP has somehow managed to infiltrate your ranks to the point where they now are able to control some of the outcomes, even within the NDC. Is this something that you're concerned about, or something that you believe it's exaggerated or doesn't exist? And how do you want to tackle it?
It's always a case that as you run for elections, your opponents also want to do whatever they can, and one of it is to see whether they can infiltrate your ranks. But I've always believed in one thing, that those who really do the decision, those who take the ultimate decision are the masses. Those who call the millions of supporters that you have. They more than anyone. So the leadership is important, but the voice and the will of the teaming supporters of the party and those who are sympathizers, who want to change, for example, will be the much more important thing. Now, if there's anybody who is even a mole within, that person clearly is going to be in danger. Because with the kind of leadership we have at the moment, if you're a mole, you are soon going to be in trouble. You definitely are going to be in trouble. So, to be honest, it's something I will not underplay. I will not think it's unimportant. But I will say that the collective will of those of us who want the right thing to be done, and supported by the millions of supporters, is going to make sure, even if you're an infiltrator for the NPP, you're going to be in trouble.
What you just said there must send shivers down the spine of moles in your party. You say you're going to be found out very soon because of the current crop you have.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
My own belief is that with the suffering the people of Ghana are going through, I don't want to go into the details of the economy, but if you see this kind of massive suffering, the kind of suffering hardship that is going through, if you can still see all that and because of your stomach, you decide to be a mole to stop the change that is absolutely important for the millions of people, you are going to have a lot of curses on you. And that curse is not even coming from me. Even the suffering of the people alone will be the curse that you carry. And that curse can actually affect you and affect generations to come. So if you are one of those, I think you better be thinking again.
Quick fire questions before we wrap up. You look at the current crop that has just been elected, and it screams combatant, militant, fearsome, firebrand. You agree?
Absolutely agree. But I would say that it's not just going to be militancy. It's not just going to be having firebrand, but also it's going to, I call it controlled aggression. Control aggression, and that's what you get. I mean, some of us are known to be absolute fire, but if you check my fire well, a fire that is very well controlled. I'm like a boxer in the ring, and I know when I'm throwing my punch and when I have to hold back and take your punch. I know that, and I can do both very well, and I'm sure General Mosquito the same. So we'll make sure it infuses across. So we don't just have what I call reckless aggression, but it's aggression that is properly directed and towards achieving results.
And then finally, you've started by saying that you believe the economy will become the issue around where the election is decided in 2024. Of course, the economy is in a terrible place. We're having like the biggest crisis of a generation in our lifetimes. Does that give you a sense of comfort that 2024 is guaranteed, or you are being cautious in the way you look at your chances?
Evans, let me tell you, I mean, my approach generally is always to operate on a worst case basis. And that's even what I did in this campaign. In spite of the fact that I had a research that showed that I had a good chance to win. Trust me, I think I campaigned like my whole life depended on it. As if basically I was the one in the back fighting to go to the front. And that's how I believe we ought to be. Let's not take anything for granted. The fact that there's goodwill does not guarantee anything. We were that close to losing power in 2008. I mean, to not winning power in 2008 is part of the goodwill we had. We were that close. And it saw what happened in that campaign, that tells you. So for some of us, no, it's not just going to be an issue of saying that the economy has collapsed and therefore we're winning power. We are fighting with an opponent that is desperate. That will stop at nothing to be able to get what you want. And so therefore, when you're fighting such an opponent, you need to make sure you keep your eye on the ball and give everything you got until you cross that line. And I mean, trust me, we will do that.
Well, where's the party?
I will soon inform you. I mean, once
Christmas. This is the perfect Christmas present for yourself.
I know.
But one that must be shared.
I know.
There must be a celebration somewhere.
I'm consulting the key delegate, and once we agreed, I mean, maybe we might have to choose one of the constituencies to go and have a celebration, or maybe we do a class. So I will let you know.
I want to.
I will invite you. Okay. I definitely invite you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And Merry Christmas.
Appreciate it. The same to you and to all your many viewers.
That's Fifi Kweti. Always exciting talking to him. More of this. Now that he's a general secretary, finally Fifi Kweti is back from, he says he didn't go anywhere, was in the background and for many reasons that he's elaborated. But now we're going to have him now. It's going to be a household name again for the next 4 years at least that he holds this position. We'll see how this pans out in 2024 as well with him as a general secretary. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Well, you're welcome to it. It is the freshest, the hottest, the red carpet show here on the channel that you love to see whatever is happening when it comes to events over the weekend. So that is what I'm just about to let you in, what you missed out on events. The name is Ryan Benbako on social media. It's Ivy Benbako, but all the ladies here, they love to call me Ivy. So it is going to be the Jackie, it is going to be the Manifestive, it is going to be Night Lessons by Adum TV, and they fill the National Theatre. But I'll get to that. First off, let's get to what happened at La Palma Royal Beach. It was Jackie who was throwing a live party for her friends. And what I loved is the fact that all the big names in the music industry actually showed love to her. This is what happened at the Jackie Party Live at La Palma Royal Beach.
The Oscar just got off the stage, and let me say this, it's a beautiful performance.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How long have you been doing music?
Oh, 3 years. I started music 3 years. Yeah, I started doing music last 3 years.
What kind of music do you do?
Oh, I fused electronic music and then Afrobeats. And then electronic music.
So for the past 3 years that you've been doing music, how do you find the industry? Is it going well for you?
It's actually progressive and it's interesting, you know.
Right here at Party Live with Jackie. I'm here to hang out with Romeo. Romeo, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Is this like your first major performance?
No. I've performed at Tidal Rave, Charlie Watt, and a couple of big stages. So yeah, this is not my first. This is like my 4th big stage.
So, Vanilla Music has been making waves, you know, in the industry, and this is a single opportunity to have a conversation with him. Hello to you, darling. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. You have been doing extremely well in the industry. So far, what do you make of your stay in the industry?
So far, so good. So far, so good. I'm happy at the progress. Like you said, I came when I was at a certain level. Right now, I can see the improvement, so I'm very happy. Like, it's not been easy, but there's progress, so I'm glad, yeah.
touch a bit on your journey with Nane Champong, performing with her daughter right now. You did mention on stage about how surreal it feels to be performing with Jackie. I want to know about all the experience.
I mean, we have listened to the legendary Lumba brothers to when they went apart, and then we heard Lumba, we heard Daddy Lumba, and then we heard Nane Champong. We've heard his songs, and then I got the privilege to be featured on one of his songs way back in the past, and then years down the line to see his daughter come on stage like this, like how if you put it in the sports settings, you have Abedi Pele's sons playing world stage football. This is world stage music, and his daughter is doing that, and I'm still here on stage doing it with her. It's like, you know, because when I did it with her dad, I mean, I was young, and I felt like working with a legend is like something that every working artist dreams of, you know. So to be on stage with her right now, I can imagine how she feels being on stage with me, you know, and it's all sweet. Yeah.
Show me the skills. If you want to test like that, 100 test Massa. I'm the funny God. It's your type of journey. Oh, you see my budget. See my budget.
Hello to you, beautiful. How are you?
Hi, I'm going good, thank you.
So far, I mean, what do you make of, you know, the whole thing? Your fans turned up for you.
I'm having a good time, and this has to be one of the best birthday presents I've ever had from my fans, because today I got to celebrate my birthday with them, and they turned out for me so massively.
You got the likes of Samini. He actually told a story on stage about you being a little girl and he working with your dad. Do you remember any of those?
Yeah, actually, I was so little. I was so little. So this is a good thing, This is really good.
But how has your year been, Jackie?
This is my best year, 2022, but I know that the coming years are also going to be good. I dropped an EP, it's doing good. I got to perform outside Ghana with some of my fans that are outside. And I mean, everything is just looking so positive.
Your fans who came out to see you this evening?
To every single person that came from far and near to support me this evening, God richly bless everyone and keep supporting Jackie music.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
So that is what happened at the Palm Royalties. But let's get straight into what happened at the National Theatre just after the World Cup. So at Dome TV, the 2022 edition of the Nine Lenses and Carol, it was just awesome. It was just off the hook. The fact that the whole National Theatre was filled to the brim and they gave them a performance and an experience that was worth it. This is what happened at the 2022 edition of the Adom TV 9 Lessons and Carols.
The one says Yano. Mamma no see and corner. Some mamma no now see and corner. Hey, says yes, come where you. We are sure. The economy and with him crank on Casa. Mary.
Me pacho, uwaya.
Eya me. Onyankopon bofo kron sexy angel Gabriel.
Face the Kuma wood. Let me say, what put me mukasia bako. No asa ko reverse. No asa ba. No one ye udam. Obeti me say, face the country. Maria. Ababno Maria. Mary. Me doba. Uma me frewa ya jeme sontem. Menopause no. We are sorry, I know Casacasa, anti minim some menopause no naba. A human emra for me, sir. Say, I dear chin. Eddie. Oh, no, why? And you may know. Hey. Maria. Into why no be now, woman. Set if we have fican kay, and then to marry walk of fire. Why? Into why no be as a Joseph, and then to marry what judge our woman.
Mele John.
Concerning lawyer, we are fact checker. We facts can. One wabo concern with degree, a more masters, a more PhD. Into a summer work, meaning say no correct. Nampa Johnny Fireby, a year dying, and I only marry Joseph.
Nancy, quite me just could do concern work as one more boom, mammy, niggas.
Eh, Castle Van Dam for,
and so say me that's with them. You pay. Me said that we call Joseph Fee. What wrong? Who say now? Who senior man assistant? Who can kind?
Preposterous.
Okay, I'm going to say
preposterous.
No, point of correction. Price cross. No, me say Joseph who can sister. Do you cry me?
Oh, me dey free me so.
Me say Joseph send a much me say 2 and 2 say if you the month perfume be mu.
Can cross.
No, me say no fifra. Bram Joseph. Now be Joseph you pump we need the sister. Hey.
This is too overwhelming.
Me a man printing no grandson not Joseph Nantini.
Ajay. Mary, what do you know? Mary, Mama Brago. Mary, Mama Brago. And yes, sir. Nanka and Kalam Cruiser, Nanka Vieta, Nanka Range Rover, Nanka Casa Consaloya Clansway. Oh, Claudia said you ultimately concern me a mess. Come fast. Men panel anymore. One power, Nanka Ukafadi and Warfare.
Mary. Mami. Inti washe nyankopo anim ni Joseph akonyi nsek.
Mami, me se me ni Joseph bi anyi nsek. Oboa.
Wa. Obi ahu nya mehi se Joseph maame. Ono se wonam wosaro hia na yasi a. Ono wanchia me. Be se mi ankonfa nkoto amanim. Sister me see you kankan. Be se mi ankonfa nkoto amanim. Na wo be tied maame no. Some e kwa wan asampancha me. Ono be ti bia ya. Ka se mi ankwa.
Mommy. Ade.
Shut. Awari na ye be wali. Ehun adwendwen ti me na.
Me so sa me na.
Etu de wonya be makura.
Mommy me nya den.
Bom so bi ofi bom pata.
Mommy me nya den.
Ada no.
Me se me nya den.
Kantra wo ho, ya wo ho asema sege. Ana ya wo sa. Ma wo bunya dru, ma wadwenya dwuma. As what side do? Eti me na papa, baby wanyina dru, me na papa na ko pesika nkwa ye oba ho ade mro.
Na me ko pesika o free hin.
Wo ko pesika free hin. Woni baby aba pesika free. Woni baby aba ko pesika free. Koko wia. Kwa na ko bokro no. Na fa ko ye oba no ho ade. Ade asam kura ni. Me hu baby a papa kura afa. O papa sa no ayi ni Tokyo Jo. Sa ayi. Bola so chance. No adena.
Same Sunday, after the Adum TV Night Lessons and Carols, I happened to find my way at the Bukum Arena. Okay, so manifestivities happened and Manifest just pulled it off. Now, he didn't only have Ghanaian artists there, artists from Cameroon, from Kenya, they were all there. And this year's manifestivities, it was an awesome thing. It was a performance that was worthy beholding. As usual, I was there with my camera and we got these exclusives for you.
Tell us, what has been your general impression about manifestivities tonight?
It's been great. Like the crowd, they really go crazy. It looks like they're having a good time. We went there, we did our thing. Yeah, shouts to everyone who pulled up. Shouts Manifest. Shouts to Tabeo for playing the music for me. Yeah, bless her.
Now let's talk about the year in retrospect. How has 2022 been for you and your music?
Like a lot of ups and downs, like highs and lows. But I'm grateful, Bob. Like we still get life, and yeah, we still go keep pushing.
What would you describe the reception? How your general impression about tonight's festivity?
Ghana is always home. To be honest, like it's home away from home. Like it's high life mecca of the world. So, I mean, it always feels good to be welcomed here. Like the energy tonight was so great and so amazing.
And I saw what you did there. It was mind blowing, and the people just jumped to you. And I was like, oh, so you actually have fans in this country. Did you ever consider that such reception from Ghana?
Today? Yeah. We came here for the first time last year, 5th of June last year, and it was amazing. So, like, I was expecting something, but, like, this was, like, amazing. So, yeah, man, like, it's the high life home of the world, so I kind of expect the energy, but, like, it was beyond my expectation.
Your, expectation and general impression about tonight's event, festivities?
Okay, tonight, festivities. I'm so happy. I'm actually very emotional tonight because I performed here in 2019 when I started music really fresh, and so I was the opening act. And so coming back again to grace the same stage with Manifest is just very emotional, and I believe I'm going to kill the stage just as I did in 2019.
When I'm with you, oh no, no. I'm misbehaving, I'm cold, oh. This is risky. Sing along if you can. 1, 2, go. If you need me now, tell me now. I do answer for you. Baby, my heart don't lie. It's so fast, very fast around you. 2, 1, 2, 3. When the fucking cold and we rising, they say that manifest is polarizing. Boys know they hear, who are you advising? Mentee, that's the true feeling. Tell this old dog I'm a new villain. 2 cents, a new sense, and no shillings. I did go from underdog to top billing. Fuck the world with a Trojan too. Boys know they hear, Charlie, that's the slogan too. All my P's and Q's and my ones and twos. Keep the same energy when I'm on the two. You, my mind going out, so I put our own powers and mention the song. Hey! Never go. Boys know they hit my name ready, so we get to viral. We get to viral. How the thing go? No, we say we know the respect, we know they hear. And the share smiles, we don't share tears. If we low lights, know we are the our tears. You know we my main thing. Did it talk? I see clean under the seat stuff. That's how I feel, sit up and seat up. So just keep it up. I've been dope, got it up, let's eat up. I know go by the shop like let's go fast. 2 packs of Machiavelli, I confess. I know the tough missiles don't so complex. It's already simple and complex. Tell all the drunks that I'm bar heavy. Bar after bar, get your shots ready. A nice blood, expose that shit off. Charlie, check this go. Play to win, yeah, prep for draw. Nah, I'm not playing ball. They closed the gates, I found an open door. Oh yeah, check the score. If you true, let me run. Play to win, yeah, prep for draw.
It feels great because we're always meant to do it this way, where it feels big but intimate, so it feels great. Charlie, at some point in 2020, I guess we didn't even know when we'd come back outside like this, but finally we're back out, so it really feels great. But I also was telling you, Jackie's playing this song I really like, and now you're interviewing me.
You like something?
Oh, something. I wanted to go and do some.
Okay, do it here with a freestyle and everything.
There's something going down. Hey, Jackie. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about 2022. How has the year been for you and your music?
It's been good. I released an album at the end of 2021. I released Epilogue this year as well, and then I went touring, so that was really good. Going to Europe, America, went to UAE, Sharjah, all that. So I'm very grateful. Yeah.
And tonight I saw Caveman on stage. Should we expect a collaboration between you and the Caveman?
You never know. Expect it? I don't know. I really not. Everybody who played today, I'm a fan of. Yeah. From the beginning, from all, Baba J, Kokusi, Juma Mufasa. I haven't heard much of him, but I've seen some stuff. Mario Somario, Young Dems, Tania, Kwesi Arthur. Oh man, he killed it. the caveman. Walasi came through as a surprise. Yeah, everybody, the DJs. Shout out to everybody. I mean, I'm so grateful. We have this curated thing that we like to make people have a good time, and I think I sensed people had a good time.
You can find a rhythm. I'm a hot guy. You can find out a citizen. In my own liquor, he move like jiu-jitsu. Any food that I had. Raja, Raja, Raja,
And that is how we're going to wrap up here on the hottest, on the freshest, on the Red Carpet Show. And I'm sure you've had a moment. Well, for those of you who are looking out for the Kiss Daniel show on the 23rd of December, come this Friday, the unfortunate news is the Kiss Daniel concert has been postponed. But you need to keep a look in the space. I'll be letting you in on when the show is going to come. But for now, there's no Kiss Daniel show on the 23rd. But that is how I'm wrapping up. I love you, and make sure that you are staying. For you to get up close and personal, as I've been back on social media handles.
We know you like music, and we know you love music videos even more. So we've got you covered. On 321 Live, we'll take you behind the scenes of your favorite music videos, including the sets, props, and costuming, as well as the insane movement, beautiful vixens, and the production of music videos. Come along with me. Let's chart music videos with your favorite music artists, music video directors, models, makeup artists, set designers, and everyone else on 321 Live. Let's bring it closer to you and let you in on how much goes into it. Call me Ike. I will be your host right here on this channel.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what we expect of us. It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. My name is Evans Mensah, and this is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
This is DW News Africa. Coming up on the show, what would it take for an African team to win the World Cup? Morocco's World Cup fairy tale ends by reigning champions France, but the underdogs gained global support as rising stars, becoming the first African team to reach a semi-final. We'll find out how a continent that usually underperforms may have got it right this time. Plus, leaders from across Africa meet the US president. And while the White House hopes to boost trade and security ties, some say it's playing catch-up for influence after losing pace to competitors like China and Russia. And we look at the contemporary African art that will reach new heights out in space.